Happy Saturday. Good morning. Let's see. Who's here? Who's here? Mage, good morning. Barachas, good morning. Kaysen, good morning. Krios, good morning. Ethan, good morning. Melton, good morning. Dealk, good morning. Flashback, hello, welcome in. Tsunami, not like this. Ice Monkey, good morning. Gasping, good morning. Statius, good morning. Comfy, Chris, hello, welcome in. Vernanigans, hello. Growing, good morning. Good morning, Ron B. Xanter, hello. Who else? Creech, hello. Flashback, hello. Looking hyped today, thank you. Crystalis, hello. Good morning. Gamira, nice name, I like that. Sweet shirt, thank you. This is my Golden Guardians t-shirt. I thought like I wore it for the last time I was casting, so today if we're just hanging out watching keys, could be fun. Could be fun. Good morning, Wonder. Hey, I know that name. Nice. Starting a wave is soothing morning. Nice. Good morning, Comfy. Heck yeah. Well, you guys are here saying good morning to me while I battle my mane. Dread, good morning. Welcome in. Happy Saturday. It's Saturday morning for me. Morning, QQ. Morning, QQ. Good morning. Good morning, morning. Good morning, morning, QQ. Good morning, morning, QQ. There we go. That's how I'm going to do it. You're sitting at work? Oh, no. Well, hopefully I can help make the day go by faster. It's 11:22. Oh, I'm PST, so it's 8:30 for me. I feel like I woke up really early, but I did fall asleep really early last night too. So I got a solid 10 hours, 10 to 12 hours sleep last night. I require so much sleep. I literally require so much sleep. Okay, let's do our coffee and then let's do our board. My hair just like wants to just be lame today, I guess. Just wants to be, no, it just wants to look like this, I guess. Okay. Yo, King. Look at that delicious first badge. Thank you so much for the tier 1 and then your 47 months of support. Thank you so much. I hope you're really doing well. Good morning. I actually found, I had this extra like hard drive and I actually did find my first stream anniversary. I can't find my 3rd year anniversary, but I did find my 1st year anniversary stream and my 2nd year anniversary stream. I like locally downloaded it somewhere and I just recently found it again. So I'm going to try to do something. My jersey's cool. Thank you. It's for when I was signed with the Golden Guardians. They sent me my own little jersey and part of all the fun stuff they do with all the sponsors, you know? Hey, Mage. Thank you so much for the 39 months. Dang, dude. What are we doing for 4 years? I don't know. I hope I have a job by then. But if we get to hang out, then we'll plan something fun. I'll think of something like appropriate for a big event, I guess. Yeah. We'll find something. We'll find something to do. But it don't matter. It doesn't matter because maybe I just know I want to be together. That's all I know. I don't have anything planned. How goes the job hunt? Tiragosa, I think it's going good. I've applied for a few more positions as of yesterday. Yesterday I had like an all girls day. I went to lunch with a lady I used to work with, and that was fun. And then I went out with Karma Code last night. So I had a full day of laughing with women. It was really wonderful. My heart's full. And then today I have we're going to be doing an MDI watch party with Corme and Krista. I think there might be more girls joining, but we'll see. We'll see. We hope so. I'm like tired, but we'll see. Good morning. Yeah, so that's the job hunt so far. It's a little bit of everything. I am expecting to get like more and more rejections as they come in. Like I just assume that all of the hiring people they take like 2 weeks to review. So I'm expecting, I applied to like 10, 15 jobs already, and I'm expecting the rejections to start rolling in at any minute. So yeah, it's going to be a tough week, but I've planted a lot of seeds, and hopefully I'll hear something back. You only need one. That's the spirit. That's the spirit. That's the types of energy I need. Yeah, but 4 years, definitely time flies. I don't know what I'm doing for my stream anniversary. I think the searches have been fruitful. I feel like the what I'm looking for is obtainable. I mean, granted, I literally am looking for something in the finance field that is fully remote and does 401k match. That's literally what I want. That's like all I want. That's like all I want. And health, and obviously health benefits. So, went out, go to bed early. How is that possible? I don't know. I guess this is just what 37 looks like. 37. I mean, I went out at noon, and then I went out for happy hour at 3, and then I came home at like 9 and passed out. So that's the day. That's it. That's all I wrote. Yo, Ice Monkey, thank you so much for kicking off a hype train with that 1,000 bits. Always appreciate it. You are amazing. Thank you so much. I don't know, whenever these pretzels are making me thirsty. When does the MDI party start? It starts in 1 hour and 30 minutes. 10 a.m. PST. Yeah, but yesterday was really, really fun. Yesterday was a lot of fun. It was very healing. It was very healing. It was very needed. Good morning, Graspy. Hair looks good. Thank you. I tried. I tried my best. I think I'm going to make it curly. I think I'm going to try to make it curly. If I don't stream for 14 hours today, I'm going to try to make it curly tomorrow. Starbucks working in Wonder. Probably going to order it now. Dude, I just get an iced Americano. It is right in the veins. Or maybe the offers will come rolling in. Yeah, I hope my job search. Next week will be very busy. Keep asking me about my job updates. Next week will be really busy. I'm hoping to hear back from all of my applications. Even if they're rejections, I'll tell you guys. I'm going to keep up. I did look for a Costco job, and they're not hiring for anything in their corporate office yet. But I'm going to keep looking. What's MDI? MDI is an acronym for a World of Warcraft, like 5-man competition. Teams get together with 5, and it's an acronym for Mythic Dungeon Internationals. And it basically is just like who can do the highest key on time. It's a competition. It's a race. It's a little tournament. Oh, I should do my MDI prep stuff, right? Like, cause it was yesterday, and I should do my MDI. I should do MDI prep math, right? I did get rid of a pickle jar last night, so that's good. We're tracking on the pickles. Whew. Thank you so much for the follows. I really appreciate it. Welcome in. My pickle progress is doing well. But to be fair, I have 9 total jars of pickles, but some of them are brand new, so I'm probably not going to get through. I'm not going to get through all 9. I did recount in a last night, and I was like, oh, I'm not going to be able to get through all 9. But if I can get rid of 4 pickle jars, then if I can get rid of 4 pickle jars in my fridge, I'll be very, very happy. I need to like limit it down to like 5. If I could like limit it to 5 pickle jars in my fridge right now, that would be great. So long-term progress. I'll keep you guys up to date. I love pickles. Me too. And they're all different flavors. There was like a garlic one. There's dill ones. There's spicy ones, like local spicy pickles. Dude, local spicy pickles. I remember buying it from this sweet little vendor. Oops, sorry, I punched your face. Punched you guys right in the mouth. Yeah. PTR is best gear. That's right. You love Oregon and Wheel? Me too. Do they scale with gear? With MDI, they have the best gear possible. And they have all the best trinkets and everything they could possibly want for free, except for tertiaries, meaning they don't get leech, avoidance, or any of those good things. So they might have the best gear, but, you know, depending on like healers or tanks, avoidance, they do have avoidance this time? Besides like trinkets? Besides like enchants? Like enchants are the only ways you can get it. Right in the kisser. I know, I punched your guys'... Why would this be your mouth? Wouldn't this be your ears? Oh, avoidance is the only tertiary? Little did I know. They've done a couple 20s, so 21, 22s. Wait, they've already done 20s? Okay, I need to do my math prep clearly. They've already done 20s? Okay, let's look. They did a 21 Dark Flame? Dude. Okay, let's look and see and get my math going. I shall lurk here too. Thank you so much. I appreciate the YouTube lurks. Okay, let's see if I can get, I'm going to get my MDI math sheet out. And then I'm going to start prepping Elder Snail. Snail video. It's funny. Okay, let me get my spreadsheet out. Hold on. Where did I even pin this thing? Let's see if I can fix this. Okay, let's see. Okay. So this is my old MDI sheet. Let's see if I can just add a whole thing, and then we're going to Raider AO. Raider AO, weekly, events. It's just MDI. Okay, are there only 5? Oh, there's only 4 teams right now? Dungeon groups. Group A, day 1. Group A, day 2. Okay, let's look at who's in group 1. This is all like old stuff, so we're going to like have to figure it out. This is group 1. This is the last one. So it was like group A was here, and these are the ones that they constantly banned. And then this is group 2, and this is what they need to win. And then this is the final round. And then we will do the math of how much money each person will make. Because they combine TGP and MDI. Group leaderboards, group A, day 1. Okay. Let's just redo this. Okay, so here's group A, but it's obviously broken up into two spaces. And the dungeon pool is just dark flame clef, flood and floor are the same, and then work. You're only doing 3? We may not need, are they not doing like the full suite of dungeons? What's the timer and what's the timer on Dark Flame? I need to know the timer on Dark Flame workshop. These 3 dungeons, and then I need to know what the live is on max. You'll see why I'm doing it like this way, and it won't make sense right now, but I will explain why I'm building like this shortly. Like I need to know if it's like a 1 or a 2 or... You're gonna do yard work? Thanks for the lurk fallen. I appreciate it. Sorrow, thank you for the lurk. Good morning. We're just gonna get our homework ready. So I'm just gonna build what I know. Okay, let's build what we know. Okay, we got 20. Oh, what, they changed their website. Okay, let's see. Not loving this, but that's okay. What's the hotkey to like just paste plain? There, oh, there it is. I found it for Google. Bless. Okay, that doesn't work. Okay, that doesn't work either. Are you employed yet? No. Are we still bummed around? Bummed around? Bumming? Are we still bumming around? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm bumming it up. I have applied to a few jobs though, so actually I'm applying to jobs like every day in hopes that I just get rejected over and over again next week. But am I bummed? Am I bringing y'all down? Okay, I need to find the Warcraft logs, dungeons for Dark Flame, Flood, and Workshop. I still need to add Cinder. I don't know what these will be, but I want to Priority Motherlode, Rookery, and then top. I still want to know what all of these are from a time perspective. Timers. I still want to know what the timers are. Oh, I don't like how that messed with my chart. That's fine. That's fine. It's a temporary thing. Wait, Floodgate? Wait a minute. I could have sorted this better, but this is just how I decided to do it today. Why is this 30 seconds? It's probably just a typo in the coding of their sheet, but that's okay. What's the command to make these whole? Nope. Okay. Sheet's a little weird, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm weird too. I can do weird stuff. Let's make it pretty. How do I make this in? I don't know Google Sheets very well, so let's make it centered. I like this. And then, can we make this like less like, can we make it like this format? Nope. Okay, it's gonna get weird. Okay, and then next I'm going to, timers for Cinder Brew. Oh, thanks, Vesper. Okay, you got it. Let's check my math. Vapes, thanks for the vapes. How weird are we talking? Very weird. I think you can automatically scrape data from where? Where, Tweed? Yo, thanks for the primes. GTK, thank you for the prime. Taking the pups out. Talk to you later. Bye, growing. Nice. I'm glad I saw you. Have a good night. Or have fun with the pups. Oh, Theater Pain's here twice? There we go. That was the problem. I was like, I feel like I have too much going on here. Cinder Brew is here. Flood is the same as Cinder Brew. Operation Mechagon. I guess having the real name's fine. I'll just extend it. Okay, so Flood, Workshop, Pyre. Pyre and Workshop have the same timer. Dark Flame Cleft has 31. And then the Rookery has 29. 29. I'm doing the keypad with my left hand. Building neuro pathways here. Does this mess up my math if I do that? Yes, it messes up my math if I do that. You'll see why I'm keeping these in the future. But right now it doesn't make any sense. It will help with future math. It's not good. It's not pretty for now math, and it doesn't make any sense for math right now. It's like way too much silliness right now, but trust me, when they start like going into like multiple waves, and then during like the third day, or like when they go into the grand finals, then we can then pull this information and we'll be able to like cross reference Radar IO. You can XPath command to an Excel sheet. That's hard for you to explain. Oh, like the. I know where that, I've seen that before. You can do that with Excel too. You can like directly pull from a website. I'll look into that again by tomorrow. I know that there's a way to do that. You used my route on a 13 today? Hey, congrats. You basically have maxed out your routes. Now it's time for you to min-max it. It died. You have surpassed my skill set at a 13. I'm sorry, Storm Chad. You're just an advanced gamer. You don't need to manually put into because it's calculated based overall. Yeah, I wasn't going to put one or two. Like, that's why this is more important. Because it doesn't matter. It's like comes down to score and then time. So I don't need to put +2 or anything here. It doesn't matter. The only thing that tracking the 1 or 2 like at a quick visual is just understanding what key level your opponents are starting in. So that would be like the only thing that could be helpful, but I don't particularly find that helpful where it's like they're starting at a 21, because at the end of the day, it's like, can they complete the 21, or are they going to drop it to a 20 and just like crush the timer strategically? The only time I care about like what people are like, what key they have and what they're starting, it's like it's either like in the very early like beginning or the very end phases, because at the end of the day, like If they're not confident they can time the 21 with time left on the board, then they're going to like smash a 20, or they think they can improve the 20 timer, then that's going to matter. And at the very beginning, they need to get the 3 chess like right away, because early keys are like getting that jump and not having to do the 7 to 10, then to 13, like it will skip them instead of doing like a 7 to 9, 9 to 11, 11, like then to 13. It saves keys for later. Like I only care in the very beginning or at the very end. But at the end, like this is a TGP style format. So it's like you want to get to your highest key level. But if you get a 21, it's like, well, that's cool. They have a 20 on the board. You 2 chess and you're 19. Cool. Can you do it? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's just see if my math is right. So I got a 59, 57, 56, 56. Okay. That's day 1. Group A, day 2. This one is, what are they calling this one? 07? Oh, how do you even say this? It's French. Fake. Comme tu veux? Comme tu veux. What does that even mean? It means as you wish. Fake comme tu veux. Oh. Fake comme tu veux. Okay. Adorable. As you wish. I love a good Princess Bride reference. I don't know if that's what how they're saying it, but when are they starting? In about an hour. Okay. Okay. Where was I? And then Fire Ward. Firmawand? Firmawand? And we don't know what keys they're doing. So it's possible that they're doing a different dungeon pool, right? Is it possible they're doing a different dungeon pool? So they might be doing like Pyre, Rook, and all that. Let's just delete that. Oh, let me finish the max. These are the timers. What was this number? I don't remember what that number was for. Okay, so Warcraft logs says the highest Cinder Brew done on live is a 19. Warcraft log says the highest dark flame cleft on live is a 20. Oh, it's done by Ellesmere, JPC. Okay. Highest floodgate on live is a 19. The highest workshop on live is a 19. The highest pyre done on live, according to Warcraft logs, is a 19. We'll have to check these like every single time, but we'll be able to track the progress here. The highest mother load on live is a 20. The highest Rookery on live is a 19. The highest top on live is a 19. It's my dad. 1 second. All right, thanks for your patience. That was my dad. He's a hoot. He's like so so like he's so funny. My dad is so funny, so crazy. I love him. Yeah, he's doing good. He's doing good. He had to get like a shoulder surgery or something recently, so he's 80. He's did manual labor his whole life. He put all 5 of us kids through private school, so he's in good spirits. He's recovering, and he was just confirming when I was flying in. I'm so excited to go home. I'm so homesick. I'm ready to be back in California, and yeah, it will be fun. He told me to make sure to pack my duct tape so I could just get taped to the chair. My dad thinks that like I get on a plane like it's a party bus. Like he's like, don't be talking to the pilots. And I was like, I'll talk to any pilot. I will always be talking to pilots. Like okay, he's like giving me grief because I like to talk to people when I'm like, if they're working, they have to talk to me. So I might as well be nice, like whatever. And that man literally walks around as if he's running for the mayor of everywhere. Like he's like, like shaking, like I get it from my dad. He literally is running for the mayor of the airplane. And he's like, just bring your duct tape. Maybe if you just tape your mouth this time, they won't have to tape you to the chair like last time. And I'm like, Dad, that was like 3 flights ago. Who remembers that? Like my dad just thinks I get wasted at the lounge and then like gets on the party plane. Like it's a party bus. Like my dad has flown like 1 time in his life. Literally 1 time. Like, he doesn't even know. He doesn't get it. He's so funny. He's literally flown 1 time ever since and it was recently. It was literally like a couple months ago. So he's now making all these plane jokes because he just did a cool life event when he's like 70, like learned a new trick. So he's trying to evolve with these like crappy dad jokes. Oh, man. He just called to practice a few zingers because everyone's coming to the house in a little bit. He's like, oh, I've got to add plane jokes to my Rolodex. He's just he's warming up the dad jokes so when people come and fly in, he's going to be ready. He gets it just like messing with you. Yeah, he's totally messing with me. I have a really good dad. I have really good parents. They've been together forever. They made like so many children. I have so many brothers and sisters, and they are absolutely wonderful. He's such a character. I know, he's fun. But my dad, like that's the thing, my dad isn't a talker. Like he's like, I say that he has like silverback gorilla energy because he just like knows everybody. Like everybody knows him. Like wherever he goes, like people just know him, you know? And they trust him, and he's been in business for a long time, and he's really wonderful. And he doesn't intervene. He doesn't intervene in people's lives, you know? He'll be friendly. Yeah, but sometimes like I can tell when he like he'll go to some like little league event or whatever, and he's talking to people, and the umpire will like come and talk to him, and he's like, I'm not saying anything. Like, I don't know, sir. I didn't see anything. In fact, I'm blind in one eye. What's that? There's like a meme about it that it has like the same energy where my dad's like, I didn't see anything. Oh well, must have left. He's so funny. My dad is. I have a really good dad. I'm glad he called. I was like, okay, bye, love you, see you soon. I'm so excited. And he's like, okay, thank you, bye. So the goal is, so now my sister and I, Devonna, are like, okay, every time we say like, okay, bye, dad, love you, and he says like, thank you, you get a point. No, I love you too. My dad has never been like, oh, I love you, like literally, like ever. But I feel very loved. Obviously, like, I feel very loved, and I'm very confident that he does love me. And my sister and I have this thing where it's like, okay, but I would rather be like, hey, okay, thanks, Dad, love you, bye. And if he says thank you and just hangs up, then it's like, okay, that's like a point. That's like equal. That's like the baseline. But if he says like God bless, then it's like, ooh, he's like really happy. Like if you got a God bless, but like a couple times I've gotten an I love you back. And that's like obviously like I call everybody. I'm like texting the family group chat. I'm like, guess who's the favorite? I got an I love you back, not a thank you or a God bless. I got a real I love you back. I'm sure he said it. I'm sure he said I loved you back before. When things are like really serious or he's like getting out of his like heart attack, I think that's like when he actually started to say it more. He had a heart attack, he was in the hospital, and he did say it back then. But I feel like that was like situational evidence, you know? It's like situational evidence. Like he's feeling like weakened and mortal and like, you know, like that was like a brief lapse of judgment in that guy's mind. Very old school. My dad's amazing. Yeah, got to do the dad loves me more than you. Like everybody knows I'm my mom's favorite. Everybody knows. It's well documented. The only way I can be replaced by my mom's favorite is if I had a child and that child had red hair. Or I guess like if any of my siblings had a child and that child had red hair, then that child would then like become my mom's favorite because my mom has red hair, and she loves red hair. She wanted all of her grandkids to have red hair. She tried to cast that spell on us. She's like, none of my children have red hair, but it's okay. I'll have all ginger grandchildren. And I was like, don't put that on me. Why are you looking at me? I just live here. I mean, anyways, I was muted. Don't put that voodoo on me, Ricky Bobby. Exactly, Pluto. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. Absolutely crazy. I guess I can update this stuff. Where am I going? Wait, what are my flights? Oh, I need to find my flights. My flight detail? I don't know when I'm flying to. Yeah. Okay. What are we using? Wait, what are you using to update your stuff? Wait, what stuff? This stuff? Nothing. I'm just looking at Radar.io. I'm gonna be watching. Oh, my add-ons is called Wow Up IO. Wow Up IO. Some people like to use CurseForge or something like that. It's an app thing. Yes. Yes. Okay. I don't think I put my eye drops in today. My eyes are so dry. One second. Okay. Does it automatically update your add-ons when you log in? No, but it does constantly look for add-ons, and then it's a one-click button. It doesn't automatically update. I don't have that feature. If it's a feature that's allowed, then I don't have that done. I just do it when I just click the one button. Okay. Let's see. Is there anything? Okay, let's see. Group 3. I feel like this is all the money stuff that's needed. Group Day 3. Wait, why are these guys back Day 3? Are these guys out? Wait, are these two out? Are they just taking the top 2 and then adding it? Okay, those guys are out. Do you guys know numbers? Oh, these are total counts of how many teams have done it. They don't get to ban stuff. We know the numbers. Okay, there we go. Top two day one versus top two day two compete day three. Okay, there. I see it now. Use the Wago one that updates week auras. Dude, that my Wago week aura updater is like all busted. Like I use that week aura companion and it's like I linked it to the correct account and everything and it's like, there you go, you got no add-ons, no week auras, you're good. And it's like, dude, what is your deal? I don't know. I've tried everything. The companion app never works properly. I just feel like I'm trying. I even watched like a video that they have, like a guide. I don't know. Maybe I'll message like, does Nagi do it? I could message Nagi. He's always nice enough to reply to me. He's very German. I don't know if he's a nice guy. I think he's nice, but I also know he's like just German. The German excellence of directness. I'm like, I can't tell if I'm bothering him or if he's just really good at communicating. Or like, Bunton, you're missing the social cues. You never know. I mean, I don't know. Thankfully, I grew up in a Dutch household, so people are really direct. It's just, it's fine. I think it's fine. They would literally tell me, they would, I'm just gonna say, like, if they hated me, they would say, please stop messaging me. Or something along that lines, like, never message me again, or stop talking to me, or go read for yourself, something like that. Like, but I do try to read for myself. I literally tell them, I'm like, I'm trying to follow this guide, and as the most like part-time like gamer that's like actually does read, I try to do my research. I'm like the most average. I'm your audience. I'm literally your client. I'm confused. I'm a confused customer. One time, I broke a thing so much that the creator of, I don't remember, where was it? I think I was on PTR. I was trying to like figure out how to do like a week aura or an add-on, and I really needed it for I don't know what it was. And then eventually, like, the creator of the week aura or add-on shows up in chat and is like, what is happening? Why are you doing that? And he's like, oh, that's actually a really big bug. And I downloaded this like bug catcher thing, and I was like showing him, I was like, I don't know what's going on with your week aura or your add-on or whatever, but this is what I'm experiencing. And he's like, oh, that's cool and weird. Okay, update it now. And it was like a live update. It was a really cool back and forth. I can't even remember what the add-on or week aura was called. I like really needed it though. I really needed it. Did they name the bug after me? That would be cool. I don't think so. The Bugton. The Bunton, the ladybug. Oh, that would be cute. I think I would be a cute little pink ladybug. The bunt bug. That would be cool. I could be a bug. I could be a bug. I would be the Bunton beetle. Someone was like, I one time was trying to like, I was trying to make an alt, and I do like buntin, puntin, barntin, burntin, and stuff like that, blurtin. I was doing that sort of stuff, and I was going through just like listing random stuff, and I was like, oh, bugs are cool. And I was like, I could do a hunter and be called Bungton. And they're like, you can't say, like, apparently that's like a bad, it's got like a bad internet, like, lore. They're like, I don't know what bung means, but apparently it's like something absolutely disgusting. And they told me to not Google it. So I was like, oh yeah, okay. I won't do that then. It could be a lie. Okay, is it a thing? I don't know. I don't think this means anything bad. I'm gonna look it up. It doesn't mean anything bad. It doesn't. I don't think it's anything bad. I don't know. Maybe that was a fib. Okay, let's look at. There's one other thing I want to do, and we're going to be doing this in 30 minutes. I want to break out the money. I want to figure out how many group people are buying, how many people are in the event. How much money will people get in the event? Right? Okay, I'm going to see how much money people are making real quick. And I try to make it visual for you guys. Right? Assuming it's like, okay. Okay. The price pool's 3,000. I gotta see how this is built first. Okay, so first place. Okay, let's see. Prizes. First place qualifies, gets 9,000. Oh, this actually might be accurate still. Okay, so it's a $300,000 prize pool. Let's make this money for you guys. But, oh, I don't want zeros. Okay, $300,000. First and second place qualifies to season finals. Okay. And then they got 3, 4. Okay. And then first place, second place, third place gets $5,000. Fourth place gets 4,000. This is actually the same, but it's a bigger price pool. Wait. It's like $400,000. It's $40,000 more than last event, but this is the same for the prize tournament. Okay. And then the season final This is for each group. And then if I divide it by 5, each player will get this much for participating, right? I actually don't know what position they have. They're tied for 3 and 4. So key lime. So depending on the bottom 2, we'll be able to determine if it's 3 and 4. Key lime is 4 though. And we'll shuffle it around when, oops. As people drop off, we'll be able to, after today, we'll be able to determine who will advance to tomorrow. And then from there, whoever gets dropped out today will determine whether or not they fall in this range of 5 and 6. So I don't know their seeds yet. And then from there, I'll be able to determine whether or not each player gets $200 or $400. And that's it. Okay, so for the finale, this is where the 40K comes in. Previously, it was $260K for the total prize pool. The individual groups stayed the same, but they sweetened the pot for the season finale tournament prizes. It does look like first place now gets 120. Next place gets 60, 45, 30. Okay, so this is 120 now. This is 60. This is 45. This is 30. This is 15. And then this is 10. Oh, no, 750. Oops, not 75. My nail caught it. Okay. And then for 5th and 2nd place, they get 15,000. And then last place, 7th and 8th, get 7,500. Okay. So so this should actually stay the same because this has formula integrity. So basically, if you got first place in your group and in your finals, that means that your group won the 9,000 plus the 120,000. So your group, then each group player, assume that's just 5 and there's no 5th man, will make, or 6th man, then it will be $25,000 each. If you got first in your group, but 2nd in the finals, that means you would make the total like 6,000 plus 60,000. Or sorry, 9,000 plus the 6, because you got first in your group and then 2nd in the finals, that means you made 69,000. And that means that each player made $13,000. So the difference between 1st and 2nd place for your individual payout is an additional $12,000. So getting 1st or 2nd is a difference of like $12,000, which is a lot of money to most people. I mean, that's a lot of money to me. So you can see how it's like really great. Did Bunton freeze? Did I? Am I okay? Posture check. Thank you. Okay. So let's pretend that I didn't do 2nd in both group. I didn't add that. I didn't add that math. But you understand like where it's all good. So like let's pretend that you got 3rd in both of your groups. It means you get the 5,000 and the 45,000. Each player gets 10,000. And if you, let's say, get last or 4th place, you did 3rd and 4th place. That means your total group got $35,000 and each person got $7,000. $12 US is like 100K in Canada. Oh my gosh. I got to get good at MDI. It really drops off once you get to the, if you barely make it to the finals, you get 4th place, and then you just show up. If you get fourth in your group, and then you just show up to the finals and you tank it, you can still make $2,000. Individually, because your team makes 11, and assuming that you only have 5 people to divide it between. If you make fourth place in both, meaning fourth place in your finals and then fourth place in MDI, the finals, that means that each player gets $6,000. So it's like half, basically. Okay, we'll make these gray so nobody sees them. And then we'll I'll make them white so nobody sees them, because that's going to be really hard for you guys to see them, I think. But I want to maintain these. Oh, actually, I want this to be black and then this to be, these to be like red. Oops. Because these got dropped off. Actually, I don't even need to do that because I'm indicating that they got dropped off here. Okay. And then this will be group 2. Do we know who's in group 2 now? It's still pretty good money for being last. You can make $2,000. Like, let's say you're you're a title holder. Like, you could do really well still. Like, I think the incentive's still there for sure. Okay, let's look at. Can I see who's in the dungeon group for? Okay, day 1. Day group. Do we have group 2 yet? It just looks like we have group A available. But yeah, the math still checks. They just lifted the finals by 40K. Is this a real event? The Blizzard's hosting 2K take home is insanely low for a billion-dollar company. This is real. This is totally real. That's 2K per player. The team's getting 11,000 if they qualify. You spend more money. Dinner in the office. I mean, it's a 300. This is 300,000. That's like. That's a lot of. That's a couple head counts. Like, that's the thing. Like, they could hire, like, somebody to just do a job. I mean, they did it used to be 2 separate events. Now that I think about it, it actually was 2 separate events totaling like $500,000 for the year. And then now they combined it, and now it's less money for each player. I don't think people understand how much money MDI makes for Blizzard. It doesn't make like any money. It doesn't make any money. Like, Blizzard doesn't even host Race for World First. Blizzard does do MDI, but Blizzard does not host Race for World First. Oh my God, it's so cute. Oh my God, look at this. Wait, these are my hot dog photos. Wait, look at this. Oh, so cute. We're doing a little watch party and Corey made it. It's so cute. I love it so much. Oh my God. I love it so much. Oh my God. I'm trying to post it in Discord right now. Powerpuff Girls. I love it. I love it. I love it. Do I got hot dogs on the grill? No, I don't. Hey, Karma, how are you? Hope you're having a good day. I had so much fun with you last night. Today's a big day. Are you excited? Always a blast. Yes. Let's see. Hope you're having a good day. Oops. There's an MDI event happening right now, and we are going to be doing a quick watch party with Corme and Krista. I love it. Okay, let's see. I got all my homework ready. I know what people are making. I know the payout, like via the payouts and the formats here. I know the timers of all the dungeons. I know what the max level is. I know it all. Some coffee in D4. Oh, fun. New season came out, huh? I love that. Okay, let's see. think it started. I think I started streaming with my friends. Okay. Here we go. Oops. Mute my audio. Let me figure this out. All right, we're getting in Discord. We're trying to figure out how to like co-stream and stuff. So just give us a second while we figure it out, and then I'm going to get my, I guess I'm gonna figure out how to get my MDI up for Twitch. Can I log in? Oh, I can log in. Okay, hold on. Hey, Pyrie. Nice to see you.
So anyone who has some experience on this and knows these issues.
Is this it?
But Division 2, if they want to take them down, they have to also take into consideration the specs they played and the specs that they are going to choose. So as we look at the new specs
Let's go here.
that has been introduced this season, let's get you caught up, all right? So every single day, each of the teams independently will have the amount of specs that they play over successful runs that either push their overall level up or that shorten the amount of time of a run that they had. In those, it'll tally up how many of those specs they used, and at the end of the day, the top 3 specs that were most used for each of the individual teams will be banned out of the pool for them on Sunday, should they make it that far. Now, in the case of a tiebreaker, we will go through in a priority, so we'll go tanks to healers to DPS, and if it still isn't settled, then the teams will be able to choose which of those specs they would like to be eliminated. And of course,
wait,
this
what?
will apply overall to the global finals beyond just banning out some specs coming in. So Zyro, I mean, this has changed things. And do you want to tell us a little bit about how the approaches our teams took on day 1 affected their play?
What?
Yeah,
They can ban
essentially 2 different mindsets on how to approach this new spec variety rule from our teams, and funnily enough, our 2 top teams both did each of those strategies. So we saw the strat that we were more thinking the top end teams were going for from Wunderbar, where they played a sort of alternate comp for the first half of the day to make sure that they were.
Oh, they're finally doing like comp stuff?
That theoretical meta best comp that we've been talking about. They played Guardian Druid, they played Resto Shaman, they played Destro Warlock, and they played Frost DK for more than half of their keys on the day. And as a result,
they banned top 3 specs used are banned. Really?
Shaman, and I believe Frost DK is going to be their pick for their DPS spec, because you can still maybe potentially use Warlock for some of these keys, specifically like the Workshop. But on the other hand, Drive Pug, they just played the meta comp the entire day. They weren't worried about banning things out for Sunday. They just said, you know what, that's a problem for the next guy. We're just going to worry about qualifying through to Sunday. But for them, they're not going to have access to Vengeance Demon Hunter, Disc Priest, or one of the 3 specs. They haven't chosen their DPS spec that they're going to ban out just yet, but it's either going to be the Balanced Druid, the Unholy
I think
DK,
it's pretty
or the
cool that
Arcane
they've
Mage, all of
banned
which are
stuff,
very,
I
very
guess.
powerful right now. So Wunderbar's in a great position for Sunday. They've got all of the top meta specs available to them if they want to play them. Drive Pug, we'll have to see what they can bring out, but it's a little bit worrying for them going to Sunday.
You know, it's that balance. Do you just try to get through, or do you, try to really play the long game? And of course, how it plays out for all of these teams will be something that'll be put to the proof, like you said, Sunday, Zyro. But we can't wait to see how our teams today are going to tackle things. So speaking of which, let's go ahead and introduce you to the rest of Group A. Between prolific individual players and some teams that brought tons of energy in Season 1, there's no doubt that Division 2 has an enormous amount of skill.
Which
and
you're trying to see?
heart.
Obviously, vote Holy Valley first.
Nagura,
Oh.
let's go ahead and kick things off with 07.
Yeah, so the top seeded team for today is going to be 07, and I'm sure there's many names in this team that are going to be familiar to you. We do also have Drogo in here now, which is an NA player, trying his luck with an EU team this time around. And
Wow.
the thing
Usually
is
LaMike is this tank.
that they increase
Maybe
their
he's in
gap
behind the
into
scenes today.
practice runs every single time that they compete. So we'll see if the extra yapping and the NA edition is going to work out for them this time around.
Yeah, and we also have a French team, Cantevu, or as you might pronounce in the US, Come to Vox. They're actually a very interesting team. So a lot of their members are former Impact Raiders, which was a old top 20 guild. They were very good before the guild ended up disbanding.
Let's
They
see.
were randomized if you watched any of the Season 1 TGP MDI stuff as well. So this is
I think
a
we're
team that
getting
has
into
some
Discord so we can
experience.
chit-chat.
And in addition to that, Tokaros, you see the player that's in the middle there that's got the Twitch link. He is a longtime Ellie Shaman main of 15 years, so a very old Ellie Shaman player who's recently started picking up Moonkin. And they kind of talk about how when we send out like pre-weekend surveys, they talked about how he is going to have to be shot calling for them. I'm really interested in seeing if he's going to be picking up this Ellie Shaman for their spec variety rule as well, because I think that Ellie Shaman is actually quite a powerful specialization, and I wonder if they're going to be playing something that kind of works around that Ellie Shaman. But that's not all. We have two other teams, right, Zyro?
Yeah, two more teams to round out our returning fan favorite from a while.
This is
Team
amazing.
The lowest of the seeds today, but
This
don't let
graphic
that
is
surprise you
so
with these guys. They
amazing.
have
This is
definitely
me
shown
whenever
up
I
in the
run
past.
around.
Remember back in the first
That's like my
GP
driving.
within, they were the final team running
Ah,
on Group A.
so
They
good.
won, and they spent 25 minutes overtime timing their final stone vault to upset the competition and make it through to Sunday. Keep an eye on them to potentially do that again today. These guys are a fan favorite in the chat. We see them people spamming copy pastas nonstop for them, so if you want to join in, this is a good team to do it for. And our fourth team, rounding out the squads for today, is the North American upstart team Velocity, led by two-time back-to-back world champion of the Race to World First, Liquid Analyst Telegon, joined by Sensei Sky of former MDI teams like Boar's Money Crew, Slayer of Ducks Can Fly. We've got Augavoker, Rosum, turned healer specifically for the MDI.
Are we supposed to
Got
be
the
able to
melee
hear
prodigy,
Krista and
Rudy.
Cormate? Yeah, we're gonna
We
hop
have
into a call, I
returning player
think.
Who lost sight. He went to Echo for a few tiers, but Show is finally back on North American soil playing for Pop-Tart Corn Dog next year. This is your North American team to root for today, Tettles. Also, there's been a little bit of fun prodding at Drogo over on 07 from Sky, so we'll see if that's actually going to pan out for today. It's a good story for Orlando to look forward for the rest of the day today.
Love it. I love seeing teams just get that rivalry going. Now, Nagura, we're going to take a really fast look at our dungeons here, so perhaps you can touch on them really quick. And of course, our teams have had these revealed to them ahead of time, which is a bit of a change. But Nagura, give us the lowdown. In the meanwhile, Tettles, I think we'll be saying goodbye to you.
Hey there.
And then very soon here we'll be jumping in. But thanks, Tettles. We'll see you in a little.
Hi.
Hello.
Nagura, take us into the
Good morning.
Awesome. World of Warcraft.
And Peter from today. We haven't seen Motherlode and Peter from
Okay,
yesterday, but we have seen
are
Falcon,
we
and that's
pulling
gonna
up,
be
like, the
very
main
interesting,
stream, or
right?
is it
Because
just someone's
all of these
pop?
teams, of course, are hiding their
I was gonna pull up the
So,
Warcraft stream.
the interesting thing
I
is that
didn't know,
some of
because I know like
these
every
teams
team
are
has to have
just some of
one
their
person
strategies
streaming,
potentially
right?
to what they've seen in
But I don't know
previous
their
seasons
actual private.
or not. And if they did,
stuff or not.
Is it gonna pay off for them, or are they gonna be
Yeah, what are they
thinking a
gonna
little more
do?
in dungeon because they just
Oh, nice. They're starting. It's right away.
Ooh, Peter Bait. I don't know most of these teams.
I think they tried to like tie him up. I was just listening to the broadcast earlier while we were getting settled. And I know that Zyro put in like a TLDR of like, these are new teams you might not recognize, but they're familiar players. Like a lot of returning players are here. So he did like a little TLDR about individuals, and some NA players are playing with EU teams, and so a lot of cool people movements. Yeah, I probably will watch just like the main broadcast, so I don't have to like pop around.
Yeah, it's sometimes like nice to go watch like when somebody wipes to go watch their POV. That's something I like doing to try and figure out what happened. Like go back and investigate, but I don't know these people's individual streams.
Yeah. Or they're starting at a 16. Yeah, why are they starting at a 16? Like, is that what all the keys started at? I don't know. I didn't watch
I think it
yesterday.
depends on the dungeon. I think it depends on the dungeon what level they put it at. Because this is different from the past where before it'd be 3 days to push up the keys, but now since it's like 4 teams one day, 4 teams the next day, and the last day is the top 2 from each day, I think they're starting them a little bit higher so they don't have to spend as much time doing the homework keys.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah, I was actually looking at the progression that they did yesterday, and they timed 20s yesterday on keys that weren't even completed on live on 20s, like a dark flame.
Yeah. They were like almost 2 chesting.
Or 21.
Yeah, they were almost 2 chesting like a 20 just because the time in there is so free, which was insane. It's also nice. They got tertiaries this time for the first time ever.
Oh yeah, I heard that. What was that change? Do you know?
I don't know like the exact amount that they're able to get, if they're actually able to get like the cap avoidance or whatever. But yeah, they made it so that you can actually get access to tertiaries. You can actually
Nice.
start like living big stuff.
Yeah, I mean they were like starving earlier with just the enchants and like anything you could possibly try to get.
So everybody else went to theater paint except this one group went to motherload.
Oh, there
Dungeons
looks
are
like they're
motherload. Is that workshop and theater?
I mean they had workshop yesterday. Would they double down and do double? I mean, they had workshop yesterday. So it's obviously just motherload and top. I don't know. Maybe let me pull up the radio. Maybe they got all the 3 dungeons listed finally for today.
Yeah, normally it takes a little while for them to update stuff. It's a little confusing.
Oh, it is. It's flood. It's motherload, flood, and top today.
Ooh, okay. Floodgate's really fun to watch. I'm glad because workshop is like it's just bosses.
Oh yeah.
I
Oh
was
yeah.
watching the I was like watching yesterday's like when I woke up this morning, and it was the same thing. Like, I mean, Aguro was saying with the polls and whatever, that workshop, like you said, it kind of has like the least amount of variant. And when I was watching each like team do it, you really are just kind of like watching the same thing over and over.
Yeah, I mean, like eventually, like all of them just like meld into like kind of the same route. I guess it won't exactly be that way because everybody has to run different comps. They're trying to play the
Yeah, I know a lot of
new
people.
rule. I can remember. I don't know how to name it or what to call it. The thing where you can't keep playing the same spec the 2 days in a row.
Yeah, the like class elimination thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so like I know whenever you hear people talk about keys and stuff, they're like, "Oh, I like it when there's different polls you can like make or like
Yes.
decision making and like bigger polls and stuff like that." But in workshop, they don't have any of that. Do you think it's good that we kind of have like a variance, or should they all just kind of be like have like options? You know, you can pick your route. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think workshop. I think you're trying to ask about like choices you have when you're routing, right?
Yeah, because like some people generally say like I like having options. I like making my own route and being able to choose where I go. And Mechagon isn't that. I was wondering like
Yeah.
for the pool in general, if you think it's good to sometimes have dungeons where you don't really have agency over that and have a nice mix, or should they all just kind of like you should have agency over all of them?
I feel like you should have more agency than you have in workshop because like theater like I think a good like comparison is like theater is one of those dungeons where you feel like you don't have agency because it's also just like 3 wings that feel pretty linear, but like you can kind of pick and choose to go left or right when you do like the undead wing, and they could choose to skip the mini bosses because they're not that hard to skip because you only need like a tiny bit of movement speed in order to do it. But workshop is one of those where like that last pack before the last boss is just like almost unplayable on a high key, and then it just kind of makes the rest of your like route so linear. I think the only thing you can change is like how many dogs you pull or something like that, and that's about it. I feel like some feeling like a little bit linear like theater is okay, but I think workshop, the fact that this is the third season where it's been a thing and the route is still the same as it was the very first time we started pushing it at BFA says a lot about that dungeon.
Yeah. You know what I realized is like, because for the
It's like the
longest
Super
time I
Bowl?
didn't
Yeah.
learn keys, and then when I started trying to learn tank, which I did like the more recent expansions, this is just like selfish thought, but I realized I liked the linear dungeons because no one could complain about this one pull that this one
That's
team
true.
did.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
No. And I'm
Yeah.
like, how the fuck would I have known about that unless I've ever streamed out 24/7? So that's like one thing I like about the linear dungeons.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, as a tank, that's
Yeah.
pretty biz.
Yeah, I guess it does come down to like it. Then people have to focus on like their individual like excellence and execution. Like there's no, going around individual like cooldowns. You don't have to worry about the mob density. It's just like, hey, this is what we're doing. Best of luck. Play good and we win.
Mm-hmm.
Use your cooldowns. Survive.
I think it's definitely fair to say the thing about like the routing thing as well when dungeons are changing every season. Like before when it was like, oh, these are the dungeons, the whole expansion, you have so much time to learn them, and now it's like, oh, every 6 months you have a whole new pool of dungeons to learn. Wanting more linear dungeons does make a lot more sense. Yeah, trying to keep up with like all the new tech and all the new pools and different routes when it's changing that often is pretty frustrating.
Actually, yeah. So I got super humbled. Like I want to say I would push like every other season. And by push, I mean not like MDI level. Maybe like when it's like scoring the highest key possible, I'm like 1 or 2 levels below, just to give an idea of that range. But I realized like I would take a step back from a tier, not play, and then I would go into the next tier. And then I think these past 2 tiers I haven't like pushed at all. And I remember thinking for the longest time like, oh, if people like pull up MDI that don't play WoW, they could, if they like listen and pay attention to the casters, they could understand what's going on. I haven't even played for like 2 seasons, and then when I was watching, even with the background knowledge I had, I realized like how hard it actually is to understand and like how many little passive things that we actually know just by playing. It's like so much to get into. Like even if you take a tier off, and then I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, I got humbled. Do you remember when we brought back what was that? Vortex Pinnacle? Like a while ago. Like that is a linear dungeon and no one can fight you on routes, right? It's like, do you want to pull that first dragon or the second dragon? And that's it. That's the only thing you could do, right? And I was on PGR tanking and I didn't read any patch notes, so I just immediately pulled that second dragon boss up to like the stairs thinking that I could do cool stuff. I was like, nope, I totally killed the whole group. Like, I was bringing in my old tech. It was so bad. It's so funny.
Rough.
Yeah.
Taking is the absolute worst. It's just like, I just killed the whole group because I thought I was.
Hey,
strong.
Jordy.
Yeah.
Yo, thank you so much. It's so good to see you.
Like the worst part is, I think of all key roles, tanking is actually my favorite. And that's
Jordy, are you enjoying ZG?
There's such a disproportionate amount of players like that want to do DPS and then healer and then like tank, and it's like by far the worst for tank. I actually enjoy tanking, but then the second I get in, if I do like one sort of inefficient route, just because like there is no centralized place, by the way, to show you like what all the good routes are that like the top teams are doing. Like you have to search around for that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like if it was in like one centralized place, it would be a lot easier because like I think you get yelled at the most as a tank. So I don't know. I was like, I remember I even messaged Megaset. I was like, do you know if there's like a tank somewhere that like uploads full VODs and explains like bit by bit what they're doing, like Megaset kind of does with her like Miss Weir videos? And at the time that I asked her, she's like, I don't actually think there is. And I'm like, how do tanks even learn? Like, it's just so much.
I feel like Trell, when he used to play, he used to do that a lot. And then like, I think Dorky did it at some points, and then he probably stopped. But yeah. Or Tactics used to do it too, I think.
I
But,
think
like,
that
yeah, they come and go when they do it. Like, it's not like consistent like she is.
yeah, she's definitely. I love Makeup because she doesn't gatekeep, and you know you could always go and ask her in her stream, and she's always really nice, and she always does the really like her VODs even are her YouTube's all like organized, so you can skip to like what question you have almost. It's she's really well organized. I don't think that there's anyone who puts that much user experience consideration into their explanation videos like that. I know that Yoda does some stuff, but that's about it. I was trying like so when I first started at Raider AO with routes, I was doing that weird stuff on the side, and I would take all the MDI routes and I would try to explain like what I think I saw, but that's still like a game of telephone, right? Like I don't play the game at this skill set or these key levels. I don't know what's dangerous or what cooldowns they're using, you know, or what their formula of success is, because it's like a team effort, right? Like so I might see the healers only using like their big abilities on certain packs, like obviously big pack, big cooldowns. Like that's easy to kind of like make an assumption about, but just because you're not using like a powerful cooldown doesn't mean that pack is safe. Like there's coordinated interrupts. People could be using their defensives, you know? So it's like there is no central place for like a uniform group to have an easy visibility quite yet. I mean, if anybody in chat wants to make a marketable impact, that's where I would definitely subscribe right away.
I'm putting that thought out there if someone makes it. Like, I just need central information for like, here's the routes, here's the different variations that go, here's the classes needed for it, and here's how you do the poll. Like, if something like that existed, I'd be happy.
That would be a lot of work, but that'd be nice. Yep.
Yeah, my routes are not like I'm no longer writing for Raider AO, but we built this like heat map situation, so you can see like common routes with each like key level based off of like popularity of like the automated routes that are happening. So that's kind of cool, but it doesn't really give you that like granular breakdown that everyone is hoping for. I know for each boss, like I try to write like a TLDR, like, hey, if you're a tank him to the side of the wall and use a defensive for this. And if you're a healer, this ability spicy. But it doesn't, just because something is spicy on a 10 or through like a 12, because that's like my strike zone, is like a beginner learner. It doesn't mean that that's going to be your recipe. Like it's not evergreen content because, well, you two ladies know more than me, is like the higher the key is, like something that's dangerous in a 10 or when you're learning the key can like not scale, but something else is really powerful. And then that becomes like your most like scary ability or whatever, right?
Yeah, like those little notes that you're talking about is exactly the kind of thing that people need if they want to go into higher pushing. Like, I know this is a super long throwback example, but in the Arcway, there was like a massive poll you could do in this room where there was like these 3 packs of like caster things, sort of. It's been a long time. But I remember, like, as a tank, when you wanted to gather the room, you had to press a defensive at a specific time.
Legion, I always get zoned out. I have no clue what's going on.
Oh, yeah, sorry. There's, like, this pack where it's, like, they all start casting on you at a specific time as a tank, and you have to press a defensive before even touching the mobs. Like, there's little things like that, like, how would you know?
Yeah, no, you wouldn't know until you die immediately.
Exactly. And then it's like you just like wasted like 25 minutes because you didn't know that one small specific thing that you're supposed to do as a tank. Like that kind of stuff, if I just had a big document per dungeon, that would make me really happy.
I'm literally like, I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm literally trying to find that exact poll. It wasn't the rats area. Was it the mana worms? Or was it the undead people?
It was these 3 packs of, what were those people called? Were they like the withered?
Oh, the withered people?
I think so. I think it was after the second boss. It was a circular room.
Oh, I have it. I literally have it on like an old MDT.
Yeah, that room, like.
Yeah, I think it's this one.
And I remember that was like, the team was nice about it, but I was like,
oh no,
bad when you do it, and then I'm like, how the fuck was I supposed to know that though? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, you don't. I mean, you literally do not. Hopefully they change it when these dungeons come back. The thing about Arcway is that you never really, like, the doors would change. You know, one day it was like you had a right path and one day you had a left path.
It's like Waycrest, like that.
Yeah, it was just like Waycrest. So you didn't know what your route was going to be until you started the key. And of course they had crazy affix like overflowing and teaming, you know, that were just like so punishing for no reason.
They should have like an April Fool's thing where they actually bring back the least popular affixes like for 1 week. Just
Oh no.
No, that would be terrible.
Oh no.
At all. I do not miss them at all.
Yeah. I totally went down the rabbit hole and pulled up like a screenshot of all the old affixes like back in the day. Like inspiring, necrotic, skittish.
Skittish this season would be horrendous because it's actually just like perma skittish already. That would be pretty bad.
Oh no.
Yeah,
I
is
did-
true. Like, oh sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say like that is true. Like in hindsight, I feel like current normal tanking today, which I know has been adjusted a lot, feels like old skittish back in the day. Because way back, like you wouldn't lose threat like ever.
Yeah, like once you got in there, you were good to go. And I think it also has to do with like back then, like I feel like during these, like when these dungeons were prime time, for some reason I just feel like warriors were peak, like and warriors go in and they have like a snap threat always because they just go in there and clap, right? But you can see here that they're playing like paladins and DHs and stuff, and sometimes that can be a slower generation process. I feel like sometimes I guess I also play like lower keys, so there's a lot of people who are learning with me in the dungeon. But yeah, just paladins, it's tough without like your shield. If you don't have a shield, then it's like, nah, you know, can't get snap threat if something gets pulled in sometimes.
Ooh, okay, small sort of related thing. Something that irritated me from the start is like I got this two-handed weapon. Oh, I got best in slot right away off of like one arm bandit. I'm like, oh, this is great.
Heck yeah.
But then it's like,
Heck yeah.
I
Heck
go
yeah.
to keys. I go into keys and then you can't press Shield of the Righteous as an H-Pal,
Yep.
and it's like
Oh.
I just feel like, okay, well, there's no damage, then like it's frustrating.
Oh,
Yep, it's pretty
tragic. You're like Bis raid.
Yeah.
Bummer.
Like because like at the beginning of the expansion, you couldn't craft a weapon as a paladin, right? Because of that, because you needed a shield.
I'm trying to remember. I'm the worst person to ask because I got a best in slot, so I like wasn't paying attention.
I just look at Ellesmere,
Yeah, honestly,
my saving light.
I look at him and I look at Ilvanari, the HPAL for PC, but I don't think he does. Actually, I don't want to say that for sure. I don't know if he does keys.
No, Nijibe doesn't do keys. His raids. Raiding
he's
hero.
Powerful. He's a powerful. Yeah, I guess Ellesmere is a good like. He's good for both those. He's a powerful raider and key pusher.
Yeah, when I was looking at the top keys that are done on live, it's very uniform. Like obviously, like the meta will always like, you know, reign. Like it's just like like the whole log is like saturated and stuff. And it's nice to see there's some outliers of people who really masterclass like a spec and talent. So it will be, I think it like Ellesmere obviously is like breaks up the meta when you see that like roster of high keys done on Warcraft logs. So I'm actually really excited to see MDI finally like showcase some, I don't know, player. I don't know what the class
Variety.
elimination process. Yeah. Because I feel like that's what pugs are really missing is that when you see a recipe for success and you already know like the formula of like, okay, you do this pack work, you can pull like this with this specific class. It's like, it's almost like a puzzle, right? And we're only seeing like tiny little pieces of it. We don't know how, and everybody comes in, like everyone has like busy lives and stuff. So when you come into game, you don't want to like recreate the formula, you know?
Yeah.
You just want to like get in here. You want a game. You just want it to be easy.
I think that's the part that people miss the most about playing when you play like off meta is that it's not that like your class isn't capable, it's just that like you have to redo the strategy for the dungeons because like the polls that are like good and like the stops you have and everything are so different once you start switching up the classes, and it's like okay, well now you have to like prog it and actually be creative and original on your own once you start playing those off meta classes, and that's like the main problem is if like your class doesn't immediately just replace all the utility the class you're replacing had. I think that's like the big piece of the puzzle I think most people miss, and they're like, no, my survival hunter is good enough to do high keys. It's like, yeah, it probably is, but then like the whole group has to work around whatever it is that you're not bringing that the other class had, and that's like the main problem is that the other people don't want to do that.
I
Yeah.
make that same comparison actually for like League, because it's just like it's the same thing where like if you're doing ranked and someone is like picking a certain lane and they pick something that's like inoptimal, it's just like sure. Or some people get mad at you for playing something inoptimal. It's like, yeah, sure, like you might be kind of good at it, but it would just be overall better if you pick this one thing. There's another thing with WoW too that there's a lot of like talk about. You see like on the Reddit, especially all the time, where you can bring a certain class to do a certain high key, and
HMT.
it may not be optimal. And you'll see some people say, "Oh, you don't have to play the best class," but a lot of people also kind of like may not invite you for two reasons. Is one, they know it's not bis, and two, the point that you brought up where it's like they have to change a lot of things around your class. So it does kind of eventually just like pigeonhole people into playing like the bis.
I was just looking, like last weekend, at all to see if all classes and specs have completed like a 15 on time. And sure enough, like every single one, like every there's like 5 affliction locks, but they're clearing like every single, like whatever you want to play in this game, you can do up to a 15. And I know that's not like what we're watching today, but I think 15 is like really good. Like you'll get 3K IO, you'll get all of the accolades and achievements for it, and that's I think that's, I would be really happy with the 15.
Yeah. I think like just because like the balancing will never ever be totally perfect, I think as long as each class can comfortably do 15s, I think that's fine. Anything past that is like, yeah, you're going full like min max level.
Oh, it looks like we got some keys done already.
Yeah, I think because they went motherload, it's faster than the theater that the other 3 are in. But, like the other 3 are all like pretty tied.
Well, technically, Motherload's timer is like 5 minutes longer than Theater of Pains.
I think it's just like easier to like speed run it because you can just pull big and like there's not a lot of travel time.
There you go.
You just, like very like.
You have to like run a marathon because it's so like you have to go every wing and then backtrack and stuff. Yeah.
And mini bosses always suck.
There's a lot more RP in Theater of Pain, I feel like.
I know.
Have you guys seen? Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I was just saying, have you guys seen, maybe it's just because I play Rhett sometimes, this boss, Mordratha, have you seen like her frontal here, this Dark Devastation frontal, like bug out?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I feel like it's bugging out more than ever. Do you know what makes it happen?
I have no clue what makes it happen.
Okay, just scary. Scary stuff.
I just know that like we have Roybin playing this week, and I don't know if you guys remember like that. It was like that TGP like 2 seasons ago when they're inside of Oldemon and they wiped 3 times to the second boss, just bugging out his beams, and it completely ruined their weekend. I bet you that's gonna happen to her this weekend again.
No.
Yeah. I actually do have two girls this weekend.
Oh, wait, I saw Roybin. Who else?
Velocity's healer.
Oh, good to know.
Do you guys have like a prediction of who you think is gonna win in this? Not bracket. This group.
I would guess like the Roybin, Dr. J, Shelly team, just because like they're the most experienced out of unless there's like people on these teams whose names I don't recognize.
Evade has a cope.
Like Firmawand and Comtiva. I don't really recognize any of the names that well.
Yeah.
So I would guess the Roybin, Shelly, Dr. J team is probably the favorite. I didn't look
That's
at the time trials for this group though beforehand.
Yeah. No, that's what I was thinking too, but I have a little bit of a bias. because
Team
I
noticed
like
it, the
this.
boss, Shreddinator,
Yes, I love Roybin. So
Floodgate
like,
only.
yeah, I'm
Oh
all for
gosh,
Roybin.
it does bug out. Okay.
I don't think she gets quite enough credit for the amount of times she's like ranked 1 and stuff.
Oh yeah, and it's cool too because like, well, obviously she's an amazing multi-classer, but she's just like a hard Resto Druid. She kept advocating for Resto Druid when J. could not. And she still keeps it going.
That's true, yeah. Yep.
Oh yeah, it was like the first thing she said to me at BlizzCon, by the way. Like she's like, you like I'm not picking a fight with Resto Druids. That's Ellesmere. I'm just a paladin. Like, what?
Yeah.
It was so funny. And then of course, like her and Wild Grandma got together. Like, oh, I couldn't get away from that fast enough. I should turn Krista up. Okay. Yeah, they're so wonderful. I had a really great time meeting them at BlizzCon. You too.
It was great. Yeah, actually, we need.
I did what?
We need another party. Next
You
next
love-
Tuesdays, we're gonna have another big house party again.
Yes, yes.
That was so much fun. Okay, let me see if I can turn her up.
You know
Oh,
what,
she's
I
max
actually
volume.
went to the same
Grandma's
house, by the
here.
way, and it's gone. Hi, Grandma.
Really? What they do?
I'll turn to just Discord up.
No,
You
it
love,
is, like, I checked Airbnb. I even checked the host. I even emailed.
Grandma,
the
you
host
love
and sent the
druids.
Email like everything. The host is gone. The house is gone. So I think they like sold it.
Oh
or
my
something.
god.
I
Oh
was trying to
dang.
get that
The
same
new
house, I
BlizzCon
couldn't get it.
house.
I'm searching already. Don't worry.
Nice.
Year and a half ahead of time. That's good.
I sure do.
Kind of sad it's not for so long. Are either of you guys doing the Boston thing?
No, I have a trip planned already. But it does look like a
fun.
lot of fun. What's my favorite candy?
Oh my gosh,
Chocolate.
Grandma talking 15s, just starting her 13s. I barely have my 10s done.
Then turn your Discord up. Yeah,
I'm gonna
I'm
have to
trying.
hitch my wagon to that 13s group.
Yeah, apparently there's this thing where once you get like all 12s, you get this like resilience buff and your key doesn't depreciate. Like after it doesn't drop if you don't time it. You can just restart it.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. That is
Yeah.
we started keying again and we just have a friend who just has resilient 16s. And so we were just like, let's just spend 2 hours learning Priory yesterday. And like every time we mess up, we just zone out and just go again. Just like we were on Tournament Realm. It was so nice. I was like, this is the way to go.
Oh, so it's wait, you said 16s? Like does it like if you
Yeah,
time
like, once you-
all Oh, tell me
Yeah,
about
once
it.
you time every key on a certain level, then your keys that person's key will never de-level. So our friend, because like, we have resilient 15s right now, we almost have resilient 16s, but we didn't have Priory done yet. And so since he had the resilient 16, we could just keep going in practicing the polls and then get it. And then like once we time all 16s, then you become resilient 16. I think like teams in EU like already have like resilient 18s and stuff like that. So like
Oh my god.
that individual, their key will never be able to deplete from an 18.
Wow.
It's really nice because it's just like when something silly happens where you like make a mistake during like a skip or something, if it's like a resilient key, like before you'd be like, oh my god, I can't believe we have to go run this key on a like whatever level because our
It starts at a
stupid
12.
like
Okay.
boomkin like ran into this thing and now it's just like, oh no, let's just zone out and go again. It's just it's so nice.
It's always the
It makes-
boomkins. I'm just kidding.
I was like, what class do I say here? No, it's just like it's just so nice because then there's like so little like there's like less animosity in the group. It's just like cozy and like fun because like when
Yeah.
you mess up, it's like, oh, we can just zone out and do it again.
Yeah. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
I think that's a great implementation, especially for
Yeah.
that is an idea that Blizzard had that I loved for both like high key pushers and a quality of life for pugs. Like if and I've
Yeah.
realized that more people are saying like, hey, I have resilience 12, so it's fine. Like if we mess up the first pull in mother load because we all decided we want to do it all at once and a detonate goes off, it's like, no, we're fine, just restart it. Like it's no time lost, it's fine, just restart.
Yeah, that definitely is a good thing because like I've never been quite at the level where it's like we're practicing specific polls. Like the first time I heard about people doing that, it like blew my mind. But I remember way back in like when Freehold first came out in BFA, I was told about this like paladin, and it's like they would literally buy some people's keys, freeholds, just to practice the first poll, like over and over and over. Like the big one in
Yeah. I know
it's
what
like
you're talking about.
the start, and then there was like a different one that they did that I think was kind of in the boss room, but I don't know, many moons ago.
Yeah, I think like what teams used to do is like they used to wait for the MDI to roll around, and even that was like before TGP, and it was like even though they didn't want to compete in the MDI, they would just use that to go practice their polls for live, and that's what you'd have to do. You have to wait for the MDI to come around, go in the tournament realm, so you could like practice whatever it was you wanted to do, or like theory craft it. And now there's a lot more like room for experimentation by using like the resilient keys. See like, oh, can we pull this? Can we pull these 3 muscles in the front room of Citibrew Meadery? Let's try about 4 times before we decide that's not a good idea.
Oh man, pugs love pulling in the muscles, and then there's like
And
chewies in
chewy.
there,
Yep.
and of course like the pyrotechnics are going off, and you're like sweating because you can't just smell fast enough, and nobody's using their cooldowns, so you just end up like taking turns throwing your bodies at it. It's like such a mess. Oh my god. All right, hold on. Did we update finally?
I think the only bad thing about resilient keys that people are complaining about is everybody's like, oh, the boosting is going to be very rampant this season, which is true. It is going to be like worse than
Oh.
ever because it's going to be so easy to boost people, like sell keys.
Is that like is it like what's the market like to your knowledge? Like I don't really know that much about it.
I mean,
Like-
we most of my gold comes from selling like higher keys and selling title, but like, it's pretty decent. Usually, it's like
Like people buy
you
it.
make yeah,
Like,
a lot of people,
I don't.
a lot of people
We
will
don't,
just like
obviously.
yeah, like a lot of people will pay. I think like Dragonflight people would pay like 30 mil for title or something like that. And then you just like take them through all the keys to get them title, and that was it. But like, there's definitely always people like buying that stuff.
Yeah.
And so it just
totally.
makes it like, and so like because of like the way the resilient keys are, I feel like it's a lot easier to sell. Because like that was like something people used to complain about a lot. Is like, oh, I'm not getting my 0.1% title because people are boosting all these people, right? And so then they're taking the 0.1% spots. And it might be even worse this season because of that. I'm not sure if it's going to be because we're not going to know until much later, but it's definitely like a possibility.
Okay, I was actually so curious about that because I see the same thing that you're talking about, where there'll be a good amount of people saying like, "Oh, I'm not going to get it because so many people boost it." But I wonder how much of that is cope or what percent of the titles are actually boosted. Because in my opinion, it'd probably still be like a minority. But even if it took up like 10% of the titles or something, that's still like a lot.
I doubt it's separate. I think the majority of the discourse was last season with all the Chinese people that were like that bought it and got boosted, and like I think Blizzard ended up resenting some of them or something. I didn't really follow that closely because we're not in China, so I don't really pay that much attention. I think that was like where most of the discourse was last season on that. But I think in seasons past, people would complain, but I doubt it's that high of a number. It's probably like 2 or 3% at most. I don't think it's that big because like there's not that many groups that are like able to like sell that, and then like also there's only so many they want to sell before they're like, okay, this is boring. Like
Yeah.
There's only so much you can do with WoW gold. It's just like, what do I need more gold for? That's it.
I mean, in theory, they're like four-manning a dungeon, right?
Mhm.
And you're telling me that your team can't outfox four people,
I
you
thought
know?
they piloted them.
Mm,
Blah.
no, normally like we would only when I used to do it, we'd usually only do it with players like we had them play. They would never AFK. We usually always
Oh,
had them play, and it'd have to be someone who at least like knew how to play their class. Like you couldn't just take like someone who wasn't going to kick and listen and press their defenses and stuff like that. Because like if that was
Resky
happening, then it
stopped at
wasn't
15?
possible to sell them. They just had to be like a
No,
decent enough.
she was saying that some
like just be able
people
to
in League
listen.
have res keys that are 18.
That makes so much sense because I remember I was asking a PvPer about this, how they were doing gladiator carries, and they're like,
Mhm.
you have to kind of be a certain level until we can reasonably carry you. And I think at
Yeah,
the time, this was a long time ago, but they're like, they're like, if you're at maybe 2K, we can carry you to Glad, like naturally. And I'm someone that falls in the 2K category, but that means for someone like me, I would have to pay like the max price because it kind of is like win dependent.
yeah.
So, not that I was like considering. I never had the gold, by the way. Just hypothetically, because I like knowing stuff. So
Yeah, I'm totally clueless, but I know
I
that
am very bad at PvP. I did
hear-
like one season, and then I was like glad like one season. I was like, I'm never doing that again. That was not fun. And also,
Usually sell people who are
PvP
close.
very mean.
that's fair.
They're so mean to you. After every game, they're
Aw.
just whispering you stuff. I'm like, why? Why are we doing
No.
this?
I will confidently say this and back you up. PvP community is so freaking toxic. Like, no thanks. There are some big PvPers, like
30
women in
mil.
particular, where like, because I used to follow a lot of them, just because I like would vicariously watch, because I never got into PvP as well. But the most common thing a lot of them would say is like PvP is very toxic, and they're like, especially to women, and they're like, you
Yeah,
have it pretty rough.
I get harassed a lot. I don't know how they do it. Kudos
No,
to
me
them.
neither. I'm glad I like PvE.
Same. Also, because it feels like WoW PvP is like kind of dead.
Yeah, I know. Oh my gosh, I was kind of watching this too because they got the solo shuffle, and I know a lot of like teams were complaining that this was like because solo shuffle became more and more popular, so it was kind of like in their minds like taking away from the team PvPing. And then I know a lot of them were afraid that that would start to take over like the competitive format, but I don't want to say this like confidently because I don't pay attention to it enough. But I remember when it first came out, there was a lot of people like upset because there was like splitting the competitive PvP base a bit.
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely true. I think it made queue times for regular PvP like really long. People would just like stop queuing, and it made it a lot less fun. And then also like the queue times for solo shuffle, if you're not a healer, are just insane. And I think like that's a wild combination of just like, yeah, if you want PvP, you just have to AFK for 30 minutes, play for 10 minutes, AFK for 30 minutes, and queue. I'm like, that sounds miserable.
That's a normal LFG PvE experience, though. I feel like if if I'm in DPS and I'm looking for keys, like I'll be in queue applying to like 10 at a time, trying to get into a key. And then when I do get into a key, hopefully it completes. But if it does get scuffed in the first like 3 minutes, it's like, well, then back to the collection bin, back to the LFG queue. So 10 minutes sounds like
zone in, die to the first pull, zone out. All right, back to an LFG simulator.
Yeah. I was talking to Johnny One Leg like years and years ago, and I said the LFG simulator is kind of like going to the fridge. Like, you're like feeling snacky and you like keep going and you keep looking, and eventually like logically that like no good snacks are in your fridge. Like nothing good for you is in there, but you keep going back because you're bored and you want some snacks. Fine. But it's like I keep going to my fridge because it's not that the food changes, it's just that my standards keep lowering. So it's like eventually I'm just going to be doing a 10. Maybe I'll do a 9, and I hope that they invite me to the next key so I can get my 10 done for the vault. It's so stupid.
Yeah, that's just like a nice metaphor for life, honestly, with like every...
Yeah. They're not coming back because they've grown up or interested in you. They just keep coming back to see if you're stupid. It's like, yeah. Thanks, dudes. Oh my god.
Well, luckily we've been able to avoid that as the wholesome team player healer gamers.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
the Q thing alone is like I thought for a long time like I just want to go like literal payphone DPS, more enjoyable role, but purely when I look at the queue times, I'm like, I don't want to come home from work, have like 5 hours left, and have like half of the time wanting to do keys just kind of like waiting. And then
Mhm.
like what if I'm not playing a meta class? Because I also really don't like class swapping. And then I'm like, I'm just not cut out for it.
Yeah, you have to be like really dedicated to just like wasting a lot of time or being the best, I guess, if you want to be a DPS for sure. It's definitely more competitive if you want to be a DPS in this game. That's why I play healer, you know.
No, I feel that. I mean, the reason I ultimately ended up playing healer for so long was just because like I don't want to say I got forced into it. I was just new to the game. Someone asked if I could heal. I said, sure. You know, I didn't know what that was. And I just like healed. And then I kept getting invited as a healer. And like, that's how I became a healer. Like, I didn't know what I was doing. They took advantage of my like, my greenness. Stuck in this role forever.
Yeah. It's like, just follow me around and heal me. Make sure I help me not die. And that's how it gets sold to you. Yeah, I have this like, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say that's how I got into like RBGs when they like first came out. It was like I wasn't even that good, but because they needed a healer, like, oh, come play, like you listen. Like that was it.
So, yeah, you're invited. Just tag along, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have this like really polished theory, and I'd like to tell you a little story if you guys have a second. Like basically, so I was looking up like statistics of like how many classes and specs have cleared 15s, and it kind of went down a rabbit hole, right? I was like, why are there disproportionately more druids?
Is this for
players? Like why? Like it's not just meta. I think it really comes down to like how we're sold and like to the initial like how we were introduced to the game, because I don't know how you guys talk to new players. Like when you're talking about WoW, it's like you kind of like list off what you can do. It's a team environment game, right? And so it's like, okay, are you somebody who wants to lead the group and kind of like charge into battle and get hit in the face? Or do you want to, you know, smash buttons and do big damn and just kind of gamble and fight your way through, like up close or at ranged? Or do you want to sit back, kind of help make sure everybody is alive, and then also like manage from, you know, behind, and that's like a safer space? And I feel like most people are like, well, I don't know what I want to choose, and druid and all these hybrid roles are kind of like the sweet spot where you can learn and play, and then also have the option to flex into different roles.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
So druids. Oh, go for it.
I feel like you're cutting you off. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I was gonna say I actually recommend the same thing. Like if someone says like I don't know what I want to do, blah blah blah, I ask similar questions, and if you still can't pinpoint something that they obviously very specifically would want to do, I'm always like druid, paladin, or monk.
Yeah.
Range is safer.
That's a pretty safe bet.
That's true.
I also feel like just like when you were younger and you're starting out, like especially if you're playing Alliance, like everyone wanted to be like a night elf, and then you just like naturally like, oh, this thing can shapeshift and can do everything. Druid. Like why wouldn't you want that? I feel like that was a logical first.
It is pretty sweet. Like being able to run fast, and swimming was a big piece of the game when you were leveling in like vanilla and stuff. It was just so nice to just not drown, I guess.
I think my druid actually has like 3 deaths to drowning on it. I'll have to pull up the summary.
My druid has like at least like 20 just from doing the quest to get the swim form when I was like 11 years old. Just like that thing was so hard. It was like 3 straight days after school. I remember coming home and being like, I keep dying to fatigue, and then I have to keep swimming back to repair and swimming back out.
Oh, no.
Actually, that's so true. I remember you had to go through this long chain just to get like a dispel or
Yep.
something as well.
It was so bad.
I've never done it. I've never done the
Oh.
druid quest. What
There's a
like,
lot of them. You have to like swim out like really far, and then like you have to like swim down to this ship, and there's a bunch of like mobs around it that like kill you, and like if you don't know where you're going because you're like you have Thoughtbot on your one monitor because you're 11.
yeah, the one monitor.
And my brother is just sitting next to me yelling at me like, "It's right there. Just kill it, you idiot!" Like,
No.
like the entire time.
Psychological warfare.
Yeah,
It's a real life affix.
yeah. I mean, he's
Oh,
like
really
he
is.
was a healer, so that was the reason I ended up healing because then like it was like, oh, we can just heal Kara together. That was how I ended up healing. He's like, yeah,
Oh, that's cute.
pull up another healer. Yeah.
Did he also play a druid?
No, he played a shaman.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so what I'm hearing is that we need to change how we sell sell the pitch to new players. We need more tanks.
Yeah,
We
we
need-
just have like
you
tanking
know?
is the most fun. You'll always get invited.
Yeah.
No pressure, super easy job.
Yeah, just run in
Very
and
rewarding.
get hit in the face. Yeah. We need to It's
Would
not
you,
your
like-
fault if you die. It's everybody else's.
Honestly, probably more true than that though. Like if you're doing a route that is like decent, I think if you die, it's probably more your group's fault as a tank. I feel like it's kind of hard to mess up
Girlies.
your unless you're
Hey,
doing super high
Dottie.
keys, of course. I think it's actually kind of hard to like mess up your defense.
So good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, and if the dungeons become more and more linear, it's like just W.
Yeah, like you know what the big hits are. Especially like Little Wigs is really good at highlighting like when the big hit is coming out. I think some of them even just say like defensive.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, when I go I moonlight as a tank sometimes and it definitely tells you like defensive and stuff. And now there's even weak auras for DPS to say like it tells you like 5 seconds before to pop a defense.
I see this like discussion come up a lot around tanks specifically, and like I don't know if there's a really good answer to it, but what do you think would be a good way to get people like into tanking or make it more like attractive?
I think you just have to make it a lot easier and make it do more damage. Like threat needs to not be a mechanic. They need to do more damage so it feels more fun, and then like just make the mechanics like even though like you say like just like oh you just press a defensive and you live like as long as you do it correctly, just make it like a little bit more forgiving. And like even if they just do that for like a couple seasons where they make it easy, like that would do a lot just to move
Oh,
people
yeah.
into tanking and getting into it. They don't necessarily have to keep it that way, but
I see the damage thing said a lot.
Yeah,
Which is
community
interesting,
learning.
Which I mean, it kind of makes sense because I know for me, I don't really care how much damage I'm doing.
Mhm.
But yeah, then I realized like, kind of in the same breath, I feel like a lot of people like a class more because of how much damage it does, rather than like the play style. But I'm like
Yeah.
out of this realm a little bit because I'm like a healer. Like people often say like, "Oh, Legion Paladin HPAL was super super fun," which it was. But then I'm like, I wonder what percentage of people are saying that though, because it was so busted in Legion, like with the Aura of Sac and just the general throughput they did.
Oh yeah. Definitely busted. People like
Yeah.
people love an advantage. Like people just want to have an advantage. I definitely loved Legion HPAL, and whenever they're like, what should they bring back? It's like Aura of Sac is always my top. And I wish we had like illumination, which is like it's like disc priest basically. So any like overhealing was just like a shield. I thought that was so delicious. My
Yeah.
chat saying that. Oh, sorry. What were you gonna say?
I was just agreeing.
Yeah, they my chat's saying that they should make it to where they improve like community hostility to like learning tanks. Like, what if there was a way to queue up for a dungeon and be like, "Hey, I'm a learning tank. Don't queue. I'm gonna just do weird stuff or whatever." Do you think that DPS would wait longer for a season tank, or do you think that, because tanks are going to be in demand no matter what, right? And so in order to like pair people up, do you think that they're like they added like the beat timer, like they added like a methodology to the LFG where it's like we're just looking to beat the timer, we're looking to like +2 it, we're looking for completion. Like what if there was like a culture of like, hey, I'm a beginning tank, like don't come at me, I'll be here, but I'm gonna make mistakes, or feel free to like train me or make comments here. Do you think that would be like mismanaged, or?
I think it would help, because I feel like it would take a true psychopath to like hit yes on a marked new tank and then be like, what are you doing?
Yeah, you're bad. It's like, well, obviously I'm bad.
But I think maybe the best. So, in my perfect world, if I could snap my fingers and make something like that happen, I would.
Thanks,
But I
Dottie.
think it would take
That was
a bit
a
of
good
both of also what Cormay was saying with like the damage thing. I personally don't care about, but I see a lot of people do, so I think that probably matters. The threat, I have slowly moved over to the boat of agreeing that threat is like an outdated mechanic. More so because most of the threat issues we see aren't even like a tank mismanaging something. It's because a ret pops their wings and then they get a crit on their like judgment, and it's like, what's like the outplay, you know?
Dottie said I've got essays to write on this topic.
Yeah, she knows.
Oh yeah, what Devin said, winning the tank is having girls DM you daily. Yeah, that is like, if you want the IO Riz, that's the best thing you can play as a tank. If you're on the quest.
Lols.
True. Yeah, Dottie would know. I mean, I think I agree
Girls
the damage
DM
thing
me
like, doesn't
every
really
day.
matter, but I think just at the end of the day, if you want to convert DPS
It's
to
your
want to play
curse,
tank,
Dottie, to
what they
be
can
surrounded
do,
by beautiful women.
you need to
your
like make it
entire
appealing because
life.
like they're just used to looking at the meters as a line of their success. But I think playing a tank can be rewarding, even though someone said
It's
like,
so
oh, it's not
hard.
rewarding, like you just did the root well and stuff like that. I still think it is, because I feel like a lot of times, like when you look at people playing Mythic Plus or we talk about teams on live, we're always like, oh yeah, that's a nurse team, that's Yoda's team, like that kind of thing. Like it's the tank's team, like they are in charge, they're the leader, even if they're not the one calling out, they're not necessarily the one making the group. That's just how you're perceived by like everyone, and we tend to celebrate tanks the most because like it is seen as the hardest role inside of Mythic Plus. So it's not just like, oh, you did the root well. It's like, no, that's the hardest role in Mythic Plus, and everybody knows it. Like to actually
that's
like
so true.
do well.
It's like they're like the band Paramore, but the tank is Hayley Williams, and they like
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, like it's just like
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, actually, we're watching 07 right now on the broadcast, and I think that even though technically Dr. J and Roybin have been playing with LeMike, they're going with Drogo right here, but I think LeMike is their 6th man.
Oh, is he? I was wondering what happened to him.
Yeah,
I
was. Yeah, so I think he's still involved. I think he's still like technically working this event, but I think he's in the back end, because he was in chat earlier, and I was like, what are you doing? Like we should watch if you're not on the team, because I didn't see him, and he's like, no, I'm playing this event. I'm behind the scenes, and I was like, oh, okay. And then I'm
That's
like,
cool.
he couldn't hang out today, and I was like, oh, process of elimination. Literally, your entire team is playing here, and there's a different tank, but you're like indisposed.
Yeah.
So I'll confirm the gossip next time I see him.
6
Or
man
you
is pretty
guys can.
powerful.
Yeah, 6 man's really powerful. It definitely cuts into your money at
Yeah.
the end. But if you're,
I think it's worth it if you place better for sure, just because like how much the price pool increases.
yeah, this price pool they're only doing one event, so it's technically like a net loss if you are somebody who places well in both the MDI and the TGP formatting. So it's definitely less overall money, like almost like $200,000 difference in the grand pool. And when I was looking at it, if you get first place in your group and you get first place in the final, each person, assuming there's no 6th man, will get 25 grand.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad.
But the thing is about it, like though, like they're like overall, it feels like it like when you look at like the first place spots, but like when you're looking at the rest of it, there's not a lot of money in playing MDI unless you're like finishing like first, second, kind of third. But even then, like when you do the math on how much you're getting paid per hour, it's like
Yeah.
most people are making like absolutely nothing unless
Yeah.
you're like placing super, super well.
Mike's a shot caller.
that is,
Oh,
like-
he is a good shot caller for
It's
sure.
like not only the money, but with how much time they have to
Of the game,
dedicate
yeah.
to it. Most of them like can't like work a traditional like salaried position. And I'm not saying they all don't work, but it's like that's how much time they have to dedicate to it. So it's like
Hey,
that
AJ.
for a lot of them is like kind
Welcome
of like
in.
their only
Thank
income.
you for the YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was looking at it. If you got last place in both the brackets, but you got into the final, it's like $400 a person. It's not.
Yeah, it's
it's
a
not
month of
a great
groceries.
money, but it's nice. It's nice if like you stream part time.
Yeah, I think the nice thing is like there are teams that actually streaming now because one of the biggest arguments against doing it for most teams in the past has been like most of these people would make more money just streaming instead of playing.
Yeah.
Overall, but it's becoming a lot more normal. There's like a few teams that were just consistently streaming their practice this time and still qualified. But I think like if you're one of the top teams, you're really trying not to do that because you don't want to give away your strats.
Yeah.
If you know you're not going to win, then you're pretty safe to just stream probably.
Yeah, because like streaming keys in the WoW section honestly kind of is like a hack for views. Like if you're streaming high keys, you just get a lot more. And like you said, like the money. It's funny how like we saw the Race World first go through that evolution as well, where originally the top teams are like, we're not streaming. And I know streaming wasn't as much of a thing like way back in the day, but over time, like the better and better in teams started streaming just because like the money was too good and it was worth sacrificing the potential for other people to see what you're doing. So
Yeah, I don't know if like MDI will ever get to that level, just because like Race World First is so like fast paced. It's kind of hard to like
yeah,
carbon copy what people are doing, but like on tournament realm with how like long practices and like things go on, it's so easy to carbon copy any strat any other team comes up with. That
Yes.
I think it feels a lot worse to stream your practice.
I think there's
Now-
a lot more like tips and tricks too, like little
yeah.
things. And like we don't see any team do the exact same thing and on Race World First, sometimes you'll see them handle bosses the exact same way. Like there's so much more in each little things in these dungeons.
Yeah, they can definitely race for world first versus MDI. If MDI didn't have the login and just like collect all your loot off of a vendor, you had to actually like get your loot from dungeons or something, and then you have to like
That'd be
work
crazy.
for your gear. That would be crazy. Like having race for world first strats out there is like not a problem, because it's like, yeah, if another team's gonna like try to do all of the splits and like administrative labor, like the administrative lift of like coordinating loot and min-maxing that distribution process, it's like, cool, good luck with that. It's like it's more of like an allocation of resources battle for race for world first and execution, versus with MDI it is a little bit more like log in, just loot from the vendor and go in there,
Yeah, tournament realm is nice for sure. Compared to the Race World First having to gear up, that'd be crazy if you had to do that. But yeah, like it's much easier to just
It's
get the new
terrible.
characters from the spec, switch your trinket, all your enchants, like in the blink of an eye. It's very cozy.
Chat's asking about the next. What do you guys think about the dungeons that are being voted for next season? Great question, Igor. Let's
I've heard
check
like
it
a lot
out.
of it because some people are saying they think it's only gonna be 2, but I feel like it's gonna be 4. I didn't see the final results. I just know that like Arakara and Priory were up there,
I'm pulling
but
it
I didn't
up.
see. I don't remember the rest of the dungeons that were like voted for a lot.
There, I put it in the group chat. So I
Okay,
was re-pulling it
thanks.
up too because I was like, I don't remember what they are.
Voting results: Arakara, Floodgate, Priory, Dawnbreak. I mean, that seems like a pretty good list to me.
I think it just comes down to like trinkets, right? Like don't like trinkets and gear like always play a factor in it. Like that's why Workshop
Yeah.
came back, is because the bracers were overpowered, and that's why Theater Pain is back, is because it has like decent trinkets.
Yeah, I think sometimes people do kind of vote based off of that, even though, okay, tell me I'm like dumb if I'm missing something because I do not have like a DPS brain. I don't understand people voting for based off of trinkets, because at the end of the day, whatever you're given rotation wise, everyone is still has the same type of gear to play with. So if you know what I mean, like, so everyone's like numbers are going to be equalized anyway. So at that point, wouldn't you just want to pick the most fun dungeon to do?
I think that's mostly true, but I think for some like 2 minute, minute and a half classes, like the trinkets that are in the pool do make a big difference. Versus like if you don't have like strong like cooldowns and like the Arakara trinket is better. I think to me the pattern I see here is 3 of the 4 top dungeons are 3 boss dungeons, except for Rookery, because those bosses are so long that might as well be a 6 boss dungeon. And then they put Operation Floodgate because it feels like brand new. That's just what I see when I look at this list. Is I see 3 boss dungeons, and people don't like fighting bosses, including me.
Actually, 2 big points what you said. Trinket thing, exactly. I didn't think of that because as healers, it was always like unbound changeling or things we don't have to even, we can just ignore it. And then yes, actually, the length of dungeon is huge because Bunton, you remember when I was doing that like study thing, that Raider IO article that's up?
Yeah, like statistics, like favorite dungeons based off of remind us.
Yeah, it was like running so basically it was running a regression on why people vote for their favorite dungeon, and like mathematically based off of survey results with of course constraints that you can like read through. It conclusively came down to the number that about 30% of the decision-making power behind why people pick their favorite dungeon comes down to how short it is. People preferred short dungeons. So it was like a third of people's decision-making power came down to that, with
like the article.
It was like 96% confidence level for like stats. I'm trying to like not over explain it because it's like complicated, but
yeah,
that is a huge thing. People like short dungeons. At first I was trying to test, I thought people liked the easy dungeons, but that I didn't quite get conclusive results on. But then I noticed, I was moving the numbers around, and then I noticed it's like, wait, people like the short ones. And then I ran some math on that, and it turns out that was a huge factor.
Yeah, like people didn't even know. I really loved, if you can find that article, I know people in chat are asking for it. It was beautifully executed because how you wrote it was like very data driven given, and it's like what people were thinking they were voting for and what they actually like about the dungeon wasn't like it was like an unintentional, like indirect, like benefactor of what, like it's almost subliminal. Like they didn't know they were making this choice, but everything that they listed was like, yeah, it's based off of how you ranked all these dungeons through all these expansions. Here's like the trend that you discovered. That people like fast dungeons. They like the fewer bosses, like Korame was saying. They like mob density, I think was a piece that you also talked about. They like the bigger pulls. They didn't like the workshop, like linear, like, you know, one at a time, or big bottlenecking packs that were just like no fun detected. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, thanks for linking it.
Yeah, small thing in there that the actual equation in there is incorrect, but I can't really change it. So if you see that and you're like, this equation doesn't make sense, ignore it. Just pretend it's correct. But the methodology below that was used is all correct. So just FYI. But yeah, no, it is a factor, because I was like, I remember knee jerk. I felt the same way. I was like, oh, my favorite dungeon is like Halls of Atonement for Shadowlands. But then when I sat there and thought about it, it's like, okay, but what do I feel like I enjoy the most? What packs and bosses are the most enjoyable for me? When I really sat there and thought about it, I ended on Theater of Pain. And I'm like, the only reason I dislike this one is because it's hard and it's long. And so then I thought, what if they like took away one boss and made it shorter? And I'm like, yeah, this would easily be my favorite dungeon. So I was trying to think about, like, you know, I don't know.
Love Top?
It was just hyper analyzing that specific thought because I was bored and had absolutely nothing else to do. So
yeah, if Theater of Pain didn't have that wing with the 3 mini bosses, I feel like it would be a banger dungeon. But just like 3 mini bosses and that much running feels terrible. But yeah, I think
the PvP.
I think like all the raid loggers are very aware that they are voting for the fastest dungeons when they're doing it, because like, you know, it's just for them, just like, I just need to get my weekly 10s done, and so they're just going to vote for the fastest, easiest dungeons in their mind. I think the only outlier in that top 4 is like maybe the Floodgate, and I think that's people actually do dislike that dungeon. Like the mob density in there is really good, like the polls. That might be it.
Are you looking at the season 3 list?
Yeah, like looking at that list, I feel like the only outlier in that top 4 is Floodgate.
My eyes initially went to like the NA EU breakdown. It's pretty obvious that everyone wanted Arakara, both NA and EU. I look at Floodgate. Floodgate had more EU votes, but Pyre had more NA votes than EU. And same with Dawnbreaker. And then Cinderbrew had more EU votes than NA. Same with Darkflame. Like Darkflame had more EU votes. But NA really wanted Rookery for some reason.
I noticed that too, and I do not know why.
I don't know why. That one's
Yeah.
just don't like that one. It is a 3-boss dungeon, but like I said, the bosses are so long.
What one did you guys? Well, I didn't actually vote in it, but if we go back, which one would you guys have voted for in that? Because mine would have been Priory, just because I enjoy it the most.
I would have voted for Priory too. I really like that one. It's like fun to heal, so it makes it go really fast.
Yeah.
And it's just
Agency.
3 boss. The bosses aren't hard. It's just all about the trash, and that's like my kind of dungeon. It's like Freehold, where like the bosses aren't hard. It's just the trash. I like that a lot.
It literally, by my metrics, is perfect. It's like the dungeon looks cool. I agree with you on the bosses. You also get like agency over where you want to go if you wanted to, and then big polls, like no camera in hallways. Freaking
oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dungeon.
No, like trees, tickling
Yeah.
your.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was great.
Yeah, I like that Pyre has that like Court of Stars feel, because it's like there is a lot of mob density. You can kind of pick your own path, but there's always going to be a priority like target in, they're like a mini boss. So you almost feel like nothing will be wasted, because there's just going to be like the onslaught of like mobs through the majority of the dungeon.
The nice thing about the mini bosses is you can still pull big with them. Like the theater ones feel bad because like they're scary enough and there's not enough mobs around them that you can't really pull that much with them, if anything. And then like those ones are just like balanced enough that you can outplay like their mechanics. You still have to pay attention and kick and stuff, but you can pull big with them and just cleave
don't need
like,
a
off
night
that main
fade.
target the entire dungeon.
A DOS? Oh my gosh, Dottie, the DOS is crazy.
Oh no.
Oh,
Their
we got a
second
dead
wipe.
here.
Yeah, they wiped it earlier on Kolthrok, and then they restarted.
Tragic. What do you think about their choices to really focus in on one dungeon at a time? So it's like, obviously we see Theater of Pain. Like some teams have like did 2 Theater of Pains back to back. Do you think they're all going to go up to like 18? Like do the 16 to 18s and then work at the 18s to 19s? Or do you think that they're going to work, teams are more common to do, to pop around each dungeon to get them up to like 18 and then decide which ones they want to focus on? Like all the dungeons all at once? Or do you think that teams are like, do you like hyper focus on one team, like Theater of Pain, Theater of Pain, Theater of Pain, back to back to back?
I think they usually try and like they'll get them all to 18, and then I suspect most of them will focus on Motherlode, because that one's easily like 2021 doable, and you want to make sure that you get like the highest key, because that's like one of the tiebreakers in this kind of format. But I think they normally like to get like the easier keys done like on like the lower levels, and then focus on the ones that can push higher, like Motherlode. That's what I suspect the teams will do.
Oh yeah, because
But like you lose time logging out and switching, of course, though, when you're doing it like that. It's not a lot of time, but it is important.
Wasn't the tiebreaker like if it came down to a tiebreaker, it was whoever did it first?
Well, it's like it's the highest key, and then it's time, and then if you all have the same time, I'm pretty sure it would come down to who did it first. I'm not sure.
Okay, that's what it was.
Yeah, so it's like highest key, like it's highest score, and if you have the same score, it's like who has like say like somebody has like a 22 and the other one had the same score, but they'd only done like a 21, then it's whoever has the highest score. Or it might be time before that. I might be getting it mixed up. And then I think whoever did it first is like the last tiebreaker.
Yeah, as you said it, I'm like, yeah, that's what it was. Because I remember reading a time thing, and yeah, that's like the final tiebreaker. That's like the tiebreaker.
votes tallied individually.
Yeah,
It's
I agree.
total.
They would just do them like back to back.
It's total
I
tweet.
couldn't
Here's
say
the link.
why because I'm not nearly on like these guys' level or anything, but I do know the highest pushing I did was in Legion, and it was if we timed like a 25 Halls of Valor, it was way easier to just go and do your 26 Halls of Valor because you had just done
You're
the
welcome.
dungeon versus like switching around. Like you guys probably have had similar experiences, but for me, if I could just focus on like one key at once at a time, I felt like it was the best thing to do for like consistency.
Yeah, I think part of the problem is like when like you're like in this competition, you're like operating on a 5-hour time slot. You don't want to just like immediately hone in like, oh, let's push this mother load up as much as possible because you start getting like nervous about the time you have left to do the others and look at the scoreboard. I think a lot of that plays a factor, and then like skipping around at first and like leveling them all to like an acceptable level, like timing everything on 18 and then focusing more. It's like nerve-wracking.
Yeah. And plus I was thinking through what you said about Motherload, like where it is it's technically the longest dungeon, and you're saying you think that they could get like a 21 in. So it's like
Oh
maybe
yeah,
that
I mean
is
like
the
there's
best
like 20
play.
timed on live, so like that probably means they can go much higher than that on Tournament Realm. Like I don't want to say 22, but maybe probably like because like you like even though it's like a longer timer, like the
Where's
dungeon
Grandma?
itself
She's
is
here in chat.
fast, and it's just like the timer is very forgiving because it's a longer timer and you can just run it quickly.
Yeah.
Floodgate is pretty difficult. Theater is just like the timer is pretty tight. But Motherload is not tight or difficult in comparison to the other two.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like you pull trash onto a lot of the bosses. Not the last one, but
Yeah, we see it here. I've never seen this before.
you usually pull this War Machine, and so he does like a AoE, but like it doesn't matter because the boss doesn't do anything. And then once this War Machine dies, then you go and pull the next War Machine, and there's like a mob with him. It's called like an operator or something. The guy that puts circles on the ground. You CC him. So you
Yeah.
usually kill 2 War Machines with this boss.
Whoa. Yeah, this boss doesn't really do too much damage. It's just like hyper. You just heal the person
Yep.
getting juiced up or whatever you want to blast it. I don't know what this word is.
Yeah, it's just like if the War Machine's doing his AoE while someone's getting targeted, like that person just needs to pop a defensive and give them like
Yeah.
one little healing wave or something, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's a pretty chill boss. Maybe not
Yeah.
so chill on like a 20, but you know, on an 18, they're chilling.
Yeah, they look healthy. You know, I don't see any craziness happening. Maybe Royben will save a link or something, and then that big bear body will help keep everybody up in that link.
That is such a good like oh shit cooldown.
I do
Oh,
love
yeah.
Link, yeah.
It's so good. Well, actually, I wonder if they for these if they have them planned. I'm honestly not sure because I have like not been paying too much attention to the current meta or anything. But like if you have it free and you know you can kind of just throw one out, like this having one of those also like plus a DK just death striking inside your link like is really really satisfying.
Yeah. Link is really. I don't think that we're gonna see like crazy shaman strats. I think they're mostly playing shaman just for the rule right now, and then like
Mhm.
tomorrow we'll mostly see priest probably. I think there's like Dark Flame Cleft is like the only reason I think they'd pull out the shaman, but just because like priest
Yes.
so kind of struggles on the third boss.
Yeah, I saw that. I think the comp that they want to end up on what was it? It's like a vengeance, dispriest, a mage, what else was
Unholy,
he?
unholy and balance, yeah. Which they're nerfing balance. I mean not balance. They're nerfing unholy next reset, so it might be different next weekend. It's possible. I don't think it will be, just because that class is so good in so many ways. But it's possible. We might see some red paladins. That could
That
go
would be
crazy.
fun. Poor DKs though. I mean, I feel like any season that has a DK is a lot of fun. I
Yeah.
don't personally play one, but I know a lot of people love DKs, and I think they're a lot of fun to watch. They're squishy, I mean, can we just like get rid of these mages or druids or something?
Yeah, I know.
Get
Like,
some
why
excitement.
why aren't the mages getting nerfs? Why are the druids getting more nerfs? I don't know.
When I was looking at research about like what class had completed a 15, when I started going down the rabbit hole of like, well, what other classes have gone beyond a 15, right? Because it you can imagine it like drops off really quickly.
Yeah.
But every single spec of a mage has cleared an 18. It was the only one to do like a full blackout bingo for that high of key. There's no ferals out here doing 18s yet. You know?
Yeah, I feel like they whoever the mage stuff is does a good job of like, because like they're constantly getting like even buffs, like the next reset they're getting like buffs to like the hero talent tree that's not being used and stuff like that. And a lot of classes don't get that much attention. Mages almost always have a couple lines in there for whatever spec is undertuned.
Mages are the devs' favorites. Oh no.
Guys overall like the I don't remember when the swap was.
Fire it
like
up.
the kind of great push format versus like the sort of classic MDI.
Yeah, this is the first season where they got rid of MDI.
Okay, I thought so. I was just making sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was like, what if it was last season? Yeah, what do you guys think? Do you kind of prefer this format for MDI, or do you think they should have just kind of kept it? Or
I really prefer this. It feels like the progression is a lot more like realistic and feels like what I'm like used to doing like on live, whereas like MDI doesn't feel very relatable. Like just like speed running 12s or whatever it was. And I feel like it's a lot less fun to like watch because it's just like, okay, they pulled absolutely everything and then they died and you have no idea why they died because they just pulled the whole dungeon. Like, there's so many things there that could have killed them, and it's just like, it doesn't feel relatable to live to me.
okay, that's kind of what I was thinking, but I try not to like give my input unless I'm pushing that season. That's how I felt, but then I saw a lot of the comments on Reddit saying like, I don't know why they went to this format. Like, it was pretty negative, and I was like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'm like missing something here. So I was curious what you guys thought since you guys are keys.
I definitely do not recognize this formatting. Like, I think I'm the outlier here because even if like I can see the benefit, right? Like they are playing the key at max duration, unlike MDI where it's like pull the whole dungeon and get it done in 7 minutes. But here it's like they're actually playing the entire dungeon at the pace it was intended and barely meeting the timer. So you really are spending the appropriate amount of time from like a scaling perspective. Like it doesn't matter if it's a 20, an 18, or if it's your 10. I mean, you are allowed 30 minutes and a lot of pugs require that 30-minute timer. And so it is relatable in that sense because we are all playing within our strengths, right? But for me, I'm never going to pull these ads on top of a boss, like in a pug. So it isn't like, it isn't relatable to me, but it would be nice with the MD. The reason I like MDI is because I'm like, oh snap, like, okay, people, these players say that these mobs are not dangerous. They just need to interrupt or use a bloodlust here. Like it actually, for me, it's more of a creative liberty for MDI in its normal format because you can speed run it. And as an adult who only has a limited time, it would be so nice if I could just do a mother load in 15 minutes and my vaults are done in an hour. Like that's cool. I could take that to the bank with my organized, if I had a structured team.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what you're saying about like it is like a bit more relatable because like I guess like the key level and it shows you like how fast you can do like those keys every single week. I didn't think about it that way.
Team
But
up.
Yeah, that's fair.
I did see what you're saying about like a lot of people being upset that MDI was gone, which I guess was confusing for me just because like I guess like I live in a bubble with like my own Twitch chat, and my own Twitch chat would always just be like, oh yeah, I like TGP and I don't like MDI. That probably just has more to do with like the audience than anything and like the audience bias, and so I was surprised as well. when I saw
Yeah.
people on Reddit being upset over MDI.
No,
But I think
that's what
it-
I wanted to add because I'm also in a bubble. So
I'm,
think it makes
I'm
sense, though,
definitely
'cause, like,
in
it-
a bubble. You're sensitive?
No, I think it makes sense because like Blizzard loses money on these events, right? Like they're not making money off of any
Oh,
of
this is definitely a
yeah.
cost.
And so I think them having to like they have to pick one or the other in order to keep doing it because they can't keep justifying like losing money on these
Low
events and stuff.
viewership.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but
Do you guys
Blizzard
know?
doesn't. Sorry, Blizzard doesn't even do a race for world first, right? Like that's all
Mm-mm.
organization driven, and then this is the only thing that they actually like showcase.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
I
trying
think
to
they
think. I
just
know there's
started
big
like
security one tomorrow.
advertising. Yeah.
Like an advertisement.
Yeah, it's crazy because Race World First, there is so much money in it, but Blizzard gets very little of that. They get the free advertising out of it, but without having to do any of the organization.
Even if they were to organize it though, like that would be so hard.
It would
'cause
be
that is
so
many
bad.
people. Yeah.
I think it'd be like very, very difficult to pull off well in any way.
You know what was interesting though is for the longest time, like when Race World first started becoming like a thing, they didn't like acknowledge it for the longest time, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I was like, I don't know how to say this exactly. I'm not saying they like pretended. It almost felt like they were like pretending it didn't exist. But then I don't remember what tier it was. But then eventually they like congratulated the winner for the first time, and we're like, whoa! Like they've never like formally acknowledged it before. I don't remember when it was though.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I think streaming had a lot to do with it as well. Like just seeing like the value, like sometimes for companies to make an investment, they need to prove, you have to prove that there's going to be that like return, right? And obviously there is viewership in these types of organized events. But I can see where Blizzard is basically, by combining TGP and the traditional MDI format, they're saving like 200K. And individual people are making more money. They probably did a lot of like analysis behind the scenes and understanding that it really comes down to like 4 or 5 like players or teams that were basically dominating the space. So I can see why they combined it to save 200K because they're essentially paying out the same people all the time.
Yeah, paying out the same people, paying for production,
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then I also think the players, like most players that I've talked to that do like we're doing MDI and TGP, the majority, not all of them, preferred playing TGP. And I feel like TGP, like there's always a lot more teams signing up compared to MDI, which is like a lot of like one-off, like let's just do this for fun type of teams.
Oh yeah.
Could always get a little bit messy.
Yeah. Do you
with
think
the actual
that,
MDI?
Yeah, the actual MDI got a little crazy there, and they would always like do. I always loved the MDI because people come in and they want to bring all this cool tech into their pug, and so you'd always like get surprised. It's like, oh, we're gonna do this crazy, and every people go into their pugs thinking that they can do MDI pulls, and it's like, no, you cannot do that. You can't pull everything and finish this in 3 minutes without communicating. That's not real. That's not real life. So maybe it's for the best that MDI's sunset. The Great Push sounds like a trip to the bathroom. Dara, dude.
It's kind of cool that like Royben Steve is playing like the Druid to get the Druid buff because they're playing Shelly on the Warlock. I imagine that's like not going to be their comp tomorrow, but definitely like the first Guardian Druid we've seen.
Yeah. I welcome the variety. I always love watching Shelly on his Warlock.
He keeps it alive. Yeah.
He's keeping him and Kalamazoo.
Keep the dream alive.
Holding that torch. Yeah. It's so funny. who's in the lead right now? It's right now the Team Firm award is in the lead, but it's only because they've done 2 keys. They've done an 18 and a 16. Yeah, Firm Ward's in the lead only because they've done 2 keys.
Crazy happen.
No, we were actually lost without you, and we got really quiet.
That's true.
Your presence.
We just figured that I kept talking over her so many times that I was like, she just dropped. She's out of here. She's sick of my nonsense.
Yeah.
She's like, stop it.
Oh, I think there's like a full second delay or something because I'm like, oh my god, I'm talking over.
I'm sorry. We're just so excited at the same time.
Yeah.
Snap, here's the math. Yeah, I'm putting it out. I'm totally making a spreadsheet of all like the times and stuff so that when we see the finals, like the weekend of the finals, we can go back and talk smack about these keys that were done in the past if they happen to be in the last dungeon pool. We can be like, oh, this team like 3 weeks ago did a Floodgate 18 at this time, which it was better than this team who did it 2 weeks ago.
I actually saw that like before this started. I just like pulled up your stream and saw this Excel sheet open, and I'm like, I am prepared.
I did that too because I was just like, I asked you guys to do this. I was like, I put in 0 effort. I made the little thumbnails. Like that's it. That's all.
That's cute. I love the thumbnail. And you made the call, and you coordinated the stream collab.
No, my inner saboteur got me. I was like, what if I made like a super cheesy, like super official looking, you know how they put people's faces in windows, but I'm like, what if they think it's cringe? And then I didn't do it. I was
that would have been cute.
I think it's cute.
No, I love yours. It's more fitting anyway.
Yeah, embrace the cringe.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know.
Yeah, I just, I don't know. I had nothing to do. And then I was like, oh, I need to list all this stuff out and figure it out. If you guys want, I actually have like the old heat maps that I was building when I was...
Ooh.
Hold on. Yeah, I have like the old... Oh, don't mind me. I'm just typing it up. Yeah, like the old heat maps. I was like this is like when I was working at Raider.io, and I was like, oh, these are like how I want it to be. Nobody really saw it. Like, and there needs to be a ratio, and not that you guys are looking at my stream, but yeah, I did like all the things. I had all the TGP stuff down. It's so silly. All like the crazy routes and stuff. I don't know what's going on with this spreadsheet. It's I am unwell. I even did it for Plunderstorm payouts. Oh my gosh. I was like, how much money is each person doing? I was like, how much money did you get? Yeah. Yeah, we're cringy. It's fine. It's fine. Or no. I would love to see, like, here's the thing. I would love for these, the only thing I'm bummed out about the MDI not happening and them not starting with keys that are below 12s is I would actually want to watch these teams struggle through the affixes. Like, when the orbs like spinning around your body. I call that a skip it. You guys are a little younger than me.
Yeah.
But,
I remember that.
Do you guys know what a skip it is?
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah. So I would love to just watch them like absolutely ruin their day with a skip it. Like I want to watch that. Yeah.
That would be funny. Yeah, those affixes are like they're nice because it's a buff, but like I'm always just like I don't want to do. I'd rather just like do like a higher key, even just because it doesn't have the affix. It's easier just because the affix isn't there.
Yeah. Yeah. But I want to watch the blood, sweat, and tears, that I can relate with. I'm crying, trying to like whip my skip it into somebody who's running away from me. or I'm having to like dodge the chains, but also put my skip it close to my, like
God.
I want to see that chaos.
We're being those spectators right now that are suggesting awful things, and then like a bunch of
Yes.
those big competitors are gonna come out and be like, "People need to stop saying this."
They're like, why did you put like what was it, like quaking and bursting together or something like that? That was terrible.
Oh,
When, like,
absolutely
when they
terrible.
would vote for the affix combinations, the Twitter polls. You remember that?
Oh, it was so bad.
Yeah, it's true. No, it's the same thing. And then they vote. Oh my god, I'm never gonna get over this. But then they voted for Grimrail or not Grid. Sorry, that's the good one. They voted for the train. I keep forgetting which one that was called.
Oh yeah.
And it was like anyone that like did keys was saying this is a terrible idea. Please do not vote for this dungeon.
And then they vote for it more. Yep.
Yeah. That's okay. Now
They
that
hate
I
you.
not playing too many current keys, it's fine. I can say these things. What are they gonna do?
One night, I actually did look up the old affixes, and one that I never hear people talk about is it would be so cringy right now with our current affixes would be entangling.
Oh.
Like having to walk through like there's so many like pixel perfect dance fights. Could you imagine trying to like line of sight in workshop and you get entangled, or
Yeah.
you're having to like dodge a chain in top, but you get slowed like right at the last minute because you're trying to move between the two waves of hooks.
Yeah, that one only lasted like 2 seasons or something right before they got rid of it. I don't remember that one lasting very
Yeah.
long.
Yeah, it was just in Dragonflight for like a whisper.
I remember thinking it was going to be terrible, but in execution, I think people didn't mind it too much, right? But it's hard for me to say because I had freedom, so I know I didn't have difficulties dealing with it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I remember like there was like that was like Dragonflight and they started doing a good job of being like, okay, like Waking can't trigger when you're getting pulled in by like the last boss of Azure the Academy dungeon. Like things like that where like that would like force stack you or force do something to you. They started like actually adding things to make it so they wouldn't go off.
Oh,
So then I think
yeah.
like the beginning of entangling was like bad, but then like there's mechanics that they had to like take away, like it couldn't trigger during that. So then
Overflowing,
those
so bad.
things wouldn't happen as much.
Yeah, like with the Quake.
It was
I
nice.
remember them implementing that for the Shadow Moon like burial grounds, where it's like the worm boss where you'd have to like stack into the
Oh,
little
yes.
puddles. Yeah, quaking would happen, and it's like it's fake. I had to like tell myself every time like it's fake, it's fake, it's fake, it's fake, it's fake.
Yeah.
Just like PTSD.
Is I saw this narrative a lot, like kind of late last expansion or early this expansion. Is it still kind of a big thing, especially among like the large key pushers where they're just like team no affix? Or was this like a loud vocal community I saw?
I think most high key pushers
Halls
are
of Valor
pretty
boss
happy
where you
with
had
the
to
no
stack with
affix
Quake
changes. Like
Cancer?
they
Yeah.
like being able to just like push whatever weekend or week they have available instead of having to like plan around push weeks. Because that was
Yeah.
always like frustrating. It's like I think like it got really bad in BFA, like especially the emissary weekend, because like there was literally like 3 push weeks the entire season. And other than that, like everything was just like felt terrible. And if you had something going on that week or you couldn't play a lot that week or you just got bad key RNG or something, it was such a feels bad.
Yeah. What about like the I hear also a lot about the fortified versus tyrannical, and they're like there's no point because all it does is increase the values, doesn't really change routes too much. Do you have like the same like thoughts behind those? Because those are just kind of like a flat buff.
Oh, they missed all
Yeah,
the
I feel like
orbs.
there's basically like fortified and tyrannical just don't exist anymore unless it's like below a 10 key, right? Because then it's like you only have one or the other.
Yeah.
What I think is ideal because it makes like the ability to balance like bosses and trash is so much better. Like there's a lot fewer bosses that just have straight up one shot mechanics right now. Like very few, if any, bosses like in this dungeon pool are going to be like gated by like, oh, I can't live this ability on this boss because like it would just like scale like out of control. Like there are gonna be bosses that are gonna be like unhealable because there's gonna be too much damage or whatever it is,
Chili
but like
gave
it doesn't feel as bad as it's just like
perfection,
one
true
shot
passive.
because of how things used to
Yeah.
scale before.
I get like their philosophy behind wanting to keep affixes, but I still think it's so weird how they just have them in 1 through 10 because there's still those like big gaps in difficulty when you're like
Yeah.
getting. I still think it's so weird. I don't know why they. It's like a half commit that like made it worse for that level. but also I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like last season was pretty bad for like the 1 through 10 range, and it was like everybody was talking about like how delves was it like affecting that because people could just like skip with eye level, and then also the 15-second death penalty was really bad, things like that. I feel like they were able to address a lot of the things that were bad last season, and I haven't been hearing about it as much this season, which might just be because like you don't find yourself in like 1 through 10 as much in a second season compared to a first season because they're just starting with a relatively higher eye level.
True.
And there's
Yeah.
and there's less like new players coming back, but it could be just as bad, and I just don't hear about it.
Okay, just because you mentioned delves, I had this crazy idea. Don't tell anyone. Don't steal it. What if they
Okay.
had an MDI?
Okay, everyone's
but it was-
closing their eyes in chat. Okay,
Yeah,
tell us.
everyone close your eyes. The MDI, except it's the Mythic Delve Invitational, and it was like single
Ooh.
player, or you had to do duos or something. Like,
Dude, I can't do a plus like 8 delve by myself. Like when I was trying, like I can't do it.
I was doing it as a prop paladin, but that's like cheating. What class were you doing it as? Because that's
I was doing it as like a dev evoker, and I was just like, this is really
yeah,
hard.
exactly.
Like last
what was
season,
Bran?
like I don't
Wait, which-
remember, but like I would have him like DPS or something because like last season that was like the only thing he was good at. Like his other roles just
Oh.
sucked. But like I was like, because I did like Zek Beer, and I was like, okay, that wasn't so bad. I was like, I'm gonna go do my delves by myself, and I was just like, I'm dying over and over again. But they're adding the overcharge delves in the
Wait,
0.7
what are
patch. I don't know if you
those?
guys saw
I
that.
saw that. Yeah.
No, tell me what
Um,
happened.
I don't know. I don't know how many details they've given. They're just like making scale like so you can have do delves that are overcharge, and it gives different things, and it's also gonna give us an on-use belt. And people are kind of
Oh.
comparing it to Cersei Circlet, but like they haven't. So it has an on-use, but like they haven't clarified yet if this on-use is meant to be used in all types of content, or if it's a type of belt that's like only gonna work in like delve or like world content or something like that. So nobody's really sure where it's going to lie, but might be another like quote like borrowed power on top of corruption that we're getting soon.
Yeah, with that like helm enchant or whatever.
Yeah. So that's another fun possibility that could be coming in the 0.7 patch. It's like it's really interesting how they keep doing like these minor like oh like they're increasing our eye level, they're giving us dinars, and then they're giving us corruption, and then we're also gonna get this belt. So it's like there's like a constant progression of like eye level and power to keep us keep logging in and keep playing. Especially like from a key perspective, if you're someone who pushes keys, because like every single time you get a tiny power gain, it's like, oh maybe now I can finally time this key on like this level or something, and it keeps you logging in.
Yeah, I think it's great. Do you think it's going to be like do they know if it's going to be a single use thing, like the circlet's going to be an individual buff, or is it going to be like this kind of a throwback like Warlords of Draenor where we all had our individual rings but it had a shared like it engage like an on use item?
I didn't play that expansion, but it's just a belt that just like you just do passive. You have a chance to do extra damage. It's just like a trinket
okay.
that's like when you hit, you have a chance to do like blank nature damage or something.
Okay. Yeah, because
Yeah.
sometimes those like when there's like a share, it basically was like a bloodlust where it's like if you had the ring and somebody else pushed their ring, everybody's ring would like get that bloodlust effect, which was nice in like a coordinated group. But then you have people who just have it, their /use. What is it, like 11 macroed, and it's like anytime their cooldowns are up, they're like popping rings and lusting the whole group. So it was like, whoa.
That's a little troll. Yeah.
Yeah, can you take it back a notch, dude?
I actually totally forgot about that.
It was really bad.
Activate. That's a throwback.
Yeah. I don't think they're gonna do that. I think they've kind of moved away. That was like a lesson learned, but obviously, they know that these off pieces that aren't used for like enchants or anything like that. I think you're right, where any small like minor upgrade will keep the character, like keep people logging in and making people see more and more content of the game. Same with the raid, like the raid buff. That's it like gradually gives you a percentage increase in the raids now. I like those. Or what do you guys think? You guys are fast raiders though, right? You guys clear like top 100 guilds.
Assuming you mean US, yeah. Because I keep going by world ranks, I forget. Wait, so what did you say for certain items that increase what? Sorry.
So what do you guys think about the zone-wide raid buff that is naturally increasing over the weeks? It's like determination, but for raid.
Oh, like the Galagio, like, or the 3%. Yeah, okay, I see what you mean.
Like
I
the
think the
plus
last one was
1, 2, 3% damage
yeah.
and healing.
I like them because okay, potential long-winded answer Inc. Historically, like way back, it felt like most of the time bosses were nerfed because of the natural progression of gear. Now, don't get me wrong, the progression of gear was much larger gaps in eye level. Like if you think back into Wrath, it was normal to get an eye level, like a 20 eye level increase on an item. And the bosses didn't have to really be adjusted too much. Now, because I've played since then, our progression isn't so much based off of gear, it's more based off of when are they gonna nerf Bandit? Okay, when are they gonna nerf Muggsy? And it's like really, really frustrating. So in concept, I really like the extra 3% this week, extra 3% this week, but I think it needs to be complemented by better tuning because we still just have to sit here and wait for the right boss to be nerfed. Like this first iteration of Styx, that would have taken us like forever. Muggsy was really, really, really difficult. We started progging it, then killed the nerf version. Same thing with Bandit. Started progging it, having trouble, killed the nerf version. So I like it in concept, but it's still, to some extent, just isn't enough to counter like the design and the way bosses are like nerfed. And if you know what I mean, it's hard to get like that whole thought out, but
Yeah, it was like what I'm hearing is you guys were at the boss and the 1%, 2% zone wide buff was nice, but you guys were already like at the front of the curve when it comes to like bosses being nerfed, right? So like you were on the bosses as they were getting nerfed. And then you
yeah,
killed the nerfed versions.
yeah, it's a combination of that, and a lot of times that this is just for us specifically. This is, of course, going to be different for different skill levels of guilds, but for us specifically, it's like that 3% isn't going to fix a like one-shot mechanic. Like imagine if we got plus 3% and we're doing Tindril. It's still not going to change the fact that 60% of the wipes are someone running into 2 seeds because you have 3 seconds to pop them.
Yep.
Oh my god,
So it's like
Tindril.
that. Yeah, like I use that for an
Oh.
example for so
Oh,
many
no.
bad things now. Like, so that's how I see it. I like it in concept, but it's not. And I'm not saying, oh, make the buff more to make it more effective. I'm saying like I like those in concepts. That's a good way to naturally nerf the raid. But then sometimes it doesn't help because how the raid is structured, there's like certain mechanics where like it doesn't change much and you have to wait for them to change the mechanic itself. So
Yeah, I think it's so important there's still like the pass fail mechanics, so it still feels like you can't just like out DPS
For
and out
sure.
gear everything. But it's like an interesting discussion people were having, like following the Dinar discussion, just about people feeling like Mythic Raid is just too difficult in general for like where the player base is, because like WoW has been out for 20 years and it doesn't have like a new player base. It's all the same player base. It's just everyone is older and busier and they have jobs and stuff. And so the fact that like Mythic Raiding is also like time consuming because it's so difficult. So people don't feel like that's like appropriate for the audience that like Blizzard has now. Like I think it's still like good for like risk rolled first and stuff like that, but like the trickle down of that, the majority of like the player base just doesn't have like the time and ability to like commit to actually doing that content. Which I never really thought about it that way before.
No, I actually like completely agree with this because I used to be kind of like elitist, like no, blah blah blah, and so sometimes I will make the same point you're making, and the most common anti response I get is like the hardest difficulty isn't meant for everyone. And I'm like, yes, I know it's not meant for everyone, but we can make it for more than the top 0.5%. I think that's a bit strict because then I think, okay, what other game exists where for like PvE, right, where it's not like Valorant where you're practicing all day, where for a PvE scenario, you have to spend weeks or for some people months trying to clear the content. WoW is like the only game that has that because we have that like super dedicated like aging player base. This is the first tier that I personally didn't really raid. Like one, my class wasn't that good, and two, I kind of needed a break because I've like raided every single tier. And
Yeah.
actually stepping out made me realize how much time I have. Like, this was like a high hour part-time job for me. And when you think about it this way, it's like the difficulty can still technically be there. Like, because I go back to Aberrus, where I think Aberrus now should be like the standard for tuning, where it takes like a few weeks, maybe a few months for the slower CE guilds. And it can kind of just be naturally nerfed by gear. And they also still had those pass fail mechanics. Ignore Skarn, that at first tuning was like kind of a disaster,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
it will happen.
Yeah.
But like, that's how I feel. I think Aberrus is actually the sweet spot. And I'm allowed to say this because I've rated all the tiers, so no one can hit me with the, oh, you're just bad. Actually,
See every tier. Hall of Fame.
yeah, I've done every tier.
Yep.
Some Hall of Fames, not all of them for me, but you know. Yeah, what do you think about that, Bunsen? Like the difficulty of
Oh.
the game, like think it should be adjusted.
Yeah, I mean, you guys gave me some really great things to talk about. I'm definitely a dad gamer. I'm noticing, like,
Yeah.
I have Hand of a Doll on retail. I have
Wow.
a Black Protodrake and a Plague Protodrake. I have Herald of the Titans. I have done the equivalent of CE for every expansion except for MOP. And I have never been in a hardcore guild and not gotten CE except for Amir Drasil. We did not get Fyrak CE until the Fated. And I literally was so upset and like literally cried because we had spent like months.
I cannot blame you. That is a lot of
Crying.
time
Oh,
put
it's
in. Like, yeah.
And I had to leave. I had vacation planned. And they're like, no, it's fine. Like, we shouldn't need it. And it's like, I feel like I let the guild down because I wasn't there until the last week of pre-patch. And the last few expansions, I have gone full tier season cycles back to back to back to try to get cutting edge. And raiding full time, like full raid schedule, trying to get cutting edge and then not getting it, I was like, I can't. I'm over it. I was like, that's like, it's a full-time hobby. It's like literally it ruined my day. I actually didn't want to raid last season at all, and we did get cutting edge last season. Obviously, Amir Jasil was a while ago, but we did get season 1 cutting edge, but we got it the week before the pre-patch. So even with the buff, even with all the gear added in, even with all of these things that help define that I'm not a good player and I'm spending just because you spend a lot of time at something doesn't mean you're good, right? Like being a friend for a long time and spending a lot of time together doesn't mean that you're good friends, you know? So same thing with WoW. It's like, just because you spend a lot of time with something doesn't mean that you're going to be the best at it. You can it's tough. So for me, it's like, even with the buff, with all these things being added in, I was still playing nonstop, and it was a full-time hobby, and it was too much. So I actually took time off, and I'm not raiding for the first time in a long time this season.
Oh, you too? Okay, yeah, me too. Like I was ready on the bench. Like I was like, if someone is out, let me know a day ahead of time. I will come in and like I have everything ready. So I kept my character geared, but same thing. Like I took this tier off for raiding.
Yeah, it's sucks.
a lot.
I mean, I had to get back on the horse though, because if I went full, CE, I tried for CE, didn't get it. That's like so demoralizing. We got it to like 20% or something, and I was very, very upset. And I was like, okay, redemption arc, I'm going to get CE, but the fact that I'm still, even with all these like benefits, barely cutting it, I'm like, I'm having a mentee B. Like I am unwell. I'm like stress eating after raid, and yeah, it was not good. But I think it's a great thing for people. Like I don't think we would have gotten cutting edge if it wasn't for the buff. And I am kind of a loyalist. Like I'm a serial like monogamous when it comes to like my relationships. Like I've been with this guild for a really long time. I knew them back in Legion. They got like my homies are in it. So it's like I get that we're like dad gamers, and I'm choosing comfort over like competition. So I don't know if that's common for people. Like I would rather play with my friends than go out and shop for a new guild and I don't know, run splits or whatever. Like that just sounds terrible.
Yeah, I think it's way
No.
more important to be like you're like that's it's a big group
Thanks,
of people
Grandma.
you're spending a lot of time with. So like it's important that you actually like your guild. A lot of people really underestimate that when they're like trying to quote climb or something like that, like how important it is you actually enjoy the people you're raiding with. It can get overwhelming really quickly if you do not get along with them.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah,
it's
I'm
like-
definitely. Oh, go for it.
Oh, I was just gonna say because like if you're because I've been through like a lot of guilds because I've like, played this game a long time and I've had to hop a lot because like guilds falling apart, the sundering a WAD, losing so many players. Like I've been in a lot of guilds that fell apart. But that being said, yeah, there's been in some guilds where it's like I didn't feel like I liked the people that much or got along with them, and it's not even just liking them. Like when a new tier comes around and you're with these people, if you don't really have a good relationship, you're like lower picked as well to just honestly join their key group, even to like get gear. So it'll like actually affect your power levels while going into the tier, and then like no one will openly admit this, but the more you're liked, the more people have a bias towards you if you make a mistake as well. Like it's like
Oh,
that
for sure. For sure.
everywhere has that to some extent, and it's like so yeah, it's important just one for your own like mental well-being, but two, it genuinely gives you advantages if you get along with the people in your guild.
Yeah. E-girls
Like,
ruined
even in my
my
guild, though, I'm thinking through what you said. Like, even in my guild, it was very cliquish. Like, I liked them and I played with them, and I always got invited to groups if I always got good response. Like, hey, like I need to do key, and people would join me. But there's still only like 2 tanks, and not a lot of people in like dad gamers are like willing to like flex into the tanking role for keys. Even if it was the best for the group, or even if that they personally need the keys, like DPS and stuff like heals. Like it's tough for people to even flex into the role for the community. Like it's tough for people to flex into those like critical roles for the greater good of the team, even if you are in a good guild.
Yeah. Every guild, of course, is gonna have like little cliques and stuff like that. Like a group of like
Tanks are the
25
biggest
people,
raid
that's what a
buggers.
big guild is. It's definitely gonna have cliques. That's just like only
Big
natural.
true.
But as long as like you have like somewhere like you fit in a little bit, I think that's important.
Yeah, it takes
Yeah,
a
for
while.
sure.
Like I think of guilds almost as like school, like classrooms or whatever. Like there could
E-girls?
be, so if you have 8
Oh.
classes a day, there could be like 3 of them where you have like your group, and the other ones you're like, oh, I don't know. Well, I went to a giant high school, so maybe it's different for me, but there'd be some classrooms where I'm like, I've never seen these people in my life. It just really kind of feels like it really feels like that. Like I want to say out of all guilds I've been in, there was maybe like 1 out of 5 of them that I really liked, and then 3 out of 5 were like okay. I was like, well, no one here seems to like hate me, so I guess this is fine. And then the other like 1-5 was like, holy shit, there are incels in here. Half these people probably are gonna go to prison by the time they're 40. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think when I like, cause I started playing like in BFA, and like there was definitely like when I was looking for a guild, there's like 2 guilds I joined, like one for 1 week and then one for another week, and it was just like the most immediate, just like misogyny, just like, wow, I've really got to get out of here. Like I lasted like 2 days in those guilds. I was like, I gotta go. Goodbye.
I feel like we all probably have very similar experiences with that.
Yeah. I don't think it's nearly as bad today, but
No.
like back then, there was a lot more that people were just like willing to say. It was a wild world.
Oh no, it was like, so I know this sounds like crazy to people that have not played like this long. I'm sorry, I don't remember when you guys started, but I started like in late BC. I'd say a good chunk, like maybe 40 or 50% of places you would apply to, and everyone would use WoW Progress back in the day, which I still do. I don't know if that makes me old. But like a good 30-40% of them maybe would openly list like, oh, we don't recruit women. Which like
Oh, absolutely.
that was so weird, because the thing is, I would apply to them anyway and join, and they would quickly find out I am like female based off of my voice. So the thing is, like, they would still invite you, but they would kind of treat it as like oh, this is like a test just to see if you're like the cool one. You know what I mean? They would very like
Yep.
try to not like the other girl.
They didn't like girls in group? No.
And I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm cool with blah blah blah. And like I feel like a lot of people in any like minority
Girls
group
create
playing a
drama
game
in guilds.
had to deal with that. And that was definitely toxic for me as like a 13-year-old. I think I was because I fortunately like became what they were doing in my teenage years. But grew out of it, I promise.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we were all new to the internet back then, and
Yeah.
I get that people would like blaming the new element, which is like a female in the raid group, is always going to like that. I feel like that's a scapegoat, right? Like you shouldn't be blamed. Like okay, just because I show up doesn't mean you should like behave differently. And I don't control your behavior. Like that's on you. Like
Yeah.
you have control over your behavior, and me existing shouldn't like change that. So I get that like guilds were like, we can't make people self-improve or grow personally, so we're just going to remove the situation, and that's like that, and that's fine. Like no girls, fine. Like no distractions, because clearly people are not going to therapy and growing as people. We can't change who people are, so we're just going to control the environment. I mean, I have that relationship with my snacks. Like when I go to the grocery store, like I just don't buy snacks, because if they're in this house, I'm gonna eat them. I'm like absolutely misbehaving. You know what I mean?
I have the rule with bread. I'm not allowed to bring bread
Yeah.
into the house because I'll
Just
just
don't
eat
buy
all of
it.
it in one sitting. Yep. I just like I can't buy it.
Yeah, I'm not ready
Hold
to
up.
like develop emotionally as a person. So I'm just going to like distance myself from that situation. And that's basically what WoW did back in the day, where they're like, okay, you guys are clearly underdeveloped as a team and you can't like decide. So we just got to control, like, you know, there's no discipline on the team. Therefore, we're just like limiting and controlling the environment, because environmental, you know, situational environment trumps discipline or personal growth. So I think it's fine that
That's
back
true.
then they were like, no girls are allowed. And it's like, you know, we still see that today in various forms, but it's maybe less labeled as before.
Yeah.
And it has nothing to do with like the women's skill set. I think that's just a lie that they told themselves.
Oh,
back then.
100%.
It's just
It's,
easier to say it's you guys than, hey, I'm the problem.
I just know,
Yeah,
even
of
for
course.
me, like I'm also quite stubborn, but I never like even accepted, and still to this day would ever accept the like whole, oh well, they'll cause, it's not your fault, they're gonna cause problems, so we need to blah blah blah. And I'm like, wow, playing on a WoW team, if you think about it, is no different than playing on like a recreational sports team, for example. Like imagine going up to sign up to a co-ed soccer team and then they said, oh no, because the guys will cause problems. Like for me, I'm like, I just can never accept that anywhere. And I'm like, yeah, actually all 17 of these people should be punished, actually. Because like, even though it seems kind of harmless if you think about it, for any sort of hobby, if you have to deal with that bar getting into it, it is keeping you from opportunity to be great at anything. Even if it's just a small, like, oh, 5% of places you go, you might deal with it and not realize it. That is actually significant. And that's what keeps from, like, you know, equal opportunity of being able to excel in anything. So, and I'm not saying you do accept it, by the way. I'm just saying, even back in the day, I was like, I also don't like this. Because it's just, like, unfair.
It's definitely
Sorry,
challenging.
heavy topic.
No, it's fine. I think it's a reality we've all. It's not groundbreaking. It's not groundbreaking. We've all experienced it in various facets, even in real life. You know, it's just kind of the cost of like coexisting, and I do think that it's definitely gotten better. Like I'm not like, I mean, obviously we all stream, so it's, you know, I remember not even talking in Ventrilo or whatever you used back then, TeamSpeak. I used to not speak at all because I didn't want anybody to know anything about me. But now here we are, just, you know,
Yapping.
streaming and doing all sorts of stuff. Like it's not something to be. It's definitely gotten better. It's not great, and there's definitely like there's a strong stance one way or the other. But I feel like it's gotten better for sure.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Like,
Definitely has.
Yeah, you see a lot less of that today. Like also like stray comments, I get like significantly less of those. Um
I'm
the only
definitely gonna.
downside is though is because some people
Ventrilo,
are
what a
less willing to be
throwback.
open about it is like
I'm gonna keep listening to get
we
some
have probably
water.
been barred from like joining a certain group or joining something somewhere and we won't know because they'll quietly like say
Yeah,
no, don't invite them.
I think that was maybe like one of the things I didn't love. I mean, like I feel like there was a big shift after like the Me Too thing, and before that, I
Yeah.
feel like if something was going on that involved like me or my gender or something like that happening, people would just straight up say it to my face or something like that. So like, and at least I know. I'm like, oh, okay, that's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but like at least I know.
Yeah.
And then like after that, it just started becoming like a behind closed door. Like nobody wants to say anything to anybody's face about what's actually going on. I mean, like, 'cause there are definitely still like guilds and groups that I know of that have the no girl thing
Oh yeah,
very
I know.
strong.
I can
Yeah,
name
and
I'm not gonna be
but
toxic
they
and
don't.
name it, but I know one.
I know many, but like that they'll never like publicly say it anymore, of course. So nobody knows that.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. They're hindering themselves from like a large portion of the player base for like no reason. And you never know. Maybe you could get your WoW girlfriend from there. So
Yeah. Yeah,
maybe you missed out on your WoW wife.
we'll never know. I think I got
Whoever's
really
the
like
best
when I
way,
was
yeah.
younger, I got really lucky though, and then like I like the reason I said BFA is because like I did play when I was younger before, and then I quit. But like when I was younger, I got really sheltered from it just because I always raided with my older brother and his friends, and like he would just do most of speaking for me. So like it's like when I was younger, I got really sheltered from it, and so then when I came back to the game and started playing by myself, I was like, what the fuck? These people are rude. Like, and I had no clue it was ever like that when I was like younger. So I guess I got like lucky or just like sheltered by playing with him the whole time.
No, that makes sense. Like, I was very like on my own. I'm like easily like the only gamer in my family, like even extended family. I don't know how that happened. It just did. But yeah, I started at like 13 and actually even in RuneScape, oh my god, that was really bad. But I think I kind of got like hardened, but the downside to it is I as like a 13-year-old, I was quite edgy just because of the
Hmm.
environments I was in, but yeah, early on in WoW, there even after finding out my age, there were a surprising amount of people that still in hindsight, I'm like I don't know why they were talking to me like that. There's
Yeah,
a lot of like I don't know.
I don't know like even looking back on like I cannot believe people because like people would still make a lot of comments and like shit like that towards me, but like
Yeah.
I was just like I can't believe they knew that I was a 14-year-old girl. They were talking to me
Yeah,
about
like
these
what?
things because like looking back, I just didn't even know half the words they were saying because like I like normally when you're younger and like somebody says a word to you, you tab out and you Google the word and you figure it out, right? Or you ask. Because I'm in the room with my brother, I'm like, fuck, I can't do any of that. So I just like nod my head and pretend like I knew like what the nasty words they were saying were and stuff like
Yeah.
that. And
I
looking back, I was like, why was anybody speaking about this in front of me?
no, totally same boat. So yeah, for a while, just for me, I think it's okay to admit, girl thing, but I became like edgy, I would
Hmm.
say like mean and inappropriate things online as well, but it's not good. I don't know, kind of changed over time, but I do as much that's why like anytime I talk about any sort of toxicity or whatever that happens in WoW, first off, happens in all other games. But
Hmm.
I do want to acknowledge it definitely has gotten better than it used to be. Like the people coming in now have it much better than I think we did because it sounds like that we started like around the same time, like same age. So
Yeah,
kind of went
yeah,
through the same
yeah.
hoop. But I think what it sucks because there's a lot of women that will like quit or like not play anymore because they don't want to deal with it. I know for me, what kept me going is one, a little bit of obliviousness, and two, that I was so addicted to the game that nothing would keep me from playing it, kind of thing.
Yeah, mine was like addiction and then just like it is. I mean, it felt like a little bit gratifying, I guess, if like you were really good and you were a girl, because it like you felt like a little bit like underdog,
Yeah,
even though that's like cringe to say.
100%.
But like back then, like that's how you used to feel about it. So that
No,
definitely
that's
also
what I
kept you going.
This is
People
like
like
kept
talk shit
you
about you,
going.
like well now now I just want to do better.
No, that's what I mean. Because for me specifically, that's where unfortunately
Funny.
I had that same feeling, but it fed a tiny bit into that, like, not like the other girls toxic thing I had.
Yeah,
when I was,
yeah.
like, 14, 15. I
Yep.
started getting that sort of ego, and it was weird because that's whatever. I don't know how to
That's
describe
funny.
it. There's most people probably here probably can't relate to what I'm
Just
talking
fuel
about in
fuel to the
chat, but, like,
fire.
yeah,
Yeah.
it makes had to like
It's
grow
great
out
to
of
talk about,
that.
but no, I was the same
Yeah.
fucking boat. I was like, yep.
That's so funny. I
Monty can't relate.
started.
She was
I
always
had
this
my
nice
headset on
bar.
the whole time, and I heard you guys talking about your past when you started playing video games, and I actually started in college. So
Did
I'm
somebody
like,
like in college
Alright,
get you
same thing.
into it?
no, I was like literally like in college. Like I was 17, 18 when I started playing this game. So I was like having like I had my group of friends, and yeah, I mean I was with those like old weird dudes, I guess. I don't know. But I didn't have any problems with I don't know, being really young, and I guess I just kind of rolled with the punches for the most of it. Like that's just how people talk to each other, and I thought it was really great when girls started to play more and more, and you know now we're doing like these big events, like we did the Eve Ascension, and I think it's really fun. But it's good. You gotta like, you know, maybe experiencing that stuff like later on, like earlier on, like say, like it built that like inner like competitiveness in yourself, and it becomes like your driving force. Maybe spite's not the best thing for it, but you kind of like tapped into your own superpower, you know, like I want this, I'm gonna go get it. Took a girl to BlizzCon.
Yeah, 07 is the only one that has 3 keys done. They're kind of like they're kind of dominating a tiny bit.
Oh yeah, 07.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, we were watching MDI.
Kamdeva is doing like the thing that we're talking about where like
Oh yeah.
they've only been doing like they just went to like theater and they just got all the way up to 19. They just stayed there for a while and now they're finally in their second dungeon. It's so hard to tell like in the first few hours like who is actually doing well and who isn't, just because people do like the different strategies and how long they spend on each key.
Yeah. Okay, so mother load.
But yeah, I feel like the first day of MDI is always like kind of a slog to watch
Velocity.
for the first like 3.5 hours while they're like leveling up keys, and then it gets a lot better to watch like the last like hour and a half.
Yeah, this
When
is
like it's
good.
actually getting close to like elimination, you can tell who's actually behind and ahead, and the keys are actually high again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Right now they're just walking through it.
they pulled up like that cool bar earlier where it just shows like the comparative total times for like the day.
Mhm.
But yeah, even then they're always like so close until, like you said, you actually get to the level they're looking at. So we have like what,
2, 6.
another 2-ish hours? I lost track of how long it goes.
I think it's 5 hours. 5 hours total.
Yeah.
So quite a bit.
Okay, holy moly.
They have a lot of time to improve all of their dungeons. Because yeah, if they're already putting like 07's gonna be done with this floodgate in like 10 minutes, and then they just need to go like get the mother load like up and stuff like that, like already having all 18s done. It's not even halfway, or like halfway through the day. Seems like the last hour will be pretty interesting to watch. I'm curious to see what a team like this is gonna do though, because they've been playing their meta comp, right? Comp de vote,
Where's
they've been playing their
07?
meta
07's
comp.
in
A lot of like,
Floodgate.
they're playing it like in a 16, which is like this is normally where you
Mm.
pull out the off meta stuff.
Oh yeah,
being-
To avoid the elimination rule. So I'm curious what their strategy is, like if they're just trying to qualify for tomorrow, even if that means maybe they won't do as well.
yeah, I actually asked, I messaged
So like
Tobo,
7 years
she's
ago.
from Evo.
Lols.
I was like, yo, what is up with this? And he said that like the more inexperienced teams bring out their meta comp just to qualify, So, but because of that, it gives them enough of an advantage that sometimes the more experienced teams will do it sooner than they'd like to as well. I'm not as familiar with some of the teams here, so I'm not gonna like imply who's who, but yeah, if you see them like pulling it out earlier, because I think it's not Echo Wonder Bar. I think that's like the mostly Echo player team. I think they're holding on to their comps like the longest.
Yeah.
But yeah, if we see someone do it early, and switch to like the meta comp, and then they're gonna exit out, they're just trying to qualify, like you said.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see if like how many of these teams are actually going to try and like strategize to not play like full meta. 'Cause I think the only one that's not playing like classic full meta right now outside of 07 has been Velocity, but I don't know if that's just because like that's a comp they prefer or if they're actually trying to play into the off meta stuff because they're playing like the Hunter and the rest of Shaman as well.
Yeah.
But I think that was kind of like because they had to restart top twice as well. So maybe that was costing them.
I just suddenly had a random memory. I don't know if you guys were watching like Legion MDI, but I remember there was Karazhan, that stone woman boss. I'm forgetting her name. But
Maiden.
it was like they had to restart it like twice or something because there was a bugged auto and Jada just got one shot and he was freaking out. I don't know if you guys remember. I remember that specific instant though with like the bug, and then they had to it was like old school restart the dungeon because this was like old MDI format as well. It's one of the first seasons actually, now that I think about it. Anyway, random, was that 10-year-old memory now? I don't know.
Yeah, Maiden, I think it's like Maiden something.
Yeah, Maiden.
She's crazy. She hurt so bad.
Yeah, there was something where like they swung on the tank, but then it like it changed to him, and then he just like died. I miss when he was in MDI. Like he's so funny, and he's like just always like, I don't know, he's a character, but I think he's been grinding a lot of like Marvel Rivals lately.
I got to watch J-Dot meet Wild Grandma at BlizzCon. I was like front row seat. It was like the cutest thing ever. Two geriatrics talking about druids. So sweet.
Yeah, I think J-Dot was probably like the first, because like when I started BFA, that was like the first like WoW streamer I'd ever like actually like watch and like learn stuff from. A true OG.
Yeah, he's so cool.
Yeah, during that arc, I remember he was always so pissed off at like HPAL because way back in Legion, there was two healers you could pick between. It was like Resto Druid and Paladin for high keys were like actually perfectly split for popularity. So
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, like you could actually pick one of the two and be fine. So it's like Paladin was slightly better for like Karazhan, I think, because of the bops. But then you want a Druid for like a different dungeon ideally, but they could still both do each. But yeah, since he was like a Resto Druid loyalist, he was always like fuming at HPAL kit, even though they were for the most part like pretty even. And like for the first time ever, out of spite, he like switched to HPAL. I don't remember the results of that, but he's really funny. I miss watching him do like key stuff.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think who else back then was streaming and pushing keys. It's like Corme said as well. That was one of the go-to streams for like key people. Trying to think of who else there was.
Yeah, he's still holding it strong. Yeah, I mean, the player, like, the accessibility of, like, variety streamers, or streamers have become more popular, so you can really see all sorts of different perspectives now, which I think is really cool. I usually watch like tank POVs. I don't know, my brain just like I feel like I'm not like engaged with a mob until like my face is on it. Like, I don't know if it's just like my smooth melee brain. But one time I was trying to play a Resto Shaman. I looked at I was trying to see my damage breakdown because I'm like, oh man, I'm crushing it. And sure enough, I had double digits melee hits, meaning my Resto Shaman was in there whacking the mobs with the staff. So.
They're just saying, like, it was Win Fury. You got to be taking advantage of it and actually getting there and smacking the mob. Like,
yeah, Thank you. Oh my god. It happens. Yeah, it happens to the best of us.
I think like over time, dungeons have gotten more like refined. Like they're making more and more intentional decisions is what they do. And Legion was like the first time we ever had M plus. But despite all of the changes, do you guys think you'd maybe go back to earlier iterations? And if you didn't play Legion, then like even BFA, or do you think like the kind of direction they go with like the dungeon design and the scaling and stuff is like good?
I mean, like it felt like the Wild West to me with like keys back then. And but the thing is, like, I would say I would go back, but like it's just like hard because I know it's just like rose tinted glasses when I'm looking back because like it was new, so everything was like more fun, and there were just I feel like there's like a lot more people playing. It was like a lot more active back then as well. Part of that was COVID, but also just felt like there's like a lot more people like that's like playing and interacting. It's like a lot more social.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I didn't like what they started doing with Dungeons and Shadowlands. Dragonfly, I wasn't sure, but I think the direction like with like the resilient keys and like the no affixes and everything like that is really, really good right now. Like I think that is peak them listening to the community. So I'd say like from a non-biased standpoint, I'd say right now is definitely better.
Yeah, I remember, or not remember, like season 1 just came out and I really wasn't a fan, but I do think this season, if we were to like pin recent changes to this season, then yeah, I think overall it is a bit nicer because I imagine if we're like in Legion,
Oh, that's a big
and
pull.
let's just say this exact format was released this way, I do think we'd probably be saying the same thing of like, oh, I miss when, or oh, I really like this.
Mm-hmm.
Because Legion was very like one of a kind. Like you were actually pulling like 2 to 3 times the mobs you were in this, and like, is that good design or is that just gratifying? I think about that sometimes.
I mean, I think the one thing I do not like, the biggest change they've made that I still really, really hate is the lockout change, where before like if you stopped a cast, it wouldn't just immediately start casting again, and like now you have to like actually have enough interrupts and kicks, which is why this Boomkin Beam Vengeance DH combo is so like oppressive. Is because like without that, like how are you gonna kick all these rock lances? You fucking aren't. Like it's such a bad change in my opinion, but I think the rest of it's really good.
It's hard to remember all of the big changes they made. I know one of the big ones, like I refer to this a lot, is in Legion, since it was like the first iteration. The biggest reason you'd wipe as a group is because you got one shot, just because of how the scaling was, and people would push keys like really high. But there was also big pulls, which is why it was so comp restricted. Like if you had to play one of six classes to be in the top. And from memory, it was like Holy Paladin, Resto Druid, and the only tank then you could do that high was DK, and then it was like a Mage, Rogue, and I think actually Havoc Demon Hunter as well. But it was something around there a long time ago. And then I know one of the big things they wanted to change in BFA was we don't want people to deplete the key because they're getting one shot. We want them to deplete keys because they ran out of time. And I know when people went in for the first time, they were like, "Oh, the bosses are so tanky, they're so meaty, everything takes forever to die. We have to pull way smaller." It doesn't feel good going from what you were doing in Legion to that. But it's kind of like, but I agree with what they're saying. So maybe like it is actually just better. It just didn't feel good going from Legion because it makes sense. Like, yeah, you should kind of be depleting a key because you can't do it on time, not because this boss has this like super BS one shot. It just kind of made more sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. That's way more fun to play than I think anytime there's been like a one shot season mechanic or like boss. Because I feel like even though they said that, there were still bosses that were one shotting you in BFA and Shadowlands pretty often. So I'm glad they've definitely moved away from that. Oh, did they mess up their skip or no?
Yeah, it looks like Shelly died. I mean, they could rip a BR. Oh, it looks like it is.
Yeah. I just can't tell if that was intentional or not, because most people don't do the water walking skip around. Most people do the having the tank pull bubbles away. But I guess this one is a little bit faster.
Yeah, I don't know why the tank didn't do that. They have their shadow melts.
I think this is faster to do it this way. I think it's just a little bit riskier because when you get in combat, the fish eat you.
MDI lasts 5 hours.
I've never done it that way before though.
Yeah, let's just say for floodgates, I did my 10-1 time for the achievement and have not stepped foot in here again. So
This dungeon's kind of like the third boss is pretty rough, and then
Yeah, because you're all like chained together, and then the waves come out. And
Yeah.
get silly.
it's kind of like it's nice that the healer doesn't get targeted, but it's also not nice because then it's just like your 3 DPS are constantly having chains on them and they're running out of defensive, and you're sitting here like, okay, I have my wall, I have my stone wall totem, I have my bubble, I have all my defensives, but I'm taking no damage and I'm just pumping healing into these 3 people constantly. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, and they're the
Because
big.
everybody else is so in danger, and you're just sitting there like, I have everything available, and I'm running out of like throughput for them.
Yeah. And if you don't like time it, I've noticed like if you don't time your throughput properly, it's really challenging to get them topped up before they start getting all wiggly and scared. Like they go into this like, dance phase and they're low health, and then of course like if 2 people decide to go different directions, they just like snap each other. So it's like, oh man, gotta really top them off real fast.
Oh, they're formatting this boss.
Tragic. Rudy Toots is really pumping though.
you guys
His name
see,
is so silly.
I think they changed something on this boss too. I can't remember what it was, or from BFA, I should say.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly how it used to work, but it definitely worked differently.
The visuals are definitely different, but overall he still had the coins.
the coins-
The
the coins
the
were, like,
pull
the
in's a
bigger
little different.
problem.
You weren't there was no like pull in, you just couldn't be in melee. I don't remember a
Yeah.
pull in, but that was about it.
So remember, it used to be like a much bigger problem with him eating coins, and like they reworked how that works. So it's like that almost never happens anymore.
Oh yeah, they've really changed the visual, like the ground visuals for abilities. Like you know exactly how close you need to be or far away, to not be in it, which is nice. It's no more guesswork.
Yeah, I'm full support of this. Their biggest concern was like, because I really read all the interviews because I'm a nerd. One of their bigger concerns was they were afraid of like removing the immersion, because it's like if it's just a circle, it's kind of. But I still think they did a good job. It doesn't. I think when I play, I have like a slight immersion, if you know what I mean. But I do not feel that the circles really took away from it. I think the clarity is like super super helpful. Because it's the worst when you have like a super super
2
high
hunters, you're welcome.
opacity circle, and you cannot tell if you're in it or not. I think it's helped a lot, especially with like the ground clutter and excuse me, overlapping with like the friendly abilities that we have, like even the mage there when they're standing in their whatever the frick that thing is called.
That like rune thing.
Yeah, their
think
rune
it's
of
a rune.
power or whatever. I don't play mage.
Yeah, so when you like the pixel perfect play, it definitely helps take out that like guesswork. Especially with like this, I'm just looking at this mother load here and how there's like circles on the ground, and sometimes like because we're working with like that, y axis or the x axis or whatever, like there's that z axis, like that, like the ground isn't smooth. What I'm trying to say, the ground isn't smooth, so sometimes like you don't see some of the circles, and it's like underneath the stairs, underneath the rock.
Yeah, we still actually have elevation issues, even for like serious content. Like even for Muggsy, I think it was like the I don't remember, it was like a group soap or a tank slam or whatever. They were bringing it to the stairs, just because if you were standing like, it was either up on the stairs or below it, that it wasn't actually hurting you.
What?
Yeah, I wish I could remember the mechanic name. Like the second a week has passed, I'm like, I don't remember the name of anything. But like,
Oh,
and it wasn't even fixed right away.
my cat muted my mic, and I don't know how long I've been muted. I was gonna say, like, the mechanic on Muggsy is like when you get the arrows on you, the ice arrows in Mythic, in order to clear like the damage it does to you, you have to stand in the fire in order to do that, and you want to be setting the fire ahead of time. So you purposely place it on the stairs, and then once the mechanic came out, you would all jump, so you only take one tick of it. But like while you're setting it before that, before you jump, you take 0 damage
Yeah, that's
because
what
it's
it was.
bugged out because of like the Z-axis. And then you jump right when the mechanic comes out, so that if you do get the mechanic, it immediately clears, and then you take only 1 tick of damage. So it's like it was like a bad thing, but like everybody manipulated it to turn it into like a good thing. So then you took less damage overall.
Clever use of game mechanics.
Yep. Clever use of the
Clever.
Z-axis bugging out.
Clever use of game. Yes, very clever. Like,
That reminds me, actually, sometimes there's so much uncertainty with elevation because there was the I forget what those there's the anglerfish boss in Eternal Palace, and I remember thinking like, okay, because it's the one we were swimming, and I'm like,
Yeah.
if I put my healing ring on the ground, are they actually healed by it? And there was no like definitive answer I could find anywhere, and I had to trust what someone said, where they're like, no, it's like a column. So if they're standing in the column, it's fine. There's so many things like that where you just have to like figure it out.
there's some really good data analysts that master that. I gotta love the people digging through the spreadsheets.
Yeah, the people sitting at logs, like just literally, like they don't know what they're looking for, but they're just trying to find something.
That's what I do. I definitely go and I look for people doing weird stuff. I don't know if it's because sometimes I get that itch to audit, but I'm like, I think I'm gonna see if anybody's doing weird stuff.
Like a little peeping Tom for stats for strat.
Yeah, I'm like, why are you using an umbrella toy right now?
Yeah.
What's happening? Using a level 1 like toxin clearing BRD item in Neltharian's lair for that worm boss because it had no cooldown. You could just literally eat this little piece of goo that came out of BRD and it would remove any toxin. Like they totally broke toys in M pluses for
Yeah.
sure. Like, okay, so there was one I actually did exploit where it was in Darkheart Thicket on the 3rd boss, the dragon boss, where he would do the push, like he would do like the pushback. If you summoned your pet like toy to like, it was called like a pet ring, and what it would do is you get a pet out and then you summon the toy and the pet would jump through the hoop for you. But if you had the toy up saying, hey puppy, jump through the hoop, you wouldn't get pushed back because the game's like trying to prioritize the dog trick.
Well, that's funny.
So you never
I
got
didn't know that
pushed
one.
back, but you could heal. It was so good.
I'm trying to think of what other toys that we had where it's like.
I remember
this is-
all the one from, remember the Underodd skip one where you'd like get in the pot and it dropped combat like Shadow Meld?
I do not. I might not.
Oh,
have been
that
good
would be
enough to
cool.
even know about that.
Yeah, that was like, it was like when they
Thanks
like
for the lyric.
they were sick of everyone skipping the matrons inside of Underrot, so they gave them True Sight, so then you couldn't shroud it anymore. And like that same week where they gave them True Sight, we discovered the toy where you could use this toy like a Shadow Melt, and then you could just like immediately drop combat. And then obviously people started using that in every single dungeon. And that was like I think like a month before they finally came in and fixed it. But that one was cool.
I don't even know if this is still a thing, and it's not really like an exploit, but I know before dungeons all the time in BFA, someone would always put down a turnip to get like their staff. I don't even know if that's a thing anymore.
Oh yeah.
but-
It's still good for some. I think like Devastation Evoker can stack their Pyre like Firestorm proc before, but like there's not that many like that anymore, thankfully, because that was really annoying for some classes. Like Boomkin, Season 1 Dragonflight, that was obnoxious to wait for them to stack their stuff.
Yeah. And like I know this isn't a toy. I think it was just like an item, but there's like that cardboard cutout thing that I know was being used for a bit.
Oh yeah, the
I don't
trainee, the
understand how it
dummy.
works though.
Oh yeah,
It's
the dummy.
it's like if when there used to be like really bad like tank busters and stuff like that, or
Yeah.
the things that prevent you from kiting. What are they called? Where they turn and hit the closest melee instead
I
of
know
hitting
that
the
it was
tank.
really popular in Necrotic Wake with those big
Mm-hmm.
guys up in the necropolis. They would put a stacking debuff on the tank.
Yeah, just like right before like the tank buster goes out, you just put it down, and it has like no HP, but it, like immediately taunts, and it can take like one hit for your tank, so they can drop a debuff or continue kiting.
Yeah.
They let that stand for like a whole season.
I remember seeing the cardboard cutouts, and then I'm like, that actually was one of the first points where I'm like, I'm not doing keys.
This is silly.
Yeah, I know it sounds small, but it was more like, man, I don't want to be up to date with these items and like when to use blah blah blah. I think I like took that tier off, and then I started doing like every other one, and slowly kind of declined from there because I'm getting old.
Yeah, it was like I remember the target dummies from that Mythic Plus season, and then when I started playing hardcore, they're like, "Oh yeah, these target dummies. They're these really cool things." I'm like, "Oh, I know exactly what these are." Believe it or not, we were using them in the current expansion still.
Guess us paladins will just have to go back to bubble taunting.
Yup.
So they
Do
did
they
that
still
in
have-
Spires too, that mini boss after the second boss up on the stairs. Like it didn't that like old it was like a mini boss. He would do like all sorts of crazy things. I always mess that one up.
When I'm asked to bubble taunt, I'm like, there's a 50% chance here that it's like, I just like wipe the group. I don't know
every
why
time
I stress out over them so much.
Oh.
I don't like them. I don't really play my paladin that much. Like I don't really like my paladin that much. But every time they're like, "Oh yeah, bubble taunt," I'm like, "Fuck, do I even have my taunt down?" To like, I don't even think I have it down. So, like I'm not gonna lie.
Oh no. Okay, firearm, motherload.
Do they still? I know there was one season, especially in Legion, where you'd use the pylon res, and they brought that back for like one season semi recently. Are those still used at all, or did they kind of like retake them out again?
I remember them being used in Shadowlands. I don't know if they're being used or not. I don't really see people pull them out that often.
It was a nice, because like I remember I had to use them since it was like the HPEL way back in the. Well, I guess we did have a DK, but still, you wanted to have some on hand, especially for those runbacks.
Yeah, I mean, like one thing they also kind of did this season or this expansion was they definitely like killed death skips because of the 15-second penalty now. Like, death skips are no longer a viable thing to just like lose 80 seconds.
Yeah, they did also, I think, improve the death respawn rate, like the location, because
Yeah.
there were some dungeons that the death, like to penalize death skips, they would make the start, like the respawn spot back in the beginning of the dungeon, so it was like a long run back. But they obviously made the deaths more penalizing, but the respawn locations more favorable for pugs.
Yeah.
Kind of like
I'm always a big
think
fan
that's
of having good respawn locations. I mean, like,
Yeah.
I don't think they need to try and penalize death skips anymore because, like, I feel like 15 seconds is so long. Like, nobody's doing that on purpose. But I think the respawn location should always just be the last boss you killed. Except in most dungeons, obviously, like Theater of Pain, that would be really troll. But like the majority of dungeons,
Oh.
I feel like that'd be good.
yeah, not Theater of Pain.
Yeah, it really is like, are you just punishing enough? You already have incentive not to die, so I've just never understood having like having a my brain just like stopped working. Having like the respawn so far back, it's like, you're not gonna like fight any harder knowing that your walk back's gonna be 15 minutes. Like, I don't know, it doesn't change how you play, and it just like feels really, really bad.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
When was the last time I remember
Yeah.
like
There even being death skip was like halls. I don't remember any
DJ,
last
thank you for the
expansion.
lurk. Which halls? Like Atonement or
Halls,
Valor?
halls of atonement. That's the last
Oh,
death skip
okay.
I can really remember.
We try again.
That was
Hey,
a silly
Cigarette
one.
Man. Nice to see you. Welcome in. Yes, Halls of Halls.
Yeah, there's so many
My
halls.
favorite.
It's
My
crazy.
favorite.
I was getting a little monka there. Their group is going. They lost their healer. Everyone's taking a lot of damage.
Do you think people are choosing this Bone Weaver, Reaver, floaty skeleton guy over the two tornado dudes platform?
Yeah, usually they if they go this side, then they can skip 2 mini bosses in the Zav wing. But if you go the other side, then you can only skip one of the mini bosses. So this is like usually more time efficient to go this way.
Interesting. It's so crazy that you can just skip that mini boss with a druid roar.
Yeah,
Like that's so nice.
it is really nice. Yeah, because those mini bosses suck so much.
They do a lot of like, I don't know, it's just like the
They definitely nerf
combination of
them, but it's
uncomfortable.
bad.
Yeah, they hurt really bad. Some of them stomp, some of them put a bleed out, some of them like do those swirly blades that the damage is bigger than the visual. And then of course like they're right in the middle of the stairwell, not despotting, and you got to go up the stairs to progress the dungeon. So it's just like always in your
Yeah.
way.
I feel like it's so weird because like I feel like there's so many mini bosses. Like basically all the mini
Druid War or
bosses that you
Warlock
can
rate?
skip, everybody
Nice.
always skips them. They keep adding them. Like I think we talked about it earlier with Priory. Priory is like one of the few dungeons that does mini bosses correctly because you can always have things to cleave off of them. But things like bubbles and the ones in theater where it's like they're too dangerous to like pull with packs, or the packs around them are too dangerous to pull with them.
Yeah.
I think is like I think the community has said over and over again, we really don't like this, and they just keep on doing it, and it's just like why? Like Bubbles is cute. That's Bubbles' only saving grace. But outside of that, it's a terrible mob.
Yeah, you can't pull Bubbles with an architect who's gonna like root you and do all that like
Yeah.
crazy stuff. And then of course there's like the blind inspection where these mobs are bouncing behind you. Like it just doesn't. Has too much variety. But Bubbles is really cute.
Do you guys like the recycled dungeons? Like we used to get new ones every expansion, and we'd sit on those the whole time. Do you like the revisits? And then they add like 2 new ones every tier. I know it's gone through a couple iterations, but
I think I like it for the most part. I think some of the ones they bring back are like really badly balanced or something. I think the ones this time are fine. What is it? It's Motherlode, Workshop, Theater. I'm definitely not a theater fan, but the way they did it, it's not so bad.
why did they bring back Mechagon a third time? I think I've never seen
I
an
know,
answer
but
to this.
I think it's just because the Goblin theme. I think they just wanted, they felt like it fit the theme, which I mean it does fit the theme, like for sure. Like Motherlode fits the theme. I don't know why theater is here. Like it's truly just a mystery to me. But the other two at least fit the theme.
Yeah, that is true. They all are goblin themed.
Did we have Junkyard a second time already?
We've had Junkyard brought back once, and then so
Okay.
now Workshop has been brought back twice.
Okay, I was gonna say because maybe it was that, but yeah, if it was brought back, I can't remember anymore.
When
It all
did
kinda
Junkyard
messes
come
me up.
Back? Fourth season of Shadowlands, I think.
Oh.
I think I don't remember because the thing is, every time there's a fated season, I quit the game. I'm like, I gotta go.
Oh.
I gotta go. But it
There
was
you
during one of the
go.
fated seasons.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's season 4 Shadowlands. Oh, interesting.
That's the one time I got the title. I did it. enough core maze dropped out, and I was able to get it.
Koreme's out here getting it like on 5 characters.
No,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
I'm not.
3 healers.
I don't got that much passion in me no more.
Oh
It's
no.
like, I really don't like. I'm happy they're not doing Faded again. I really dislike the Faded seasons. Like I understand why they did them, but I despise them in my core being.
No,
I
get
like
it.
them for the raid teleports.
Yeah, that part's nice. Okay, having
And then
having
you farm
retail is
mounts.
nice.
I think like the very first time we got it, it was like for me, I was like, oh, I don't mind this. But then like the second time we got a Faded season, I was like, I already
Have fun in all 3?
already hate
Yeah.
this.
Like what if you
It's
didn't
like,
play
oh,
any
you
of
want
the
me to
3?
do all of this all over again for the same exact year?
know what a
Absolutely
big-
not.
You know what a big part was like going back to some bosses and being like, do we still have the spreadsheet for this? And then like
Did we have to
having them
update
do
these
all
week
of it.
auras? And then we have to
Yeah.
remake a note. We have like 3 versions of notes for every single boss. It's just like, and then
You're
also
like-
like your alt raid. It's just like, stop
Yeah.
it, stop it. Like, this is a nightmare.
I don't know, maybe because we're not raiding this time around Krista, maybe season 4 might be the play. It's all fresh.
I don't know.
Fat carried.
Ugh, I don't know. I think I might get brought in to get my like CE without having to have put in any of the prog work, but
Oh, take me with you.
will do. No, I was at least given like 3, I think I've done like 3 or 4 farm bosses where I was just like brought in, so I have some, but I don't know. I honestly like I've kind of been saying this like on my own, but I think I'm just kind of done with like raiding. It's just too time consuming. It's too hard. Not that I can't do it. I just don't want to dedicate this much time anymore.
Yeah, I think that's really fair. Like it's
I'm old.
you have like a job, a life. You like seeing the sun. It's not.
Yeah,
it's
it's
not
like-
the best. It's a lot of
I-
hours. It's not very
yeah, like-
rewarding.
Exactly. I've always like held a job or been in school while I was playing WoW, and then like suddenly having evenings to do what I wanted. I'm like, I don't know. All I'm saying is I've like touched grass. I like it. I don't know why we make fun of normies. Like they kind of are living it up. Like it's nice. I went apple picking and that was fun. You know what I mean?
Aw.
Ooh, what did we make with the apples? Anything?
Yeah, I made a pie, a crumble, and then I was like
Oh,
trying to eat them as
fuck.
fast as I could.
Oh,
Tried making
dude.
my own applesauce. Yeah.
Ooh,
I'm a blessed baker. My baked goods are very good. A secret thing that I've been able to hone because I'm not rating. Also got good at cooking. You know what I mean? Like I have
Yeah.
time to cook now. I have time to like just got my gym membership. I don't know.
Heck yeah. Yeah, you're thriving. It
Yeah.
sounds fun.
I'm gonna work on getting my Corme body.
Same.
I literally DM'd her and I'm just like, I sometimes look at a photo of you and tell myself not to eat. I was like, I have to like keep my weight at a certain level, and I'm gonna go to the gym. Yeah.
don't do that. Eating is
Corme
good.
does like food streams and stuff too. She like makes like I've watched her make like tons of wraps and stuff, and they always look
Yeah.
delicious.
Oh yeah.
I
Sorry.
have not been food streaming lately because I've been what I call my autistic eating, where I've been eating the same meal every day for like a year straight.
Nice.
So I have not been doing cooking streams. So I'm like, guys, you really don't want to see this. You really don't want to see this.
Yeah. By the way, not eating in an unhealthy way. Just like I gained a little more weight than I wanted to, and I had to get down to the way I wanted. So don't wanna. But yeah. I get it though. I've got big into wraps, like any sort of like rice bowl. I can make a lot of different kinds of those now.
Oh man, yeah, rice bowls are so good.
Yep.
Summer will help, right? Like, isn't it coming into summer season? Having nice like
Yeah.
you'll be
Good
like
weather.
outside more. You're gonna just be more like active and stuff. You're just it's a timing issue.
Yeah.
It's okay.
It is. It's always snowy. It's the opposite for
Yeah.
you though, because I think being in the southern area with that heat, it's like you get to go outside during the winter.
Yeah, I'm new to Arizona. Like I feel like I'm still thawing out. Like I'm born and raised Californian, but I've been in Seattle for 15 years and I've only been in Arizona for 8 months. And it's been so I missed like last summer essentially. Like I had one day of 120, which was I was still like fresh out of Seattle, so I said I was thawing out. Like I didn't realize how hot it was because I was just so thankful that the sun was out. And yeah, the last 9 months or 8 months here have just been absolutely beautiful. Like it's perfect like weather. Like windows open, it's bright, it's sunny outside, like a pool every day. Like yeah, it's hard to hype myself up when I'm, the 120 degrees Arizona heat's on its way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ask me in a few months.
I was actually gonna ask if you think you might like move back, or if you might stay in Arizona.
Oh, I'm applying for everywhere. I just got laid off so my job, I was with my company for 10 years in Seattle and I took a promotion and they relocated me here to Arizona in August. And 8 months later I got laid off. So I'm still kind of right in that journey, and I'm applying. To answer your question, I'm applying everywhere. I even applied for a Blizzard job. I'm like, what if they get moved back to California and then I'll like full saga travel around? But thankfully everyone needs accountings. That would be nice. I did not get that job. I totally got declined. I totally got denied. But it's okay. We try again.
No, that's why I was asking, since you weren't tied to Arizona. Because for me, like I have to stay on the northern half of the states because I like the four seasons. Arizona for me would be way too hot. But that's why I was curious. I wasn't sure if you like that kind of climate, or you're like, oh, maybe I'll just stay here. But I guess it is job dependent, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, that's a great question, and I wish I knew the answer. I don't know. I mean, I feel like it was a curveball. I was working, and I never really experienced Arizona. There's a lot of great stuff here because there's stuff happening year round, like all the time. Like it's always, they're always doing stuff because the weather's beautiful. And I do travel a lot for like my family and friends and stuff. So if I want to see all the seasons, I could do that. I could travel. If I have a remote job, if I get a remote job doing accounting, then I'll come sleep on your couch, Chris. Get some fall. I'll go fall picking with you, like pumpkin. We can go do a pumpkin patch or something.
I'm literally going blueberry picking next month. So.
Oh my god,
blueberry! Oh, yeah. I've never even heard of that. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm really excited. No, I'm telling you, when you like go outside and touch grass, you're like, wait, these things that kind of sound like they could be boring are actually like really freaking hot. Like, I don't know. And I DM'd both of you individually about it, but like the big bounce is coming. It's like just the giant, like the world's largest bouncy castle, and they have like an adult only hour, and I'm gonna go crazy in that thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Have the
Everyone
best
better get
time.
out of my way.
Yeah. She's actually just inviting us to the bounce house event so that we can just witness her like bouncing it up.
Yeah. Like, watch me do this backflip. Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that?
Yeah. Look, take a video of me. Like we're just there to vouch.
I'm going to be someone a little too old, taking it a little too seriously.
That's awesome. Good for you. Hey, let's update this. Oh, man.
Well, they are. I saw they pulled up that other chart thing. I don't know if you guys saw it. It was just showing like the length of time completed. I already forgot what was on it.
For top, yeah.
Yeah.
07.
Yeah, you are right. These earlier ones are a slog. I came in this, I'm like, I'm so freaking excited, and I'm like, this really is like the race world
until the last
MDI.
hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, but tomorrow will be better as well because it'll be like the two top teams from both sides. I imagine the first few hours will also be a slog, but then like the end of it will be good because it'll be really tight. But like normally like the qualifying days like aren't as like tight. Like I feel like it's like 07 and then either Firmawand or Comtiva that are qualifying today based on what it looks like right now. Oh yeah, it is Durin.
Let's see. Velocity did a mother
Yeah, Mother is just so
load.
fast. Like even on an 18, they're gonna two chest it. Like no problem, two chest.
31, and then firmware.
At this point, if they were to one chest this, would that be considered like a blunder by the Great Push standards?
Yeah,
Or
I
is
think
that
so.
still
Just
look
because
pretty
like
good? Okay.
because then they'd have to do the 19 and then the 21. I mean, maybe it wouldn't be that bad because I don't know if they can even do 22. I don't actually know what the cap is in here. It might be
Is that
22, but
Drogo
I
in the
definitely know
EU
like
team?
20 is done on
Yeah.
live, so it's probably close to 22 on tournament realms because they have like
Yeah.
at least 5 more eye levels.
Used to go blueberry, strawberry, and apple picking? Heck yeah. That sounds fun. I haven't done any of that yet.
Also, this boss is like so crazy. You can just like run through the Gatling gun, just always stand on the safe spot, and like the intermission used to be like the scariest thing ever, and now it's just kind of chill.
Hmm. I also like with that gun how they added that visual as well, because like
Yeah,
for people that did not play this dungeon when it first came out, there was no visual on the ground. It was just a gun, so it was very, very, very hard to tell how wide the spread actually was.
Yeah.
yeah, and you're like whipping your camera around, looking at like the little drones to see where you could stand that was safe the entire time as well.
Yep.
It was like getting whiplash on this boss. Used to play
Yeah,
on
really good
the
visual.
stairs, and then they blocked off the stairs now, so you can't use that strat anymore.
It truly was a good change though. Like I'm still big fan of like the visual changes, just like everyone else, but it's kind of like you could play perfectly and like it's not you could die to you not really messing up. It's just like huge uncertainty with where a mechanic is, and it's like that almost at that point it's like it's not even a skill issue. It's just like I don't know. I'm willing to if someone said like, "Dude, no way I was in that." Depending on who says it and what mechanic it was to, I do sometimes give them like half credit. Like, yeah, like that's a very easy like mistake to make if you know what I'm trying to say.
Mhm.
Yeah, like people are always like, "Don't ever say look at my body," like you know, but like sometimes it really is a like look at my body moment.
Yeah.
Like I'm not in that.
Yeah, everybody come look at me. Look at my body. You're like pinging
Ping.
yourself. You know, you're
Yeah.
like, look at this.
Yeah, look at my body. Okay, now look at it in game.
Yeah. I got humbled
Ooh.
by that exact like my body was in I don't know this whole thing, but I'm gonna shift it to being in town. Have you guys been smushed by that like I don't know if you guys did Children's Week at all, but you have to go and like take this orphan around Dornegal, and in the middle
Yeah.
of the city there's this like big hammer thing that like
Yeah.
smushes everything. Dude, have you guys gotten smushed by that?
No,
I haven't done that.
I didn't even know you
Okay.
could get switched by-
I did. I'm not gonna lie. When I saw the like the rainbow things around, like town like last week, and I was like, I have no clue what this is. Some people were like, "Oh, that's Children's Week." I was like, "Okay, I have
Yeah.
no clue what this is."
Yeah. Well, anyways, I totally got like smushed by this hammer. According to the game, I got an achievement and everyone laughed. But I was like, my body is like clearly not in this smush zone. Like I'm like all the way on the side. I was very upset. I made everybody look at my body.
Yeah,
Man,
I was very upset.
I will do like if I die in a key, I'm like I didn't die, and like I would battle res, like I'll sit there like a full 10 seconds making sure everybody saw before I took it. Like I'm like I'm not taking this until we
This one
all
doesn't count.
acknowledge how silly this was.
Yeah.
okay. I actually remember sort of off topic. Have you ever had a death or did something so embarrassing that you did actually pull the Ethernet cable?
No.
Yeah, I've also had 4 before. I'm like,
No.
yeah, no, I don't. My game crashed. My game crashed.
I've done it. Yeah, I
I've
think
done
as
it
a
at
cheat-
least once, and I can viscerally remember it, and I'm not going to bring it up because I will stand to this day that my game crashed. But like,
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Mythic
I did
Odin,
a
let's
few
go.
times as like teenager, but like you're a teenager, whatever. I think
Here we
in the
go.
past like
I did. I went to the Open
8
this year.
years,
I just
I've
reposted a
fake
bunch of
DC'd, like,
photos on
twice.
on Instagram about it. It was a lot of
wasn't
fun.
even like I was so embarrassed though. It was more like I'm gonna get reamed for this. I have to DC. It was like fearing
Yeah.
for my life.
Oh no.
I don't remember what specifically. I just remember having that feeling though, and I'm like, I have to.
I messed up
But
so
I don't-
bad.
Yeah.
Oh man. I just hit him with the I did bad. Like that's what I say. Like I did bad. It's like, okay, res me. And then you take the res right away. Or if you're a shaman, you just onk. Like nobody saw.
Oh yeah, that's why real shaman this year. I was like, the onk is too good, and also you can always put the talent that gives you the CDR on it now. It's just like, ooh. Honestly, the dream was just to play a holy priest. Like that shit's broken. You get like a cheat death, a come back to life button every pull. That's wild.
Yep.
Nobody even
Yeah,
cares
Youth
if you
Priest is
die.
fun.
I think my favorite, like the first time I ever had cheat death was like on Farok. They're like, oh, we're gonna have you play Og, and I was like, oh no, I'm gonna fuck up a lot. And then I was like, oh my god, I have a cheat death. I just have a get out of jail free card every 5 minutes. This is my absolute
Nice.
favorite class and boss I've ever played in my life. It's just like, oh, I got hit by a ball. Nobody knows and nobody cares. Like, let's
Yeah.
just keep going. Like,
Nice.
it was
Like
so hard to die, but like no healers have that, so I'd never experienced it before. I was like,
That's
this is
awesome.
amazing.
Like I think that peace of mind, like that invincibility complex is like I would play so much better knowing that I was safe, you know?
No, I mean, like, it makes you play worse because then you don't realize you're fucking up. But like,
Oh.
every time I'd be like, oh, that kills you. I just didn't realize because I wasn't dying. But yeah,
Oh, have you guys ever
it's
been
so
with a
nice.
friend? That is pretty nice. Have you guys ever been with a friend who only plays tank and then they start to play DPS and then they realize like how much stuff
Like,
they're
oh, that
standing
kills
in?
you.
Oh, that
Yeah.
kills you?
Oh, that does damage. I had no
Oh.
clue. Yeah,
What is this?
that's always so funny.
Yeah, it is.
I wish I could say the same thing about like the cheat death / or I group kind of immunities and that sometimes, but it's like even paladins
to do
we
that?
don't have that anymore because our bubbles are always bound to a mechanic. Like think
Mhm.
Muggsy,
Yeah, you do.
we have
Yeah,
to use bubble
it
to
sucks now.
soak. Yeah, and then Farok, it was like soaking the orbs. It's just like our immunity is not our own, like it's fake.
Yeah, that definitely sucks.
Yeah, it was bound
Is
on
it like-
Tindral, Queen Ansarak, like all sorts of stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah, bubble. I remember use it so you don't get gripped. Well, that was
It was
I guess you
voluntary, I
would've
guess.
it was a voluntary assignment, but I could argue. Yeah, I see what you're
Like
saying.
it was. But it also like made the group safer. Like that was a really dangerous, like that second pull-in
Yeah.
was really unhealthy. Like I think I had to sack our monk at that time or they would die like every single time. Or
True, actually, you really kind of have to because like you could just run it on your own, but to like help with the throughput on that fight, you would have to. Yeah, true.
it was weird. I don't know. It's not your own, and then you almost like don't use it instinctively sometimes. Like I realized during that time, like I would hold on to my bubble for too long, and it's like my own personal like shame. That's like the only time I feel shame for dying is like when my bubble's up and I die because I don't think I forget that it's mine to use. I'm
Yeah,
like, oh, I died with my bubble up. It's so embarrassing.
Yeah, I'm the same. I think a lot of paladins struggle with that. It's like you don't want to waste it, but then more often than not, you like should have used it.
Yeah, pugs can be really brutal. This bridge is so nasty with all these like these guys have frontals and there's so much like what if you get caught in the spew beams, you know?
yeah, the
What's
frontal
happening?
backle. The frontal,
Yeah.
like the visual clarity on that, like they didn't really improve at all, which I wish they would have, because it's still kind of like a little. I guess it's better than it used to be, but
Yeah.
it's still kind of difficult to see when everything's jumping around and everything else is green.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the green on green
Yeah,
is
it's a
tough.
scary pool.
Yeah, they're trying for the 19 here. It looks like that's the highest on live so far. Oh, we've already seen a
Oh, is
19
it?
today.
Yeah.
There's only
The
been...
VUD, come to VUD. I don't know how to speak French.
Yeah, I looked it up. You know what yeah, that's how you pronounce it. And I looked it up and translated it, and it means as you wish.
Oh.
Isn't that cute? Like Princess.
That
I
is
thought
kind
it
of
was
a
like
cute
a
name.
Princess Bride reference.
Oh yeah,
That's how I thought it was.
that's cute.
I can proudly say I knew what it said and meant because I've been learning French lately. So
Ooh.
yeah, kind of a big deal.
So much time not rating. Just
Yeah,
baking
So much free
pies.
That's what I've been doing in my
time,
spare
picking
time.
blueberries,
Yeah.
learning French,
Yeah.
going to a bouncy house.
Yeah.
If even my pronunciation though honestly probably isn't that good. I don't want to make it sound like it is, but I've been told I have a very heavy accent, so I'm trying. It's weird being told that as like a English speaker.
You used to skip with the
Yeah.
rogue.
Like you
True,
know,
buddy,
'cause
true.
you're used to like, yeah, you know what I mean. I'm not saying that. I don't know how to say this without sounding like weird, but it's like English is like one of the most commonly like spoken languages, at least in like Western places. So then being not feeling like it's like the default feels weird. You know what I'm saying?
They have
Whatever.
pumpkin patches in Arizona? I don't think I've ever been pumpkin patching. Isn't that the same thing as like British people, or like I don't know why people like British accents, or like Australian people saying I don't understand why people like Australian accents. You just do.
You do.
Guess they just do. Do you have plans to travel to Europe and practice that French, or what?
Could be closer and just tour Quebec.
Oh, French Canadian. Very
Yeah.
nice. That's right.
But I've been in Paris and I really think Paris, I should have listened to the online being like, don't, dude, this place is so overrated. It's a trap. Don't go. I completely agree. But the other
Is there a way to check the
large
items
cities
that
I
they've
would like to go
chosen?
visit because I've been told very good things, like really good museums.
Yeah,
really
I think on
food.
Raider.io they have the list of all the armories of all the people.
So maybe one day, but I don't know. I've been told it's sometimes easier just to go there and like speak English, just because if you try to speak French, I haven't had this happen personally, but a lot
Oh,
of people
they
say
don't
if your
like
French
it.
is bad, they don't like
Mhm.
it. So
Mm.
it's easier just to speak English. But I don't know. I don't have enough to like experience.
Yeah, I've never been, so I've no clue. No clue what that's like.
You know, one day
I've
we'll
never
take a
been
girls
to
trip there. Actually,
Paris.
it's not even like go to the other cities. If you want to go to France, like go to other cities. Paris is like actually so overrated. Like it's really not that good. It's like dirty and like scammy everywhere. I don't know.
Out of all the places you guys have traveled, where do you think had the best food?
Ooh.
Thinking.
When I travel, I always try to eat local. So it's like my expectations aren't like, how can this country cook food I like? It's always like, what are their food and what do they like the best? I would say the most weirdest place I've ever traveled that had the weirdest, like, not great local food, but I loved traveling there and would travel there again, would be Iceland. Like, Iceland was absolutely breathtaking and beautiful and wonderful, and I loved everything about it. It was a little bit weird eating there because it's all like pickled fermented fish, or like they on the menu they have like horse and or whale, which is just like something I wasn't expecting to see. Like, oh, there's just like, today we're serving horse, that's the steak equivalent. And I'm like, okay, okay. And then so that would be, I know that's not what you asked, but that just to give you a baseline. And that was like kind of like a
I was just
no for
asking to
me.
ask, you know. I'm just curious, you know.
Yeah, that was really weird. But I did like yeah, I feel like I travel to places for the food. I was pretty spoiled in Seattle for a long time. I got to eat a lot of wonderful food there. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna say
know
Seattle. It was really really good food in town.
I was gonna say I know we said travel, but for me. I think overall the best food I've had just like comes from the United States, but outside of it, so far, either France, which is cheating because no one get mad at me. I'm saying relatively speaking, French food is similar to like American, but I think it'd also be tied between like Mexican food as well because Americans love
Ooh.
Mexican food. Had some like
Yeah.
Mexico cuisine like from there. Like man, that stuff is crazy good. New York fast food, yeah, that's kind of New York. I think
Ooh,
that
New
is
York does
just
have really good
stereotypical. I
food.
had like a few different restaurants there, and all of them were just absolute bangers.
Yeah.
I really want to properly try Italy though, because I went to Venice, but that's kind of like on its own, and the cuisine there is different because all the food has to kind of be brought in from like the mainland. So that's not a good indicator from what I've been told. But I want to go back to Italy to like a different city and then try because I'm a big, 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 big pasta person.
Oh, that'd be sick.
Ooh, yeah.
Do love pasta.
Yeah, I hear the pastas like obviously they make their grain differently, right? And then they process it all differently. And so I mean I definitely would want to go to Italy for some local pasta and bread
Yeah.
and stuff. It's just something I'm currently not welcoming in my diet as often. Like everything's about moderation, right? So that's always like the first one to get cut, unfortunately, in
No, it
my
is.
current diet and the current setup. And I think that it's just like part of the aging process. I'm like, I can't eat like pizza at 2 a.m. anymore. That's so weird. What about my
I'm going
breakfast?
through the same thing, girl.
Okay,
It's like, why
fine.
do my favorite things like mac and cheese and then like what else do I like eating? Everything that is my favorite is just very, very, very like calorie intensive. So I'm totally with you.
That's so funny. Yeah, hot girl tummy issues, I think is what they're calling it
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the hot girls that have tummy aches. Yep, they have tummy issues.
Yeah.
Part of the territory.
The
That's
heck, I
cute.
don't have tummy issues.
What about you, Cormay, about the food question? Have you traveled and
No, I've never been outside the U.S., so that's why I asked other people.
Oh. What is your favorite type of food? Like, do you like Chinese food? Do you like Asian food?
I usually like Thai food the most. Like Thai and Viet food are
Oh,
usually
yeah.
like my go-tos. Yeah.
Have you ever tried to make pho at home? I know you do like wraps and stuff.
Yeah, I made pho at home. I made like miso soup a couple weeks ago.
You're not a fan of
I've tried
peanut
making
sauce?
my own green curry and stuff a few
Oh.
times, and I had like mixed success just because like the bases I got weren't very good, and then like none of the stores here have like the correct chili peppers, but that's Texas. But for the most part, I don't. It's hard to like
Peel her
replicate
down.
how good that stuff is at home.
That's fair.
Not a fan of
That's
peanut
fair.
sauce. That's insane. Peanut sauce is so good. Yeah, I did like I used to like the spring roll things like constantly. Like that was such
Yeah.
a like a gamer, like especially like at the beginning of an expansion, I make those all the
Oh,
time just 'cause
yeah.
it's so easy to eat at your desk. And like
Yeah.
they're small enough that they're not messy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love Indian food too. The only reason like I don't eat a lot of Indian food is because like it has so little like protein and stuff in it naturally. So it's like I try to stay away
Yeah,
from
'cause
Indian
it's-
food even though it's so
It's usually
good.
like
So good.
vegetarian.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually can't eat a ton of Thai food because I discovered that I'm allergic to coconut.
Oh, that
Oh.
sucks.
Yeah, so I had been searching for years to like find my like Thai dish, and I just always like people loved it, and I would always go and I would eat it, and I was like, man, I just feel like I haven't found like I just haven't found my gateway appetizer or entree or whatever. And I literally tried all the curries, all the noodles, and I was like, I like things about it, but it just doesn't give me that like wow factor. And then yeah, and then as I got older, I was like, man, my mouth feels like I ate like a dandelion, like one of those like puffy plants. And I was like, it's just this is not a natural, like, why is my mouth so dry? And I'm literally eating
Wow.
soup. Yeah, and so I just listened to my body, and somebody was like, "Oh, yeah, you can't like put coconut all over your skin. Like you are unwell." And I was like,
That's so
"Oh, that's
funny.
why."
Dandelions.
Yeah, yeah. But it's not anything bad. It just tastes like I ate a really dry flower plant thing.
Yeah,
So
that sucks.
it's a inexpensive life lesson.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately,
Yeah,
there's a lot of coconut in Thai food.
yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna say
in
that would
Indian
stop
food
me from a
too,
lot of
I've
curry.
learned.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
but when you come visit, I won't make curry.
Okay. I'll
When we
eat
all
it.
actually
It will
when we
taste
all
like
go on our
plants.
girls trip.
I love
I'm
girls
dead serious
trips.
about this trip. Yeah, I'm dead serious about this
Ooh,
trip.
girls
We're
trip.
gonna take a trip somewhere for real.
Girls
It'll be
trip.
fun. We already know we can travel well together because we were at BlizzCon and we did
Yeah.
Disneyland and stuff together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was fun. We can maybe potentially find other girls too.
Girls
Yeah.
trip.
I hope with BlizzCon being so far away that more people will be able to go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they gave
Yo,
ample
Secret,
time for people to
Thank you
like
so much for the gifted sub.
plan
Thank
because like the
you.
last one, even though it was like there hadn't been one in a while, they gave people only like 6 months to plan, which sounds
Yeah.
like a lot of time, but it's kind of like is not the most amount of time. But like
No,
having like
it's
a full like no, it's
expensive.
September 2026. It's like, oh, okay, I can plan for that.
No, because people could have possibly used their PTO like earlier in the year and would have allocated it. Like
Mm-hmm.
there's been a lot of
True.
people that we had a few people even in our own guild that are like they had to move their PTO around after things were already approved, stuff like that.
So
Yeah, it's kind of hard because like you already have
frustrating.
like your holidays. 'Cause it's like because normally it's in November and it's like right around when you're taking time off for the holidays as well. So little rough.
Yeah, I was actually I'm doing a countdown to BlizzCon and we just passed the 500-day mark. And I was like, if you save like $5-10 a day, you'll have tons of money by BlizzCon time, so you'll be fine. Like start saving now, just like little bit if you can.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, I think I'm pretty good now because like sorry, I keep saying it, but I'm so proud of myself. I paid off my student loans, so now like any extra money I get is like
Let's
mine.
go.
Whoa.
And I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of pogging out. Like, I'm still being responsible, putting away for retirement and stuff, but like,
Good.
you know, I'm owned by no one now. I've been unshackled.
Dude, I would feel so pumped. I'm pumped for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I want to spend it immediately on a girls trip. Now I'm ready for a girls trip.
It's like, celebrate.
Yeah. You're gonna have a quality of life improvement because that's like literally cash in the bank.
Yeah.
That's like huge. Like your life is gonna get so much better now.
Yeah.
Not even just like that mental burden you had on yourself, but like actual cash in the bank is nice. It's good that back to the MDI, it's good that the board's kind of filling up now. People are starting to do all the keys. We've only have like
It's easier
45
to
minutes
see.
left.
I know it's a bit more than that. It's like an hour 45, I think. Right?
Oh yeah, it started at 9. Yeah. Or 10.
Yeah.
So it goes till 3 PSD. Okay.
Yeah, actually looking at that, looks like Velocity is like the only team that didn't quite to chest their mother load. So I guess that puts them at a pretty severe disadvantage at that point.
Yeah. I think like that's the only group so far that's had to like restart a key and they had to restart twice. So I think they're pretty out of it for this weekend.
Maybe this is where they pull out, if they haven't already, the ultimate comp and then just
Yeah,
try to,
just like the never before seen
Yeah.
tech.
just pull out the best comp and then like go for it, get as high as
Mhm.
they can for that. Like, because I think the literal
Survival,
last
hunter,
place-
enhanced shaman, preservation of ogre, like ret paladin. I don't know what tank they do. Prot warrior. Yep, that's the one.
I love watching a good prot warrior play. I don't know. That's like one of the first, like, I think of like vanilla tanks of being prot warriors. And there's some people who have literally played prot for like warriors for so long. And there's just something like so exciting to me to watch a masterclass, you know? Like the confidence, and they're just doing all sorts of craziness, and you know that they're just like in their element. And I welcome this. I know we're just memeing here, but I think that's like peak content for me.
Yeah. Prot warrior is a
think out of-
classic.
Out of the tanks, I think I like watching Venge just because of like the gathering, like the leaping and the gathering. I think they're fun to watch.
I just like watching prop paladins. It's just so like satisfying. Like the shield goes interrupted, like that for me. It's just like the
Yeah.
best. I'm just like, yes, no kicks for me. Thank God.
And they're popping the spell reflect, and they're doing like massive dam. So nice.
There's something like, so when I do play tank, it's prop paladin. Out of all the tanks to play, I think I know this is like subjective, but they are like the most satisfying class for me to play. It feels so good when you just get like a big gather, and I think they're good at gathering too, just because you have like your judgment and your shield throws, and like when everything's in range, they start casting, you get your divine toll, like the serotonin
Yeah.
that gets transferred to my brain, like
Yeah.
nothing can top that.
Yeah, even the sound of divine toll
Yeah.
like gets the people going.
It really does. No other class has that.
That's right. I am getting
get
a
that-
little. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I would get that a little bit with Avenge Mask Grip. I don't even know what they have anymore, but
Oh,
Yeah, but the mask grip into
yeah.
the silence, into the stun. You know, it's kind of
Yep.
nice.
Yeah, they always seem to Vengeance always seem to pull ahead with like the bigger like hierarchies because of that like AoE silence ability. Like no other class really has that except for the Boomkin, obviously, with the Starfall or whatever it's called. The solar
Oh,
beam?
they gave solar beam. They also gave like prot warrior got mass interrupt now, but nobody's really playing prot warrior, which is kind of cool though.
Oh.
Maybe they'll make a comeback now because they have that button. Kind of sick.
That would be cool. Okay, let's see if Raider AO's page is finally updated.
so like with all the classes that we have, as more and more gets added for like both raid and M plus, that's more that gets like benched, right? And there's more that gets kind of like shift around for optimal comps. Do you like that we are having so many extra classes, or is it annoying because of the amount of like potential reroll things you have to do? I just asked this because I've seen a decent amount of people say they don't want classes added, but the thing is I kind of get it.
I don't want any classes added because I feel like they struggle to balance what they have right now. And as it is, like you already get so little. Like people already complain, like, "Oh, my class isn't in the MDI. My class isn't in the race rolled first." You know, like their spec or something. And like I feel like there is enough, and they could like just like focus on like reworking and fixing the ones they have instead of adding more. But like obviously, like adding a new class is going to sell expansions way more than like small reworks and stuff. But I definitely don't think it's also because like people like are like, oh yeah, like I want like 10-man rating back a lot. People talk about that a lot. It's like
Oh.
representation is going to go down even more if they do that, right?
Yeah.
Which I don't think it's a terrible thing. I think 10-man rating would be kind of nice to have back, but I definitely don't feel like they should be adding more classes and specs to the mix. I feel like it's just too much to like. And also, like someone who has to like multi-class a lot, like selfishly, whenever they added Evoker, I was like, I have to go learn another one. Like, I don't want to.
Oh no.
Yeah, what do you think, Bunton? Do you like, or just extra classes and then how it affects M plus and raid?
It's definitely tough. I think it kind of ties back to what we were talking earlier today. Like if there was more examples of recipes of success with class variety, it might be easier to accommodate a wider net of like including like more classes in like this meta. But because there are no like set routes that cater to multiple involvements of classes and specs and stuff, it's definitely tough. I do think I like it. I welcome the variety. As someone who I used to think like, oh, I don't have time to like learn a new class. Like that's why people go back on their comfort picks, is because it's like, they either could enjoy it, but then they also don't want to have to do the homework of like getting good at or bis at meta. Like I think there's people who like being meta for the sake of being meta and like learning new stuff, but then there's also a huge player base of WoW who are like old dogs like me. We're just dad gamers. We're just trying to come in here and enjoy our 2 hours of peace. It's hard to say.
Yeah, I'm kind of like team no more classes because like I know I'm comparing to League, which is a totally different game, but I like when they started getting like too many champions. Like way back in the day, they were giving us a new champion every 2 weeks. So I'm old, but now they give you like 1 or 2 new ones a year. It's like they rework like one of the least played or most outdated ones, and then they'll also give you like a new one. So I'm like, they should just look at like the least played class, and let's just say hypothetically, it's like a survival hunter. I actually okay. I'm gonna say something potentially scathing. I'm gonna say something potentially scathing.
Oh.
The triple no class needs 3 DPS specs. It doesn't make any sense. Like in my opinion, we could just delete a mage spec, delete a rogue spec, delete a hunter spec. If you really want to add new classes that do something new, just delete those. They don't have to exist at all. To make room. But it's just also like rework like the least played one completely. Now the counter argument against this, because I remember Dratnos has given me the one argument where I'm like, you know what? I think that's fair. This is like goes back to the we are all in a bubble again. And it's like, okay, but the excitement it brings to the other like 95% of the players that don't care about like min-maxing all of this is actually like huge. And I guess like you kind of said the same thing, Corme, where you're like the money it brings from people like resubbing and wanting to play. Yeah, I guess it's technically the same argument. But once that was said, I'm like, okay, for the health of the game, it makes sense. But me selfishly, I would like delete third specs on like triple DPS classes. I'd maybe get rid of a priest healing spec as well. But that's also why I'm not designing the game. So.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not saying, but where I'm like selfishly, like I just think there should be less. So they could focus on making what there is like better and stuff like that. But like I get it. Like logging in as a new player, like not a new player, just like a player just playing for fun and being like, wow, I have like 40 something specs that I can explore and choose from is like really nice. And like people are usually have some very strong attachment to certain specs. So like you're definitely going to make people mad when you delete something.
Yeah.
That's not really a good option for them, I don't think.
Yeah, I think about like when I was looking at Warcraft logs and looking through like what classes and specs have completed 15s this season. There's only like a handful of Devastation players and a handful of Affliction players who have done 15s. And I don't know. I've met a warlock in my life, and they are like very like if they love Affliction, they're like die hard, right? So I feel like that would like cut pretty deeply into some people's. I think they would quit the game if they ever took something away from us. I think they would just quit the game. They can't deal with that type of heartbreak. Breaking my heart at this age, I could die. Like, literally die of a broken heart.
Yeah, Sundeer syndrome.
Yeah. I get that people want variety. I get it. I don't know who they're making new classes for. I mean, I think that people play this game for a variety of reasons, and I would be interested to see if they have any data to say like, oh, people only join the game when there's a new class, or people are playing because there's a new class. Like, I think people just want, I think people want their thing to get better. So,
I think the worst thing is like,
go
go ahead.
it.
Sorry.
No,
There you go.
I was just saying, buff my thing. That's all.
I think the War thing is like a good example of them pulling back on that though, because like I feel like every other expansion, like Dragonflight, we got all new talent trees and a whole new class, and like Shadowlands, we got like the Covenants, and like BFA, like there's a bunch of like borrowed power and like the Azerite thing, and like War Within was like the first expansion was like, okay, there's not a new borrowed power type system, there's not a new class, we're not doing giant reworks of every single class is getting a new talent tree. It's just like the hero talents, which is a lot less of an undertaking than the actual talent trees. And I think that's kind of shown like pretty like positively for the most part with like how classes are playing and the balance inside the War Within. I think this last year is not a good example of that because tuning was really bad. But like the beginning of the expansion was pretty decent for that kind of stuff. Like it's the first expansion where it didn't feel like they were like focused on let's add this new big show-stopping thing to bring people back, and just like focused more on like the core game mechanics. Like they did like the whole Mythic Plus rework and stuff.
Yeah, I wish we could see like if it. I miss when they published like the subscriber number.
Yes, I would like to know as well, like how, because like the number of Mythic Plus runs are a lot higher per week compared to like past expansions, like because people post that on Reddit. I don't know if you guys ever look at that, and like they're much higher on average, like further into the season compared to like Dragonflight and stuff. Because normally like season 2 is always dropping off a lot. And then like this one is still like doing really well. So I think that's like definitely a positive impact.
I wonder if it's seasonal too, because sometimes they like launch like seasonal from a real world, like whether they launch in like December because it's like the holidays, or whether they launch a new season in like summer. Like I wonder if it also has like a calendar, like an actual calendar plays a role in that. Because I mean, obviously, like if a new expansion comes out and it's like Christmas, it's like I'm not going to be doing any, and I can't do any of that. I'm at the age where I'm traveling home, or I have like a family that I'm committing to. So I'd be interested to see, kind of like if that plays a role.
Yeah, that probably does. I just thought it was interesting that like how steady the play has stayed this season compared to past seasons, where you see like a really drastic drop off in the amount that people are playing.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely like that kind of stuff definitely affects it.
I don't know.
Do you think like M Plus is potentially suffering from the same thing that we were talking about earlier, where it's like getting into raid is quite hard, and in a sense like too hard? Do you think M Plus kind of suffers from the same like problem? Hello.
I definitely have a tough time getting into groups because I'm not meta and my IO's really low. So it's like there's like a ceiling for me. And then when I go on Twitter, I'm just being told like I'm not networking enough. Like I'm not making friends to like get invited to higher keys. And it's like, this is before I lost my job, or got laid off or whatever. And I was really offended by that, because it's like, I think I'm really good at making friends. I just, don't go over and like coordinate and schedule with everybody very often. Like,
No, yeah.
I was like, that's really like, I didn't know that was a take. And that doesn't resonate with me. I feel like I make friends, but I don't prioritize coordinating a group. I just kind of I interact with this game where I want to just like pop in, get into a key, get what I need to get done, and then be happy.
No, that's fake advice. Like, because I went hard 2 separate seasons where like
I was like,
No, that's
Oh.
fake. Like they're lying to you. Because there was 2 separate seasons where I went hard in like the pug life. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna pug a really high score because I see like Krista S do it. If you've seen her on Twitter, she like pugs. I think like Maddie does as well. And I'm like, if they can do it, I can do it. It's like I had a Discord, and like if I got someone in a group I really liked, I'm like, oh, hey, do you have a group? Or I'd like to push more, and they're like, oh well, here's my schedule, I can only be on this day. Get someone else I really like, oh hey, so I'm kind of forming a group, what's your schedule? Their schedules don't mix up. Then you get someone else who are like, oh yeah, I'd love to push with you, but I already have a group, they're just not here today, so I'm pugging.
Yeah.
Like you
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
gone through that. It took me 2 tiers to get it wasn't like a public Discord, but a Discord of like 30, 40 people. And even then, there was only like every other day you maybe had the right type of people on to do the right key. Like I went hard in the whole like I'm gonna find people, I'm gonna blah 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 blah. Like when you're pushing like at a high enough level, it is really, really, really hard to do that. That is not a networking thing. It's just like, I don't know. Most of the teams, by the way, that are formed these days are people that just play together in high level guilds, and then they're like, let's do keys. Like, I don't think a lot of high like score teams these days are just random people that stumbled upon each other and are like, let's see how far we can go. Like, that's why I see a lot of these people come from like the top 10 like guilds,
Yeah, I just was like, what do you mean? Like, oh, and then of course, like I was like, thank you for this because it was really enlightening, because I was like, what do you mean? I'm not friendly and I guess nobody pushes keys on the weekends? Like that's basically what you're telling me? Okay.
No, that's just
My
like
bad.
no, like
It's okay if you don't like me. Just say you don't like me, not that I suck at making friends. That's rude. Like,
no,
okay.
I truly believe the only people that would give advice like that are people that haven't actually done it, and they're just like anti anyone making like excuses even though they're like not even playing the game. I don't know how to describe the kind of person I'm trying to say, but like I've gone through that process of I pugged a pretty good score.
Yeah.
I didn't pug title, but I like pugged a pretty good score and this and that, but it's like, no, you as the individual have to put in so much effort just to even like get the wheels turning. And then I eventually did find a group, by the way. I found a group. We were like, we're going to push, and it worked out because they had a different healer that couldn't make certain days. And I didn't want to commit that much time. So I was like, they were like, would you be our second healer? And I was like, oh my God, perfect. Like, that's what I'm looking for. And then the group fell apart like a month later because of like some drama that I wasn't a part of.
Oh my gosh.
It's like, dude,
Tragic.
it is very, 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 very hard. It is not a networking thing. Like, don't get me wrong. It can be improved by good networking, but like blaming it solely on that, no, like it's just tough.
Sheesh.
Yeah,
That makes me feel better.
Or
I was
people
like,
that play
oh.
the right roles and you all get along with, and you all have the same schedule, and you all want the same thing, and
Thank
are
you.
on the same
Yeah, we
level.
try.
Like,
We're trying to
that's
make
hard.
friends.
That's very difficult.
No, it is. Like I've been a part of 3 groups, and all of them ended in like an atomic bomb.
Hey, Garrett.
Like,
welcome in.
I didn't start it, but I'm just saying, keys. Like I don't think it's anyone in particular. Well, actually, I do, but it's like keys also just kind of bring things out of people.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like you're spending like a lot of time with a group, and it's just very.
Been here just in and out.
I don't
Oh,
know, it's
thank
not
you.
like a regular sport where it's like you were on this team for a season, and like you get drafted for that season or whatever. It's like no, you can change your team anytime, and so like that's kind of like it's almost like there's like too much like opportunity, and so it's like it's too like people don't always want to commit to the team they're on. And they're always like, oh, if we had this mage instead, or if we had this instead, like we would do better. And it's easy to start thinking that way. But like on a normal team, you wouldn't ever think that way because that's just not how that goes. But since it's like you're making your own groups and you can choose a group with whoever you want every single day, you don't have to commit. I think it's also easy and like harder to get people to like want to like work together and improve together in this game. That's why things fall apart and groups are always moving and shifting every season.
And while you were gone, I just asked like, do you think we have the same problem in M+, what we were kind of talking about in Raid, where it's like Raid, I don't want to say it too hard as if that's like a factual statement, but Like getting into raid is hard, and even just for like good players,
people
raid
can
is
take
just very
criticism.
hard.
True.
And I was wondering if you felt M Plus was kind of like the same way, even though I guess it's a little different though because M Plus infinitely scales, but like, you kind of get what I'm going for.
Yeah, I feel like raid is like a much bigger undertaking as far as like organizing that many people and that much for that long, like at set times. Whereas like Mythic Plus has this like, I don't want to say it's an illusion, but like you just have this ability to like play whenever you want theoretically, as long as like the 5 of you guys like can play and with whoever you want theoretically. I don't know if one is harder or easier. I think they're just like very different. I feel like Mythic Plus is a little bit like can feel harder because it's like I think it used to feel a lot harder before they had this resilient thing for sure. This resilient thing kind of makes things a lot easier as far as like pushing keys up, but like having to be fully focused for 30 minutes is generally a little bit harder than 10 minutes, but like raid fights are like a lot more intense and involved. I just think they're very different. I never know how to answer that question when people ask like which is harder. It's just like, well, Mythic Plus theoretically is harder because you actually get to a point where you can't do the key anymore, right? Like it's just like mathematically impossible. Whereas like raid is never like that because Blizzard will always come in and nerf it. But I feel like that's a cop out answer at the end of the day.
Yeah, I just realized I asked like
also what Chris Lai said. What Chris Lai said, I think is true. Like I think we said like we agree like tank is like one of the hardest roles inside of Mythic Plus. But I don't think that's true at all inside of raid.
No, it's so fucking easy. You just do. Oh my god, I'm sorry, tanks out there, but
yeah,
raid tanking is so easy. Yeah, no, I realized I asked a flawed question because I was asking like if you thought M Plus like raid has a similar problem where it's like just too hard, but then I was like, wait, but M Plus infinitely scales, so this is more like a
you have to
community
form a team and
cause
strategize,
problem,
not
I
raid
guess.
finder it.
Yeah,
But
that's fair.
At the same time, it's like I don't know. We have a weird thing
Tanking and
where
raids
even
is
like
used
lower
best.
level key pushers, like someone whose push genuinely ends at like a 12, it's like there's still so much to learn at that level though. Like I don't know.
The other thing is like it's just like when you think about the rewards, in order to get like the relatively high rewards from raid, like the highest rewards, it's definitely harder. But like you don't have to push or go very hard inside of keys to get the highest rewards as well. And I think that's kind of like usually like the measure of how difficult something is, like how hard or high do you have to push for the best rewards, and in that way raid is definitely harder.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny, like the people on Twitter reacting to like they announced the Dinar thing for like the Mythic Plus trinkets. So like, oh, they only have to do plus 12s, but we have to kill like Mythic Gallywicks for like our like Jaster Diamond or something like that. And I'm like, well, none of the trinkets out of dungeons are anything close to a Jaster Diamond, so I don't think it's that big of a deal. But like it would be toxic to like ask or require for something higher than all 12s too.
Yeah.
You just can't please everyone, but yeah. Yeah, different than PvE and PvP. I could not speak about that because I don't PvP at all. But I like you said, like PvP is theoretically harder because it's like you're playing against like
You'll
real
tank
people.
for me.
Like
nice.
Kind of like similar to like the infinite scaling thing, I guess. But
see, okay, I see that where people say PvP is the hardest, and I'm like, I don't know, because yes, you're going up against people, but it's like, how can you technically define something as harder if the best team's going against the best team versus like the best M plus team is going against like the hardest possible dungeon that they would fail 95% of the time. You know what I mean? Like
PvP is another story. True.
I don't know how it's hard to kind of
I don't really have people ever try and compare PvE to PvP.
You've been playing for 13 years? Heck yeah.
But maybe that is a debate that goes on. I don't know. People never do that. The only thing people do is they come in and they're like, oh, you're playing. Like the number one comment I get on all my YouTube videos is like, you're playing the joke of a game. Like classic is the real game. And I'm like,
okay.
It's like 50% of my YouTube comments. I'm like, I don't know how you guys are on my YouTube or why the algorithm is feeding me to you. But
I've been leveling in Classic, and let me tell you, it's real tough to do my judgment, put up a seal, and then auto attack in that order until me or the mob dies.
It's harder in the sense of like, kind of specific reference, Skyrim scaling. It's like when you up the difficulty in the game, all it does is make the enemies have 4 health hit harder, and then you hit like weaker. Like it's just like leveling. So you could technically argue that leveling's harder, sure, but it's like the actual end game that which most people are aiming to play. You're spending more time walking than you are like in combat. Like it's
Yeah.
like come on. I'm a little bit of a classic hater, I'll say, but I'm still working on my hardcore. I'm like level 38 or something. I'm finally getting there. My 11th
Meet
character.
Guy 11.
Meet Guy 11.
Meet
Yeah,
Guy
I'm
11.
grinding.
You'll get it. I believe.
Something else I wanted to ask you guys, I was curious about, it was there's between seasons there's always a lot of talk between like M plusers really not liking to go into raid to get gear, and then like vice
Fun
versa, having to
7.
grind out a ton of M plus to get your best raid item. Do you oh, and I think someone put out a poll for that. I don't remember. It's probably been polled a few times. I was wondering, like, do you think there should be a way where we can just separate these two entirely, or do you think it's like raid ultimately is the end point of the game, so you should have to do M plus for it, but not vice versa, or like, yes, you should just have to play all forms of content to be the best at whatever?
I kind of like I was kind of in the like you should have to raid boat for a while, but like recently some of the stuff I was reading kind of had me it goes back to what I was saying before, where it feels like WoW is not getting a new player base, it just has the same player base and it's aging. And there are a lot of people that like all they can do is they only have time to like key, like they can't commit to like raiding because of like their adult responsibilities and schedule. Like even though they play a lot, they can't always like commit those like time slots very well and stuff like that. So they're stuck just keying all the time. And so like I don't know if it should be like yeah, you can get all of your best gear and like they should separate Mythic Plus and Raid. Like I still think that like gear you get Mythic Plus should apply to Raid and vice versa. But maybe there should be a bit more power you can gain inside of like Mythic Plus than you can right now for those people that like actually can't commit to like a raiding schedule or just don't want to because they just want to play like Mythic Plus. That's something like I recently had my like opinion changed on.
Yeah, raiding needs a second pandemic.
Yeah, I mean, because like the thing is like raiding is like what makes WoW. Like before there was like arenas or like Mythic Plus or anything like that. Like WoW, which is like the main draw was raiding. Like raiding is so core to this game, and like I think not like being able to be the best without raiding at all. Like there's something that like feels inherently wrong about that to me. But I definitely don't feel like you should have to be as behind as they are if you are just like pushing a lot of keys and you aren't able to like do keys just because like it's just like everyone's getting older and like the player base is getting older and like some of the gameplay should like and the commitment required should reflect that fact.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I know it's like convenient because I'm like, oh, raiding takes up so much time. I simultaneously don't want to raid anymore. Oh, we should make it easier. I know it's like a convenient take for me to have, but I actually used to be very hard on the train of like, no, raid is the end game. I don't care about you M plusers if you have to go into raid to get your gear. Raid is the ultimate game. I was like staunchly that, but over the years, kind of like with the adapting to the player base thing, I don't remember where I saw it, but I think it was Blizzard in like some interviews or somewhere. It's like M plus, from what I understand, does have like a higher active base, but I also don't know how you'd measure like people pushing keys because they want to push keys versus people like pushing raid because or whatever. But I'll trust what I've heard. And it's kind of like, well, I mean, I don't know if dungeons really are that popular. Maybe they shouldn't, you know, maybe we can adapt. And then I also thought maybe some like ex-PvPers can give me more insight on this. Way back in the day, you used to have the resilience gear that you pretty much needed to have any chance of competing in PvP. So it's like there was just completely separate gear that you would earn only by doing that form of content. And I know they kind of like got rid of it, but now I'm like, why not just have that again? And I'm truly asking that question because maybe there are some good reasons. I just don't remember what they are, or I don't know what they are.
Well, I mean, they have that now because they just have the PvP gear that scales only inside of Arena, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
Like,
but
they-
I mean
they-
like 4M plus versus.
Oh
Like,
yeah. There's something so that I do not like about it, but like it's definitely not a bad idea. It's just like I don't like the idea that like my gear that I get in M plus is gonna be lower eye level when I go into raid, or the gear I get in raid is lower eye level when I go into keys. Because then, as someone who likes doing both, I don't like feeling. 'Cause I feel like
that
it's fun when they
gives
do.
you more work then. Yeah.
Yeah, like because the thing is, like in PvP, I feel like it's fine when they do that because there's not a ton of crossover between people who like PvP and in raid. Like there's some, but it's not a ton. But there is
Yeah.
quite a bit of crossover between like Mythic Plus and raid, and so like I feel like if I have a character that I played in raid frog and I want to go like, oh maybe I want to go like try and like push on a little bit. I want to be like, okay, well now I need to go farm Mythic Plus gear on this character that's already like fully like raid bis as well. Like that is a big feels bad to me. Like I get what you're saying. So maybe if there was gear that was from Mythic Plus that only scaled up in Mythic Plus, but raid gear was always the correct eye level, even though that's still having bias towards one and not the other. Maybe?
Actually, no, yeah, I think that's because I was like, they must have got rid of it for a reason, and I think the reason you just gave is why. But I suddenly had an idea. Okay, first draft. Okay, tell me what you think. What if we could still have shared gear like we do now, and let's just say it dropped as like heroic, but if you wanted it to be the best, and by rating you would earn these crests, and you could upgrade it with your crest, kind of like back in the day. But with the same gear, if you wanted to use your crest to upgrade the PvP version of it, you'd have to PvP to get the crests for that, and that way, you know what I'm trying to say?
I think I do, but like I still think it feels bad like having to regrind. Like I do understand what you're saying, like having separate like a Mythic Plus currency, a raid currency, and stuff like that. But it still feels like bad. It's like I fully bis this in raid, and now I need to go do this extra grinding for the Mythic Plus version to be the best. I
What
would
if it
really
was
dislike that.
What if it was like, do you remember when we used to be able to like change the like tertiaries? Like what was it called? Where what was it called?
Reforging?
Reforging. What about like instead of crest, like you could like reforge it? Like you go, I don't know how it would work in, but like it's like this is, you could reforge, like if you had like charges, like you had the crest where you would upgrade it, right? And then you could specialize in like raid first and then Mythic Plus second or PvP or whatever. But then you were allowed to like reforge just like your talent tree, right? You could just change it based off of what each eye level in each scenario would be. So like let's say you only raid, you would put all your reforging or crest or whatever into just PV or PvE for raiding.
Yeah,
So
it's just like
both?
it's like no matter what, there's like a give and take, and it's just like because you say that, but it's just like I would be putting all of my stuff into raid always, because otherwise I'm trolling.
Huh?
Because like that's just how it is. If you're not putting all your stuff in raid and you're in like a certain level, like a raiding guild, like you're trolling everyone else because they're doing it, like taking stuff from Mythic Plus, like rolling on something like, oh, this is good for me, Mythic Plus, like that's completely like memed on and joked about, and people are getting annoyed with you. And so if you start like losing raid power to gain Mythic Plus power as a raider, that'll never fly. You're gonna get sad.
Wait. I have another idea. Okay, what? I'm gonna poke a hole in your theory. I swear.
Okay.
What if everything is exactly the same as it is now, except as let's just say like you're technically I'd say like primarily a raider, but you like doing M+ once raid is over. So you could like as a raider you could spam M+ to get a currency to buy a wait, hold on. Let me restart. You're let's just say hypothetically in this situation, you're primarily an M+er, but you're being forced to raid against your own will. You as an M+er could get currency, and enough of it you could take it to a raid vendor from completing enough 10s or 12s and buy Abyss from raid, and vice versa.
Yeah,
Actually,
like not like dinars, but kind of like crests, but dinars spending.
Yeah, like
yeah,
okay.
I think what you're saying, Chris, it would work. Like having like excess currency. Like if you if you push high enough or you do well enough in Raid or Mythic Plus, you can start gaining currency that applies
But
to the
better.
other.
Yeah, like
Yeah, like
okay,
better dinars. Like something like that I think is like a good
Dinars Plus.
like in
Okay.
between. Just like a way
There
to
you
earn
go.
that gear without having to do that.
yeah, and that way it's still gated. Like it would be easier if you were an Unplugged or just go get it from Raid, but you earn like 10s are equal to like the first 4 bosses in Raid, and you get like 5 crests, and the last, and if you do a 12, that's equal to like 10 crests, but you can also get 10 from doing the last 4 bosses each, and then you can take that to this ultimate vendor that has everything. Yeah, which I know is technically diners, but listen. Hire me. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean something similar to like Crest dinars, like something like that would be a good like bridge or like in between, I guess.
Hi, Gina. Good night.
Okay, I
oh,
found a
sleep
solution.
well.
I feel like there should still be like some kind of like advantage to if you're doing all of it, but like also a bridge for if you don't want to do all of it, that like you can still
Yeah.
get all the same stuff, but maybe like it just takes you a little bit longer or something.
Yeah, exactly. A bridge that takes you a little bit longer, but you still don't have to step foot, and that still is close enough where I don't think it'll bar people from like inviting you because they notice that you don't have like a, I don't know.
Bridge from Terabithia. Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. 07 has the big. Look at that. Look at that comp difference that they have with everything they're running. I think they're doing the most like.
Yeah. The rogue, paladin, the druid. I mean the shaman.
Yeah.
Brought in the arcane mage. I gotta go back and look at the rules for this like player like limiting. I don't even know what they're calling it. The player.
Oh, like how they choose the winning teams.
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I think this
Comp-
one's just gonna come down to score, and then it's just gonna be Firmawand and 07. Because like Comme de Va is like they're gonna get 2 points out of this
rule.
key, but then Firmawand is like almost done with this mother load as well, and they're like so technically with 2 points ahead after they both finish these keys. So I feel like it's gonna be kind of difficult for Comme de Va to catch up here. I mean, they can run straight into the 20 mother load. I'm not sure where Firmawand will go after. Like, the 20 mother load. Maybe 19 floodgate, maybe 21. Because they already did the 19 top, and that's where 07 is right now. Like the path is like not clear for them after this.
I would bet. I mean, a part of me thinks that they'll just double down on this floodgate. Because I mean, they're sitting pretty easy with a 2 chest 18 for mother load, and obviously we just saw our first 20 of the day. I think mother load will be the last key. I think they're going to go into mother load right before like the last like 10-15 minutes. Maybe get depending on where they think they're the most difficult part of the key would be. So I bet that because mother load is the longest key technically. Like the timer is technically the longest.
Yeah, but like out of all the keys, it's actually the fastest to execute relative to the key
so
level.
Do you think? Okay. But do they think that they could do it faster than like? Or maybe they're confident they could finish the 20 before the time on the board of 31 minutes. Because their timer's like 20 seconds slower than Firmawand's for the 18 mother load.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure they could do a 20 pretty easily. It's just about like living. I feel like the timer's pretty lenient.
Not the fixed timer of the 39, but like the 31, which is the best that 07 has done so far.
Oh, probably not. I mean, like, I think because Comme de Va just has to play to like try and beat Firmawand because Firmawand is like a whole dungeon ahead of them right now. It's like the only way that they can make it come back is if Firm 1 messes up at this point. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know how they. Like, they go like 20 motherload after this, and then. I'm not sure what they do after that, because like. It is not clear what the like next easiest thing after 20 motherload is, because like both these teams are very capable of 20 motherload. And then 07 after this is 19 like theater. I don't even know where they go. I think that the highest floodgate on live right now is also an 18.
Comtevo
Mm-hmm.
will need to, whatever, even if they did the 20 and they did the 20, like let's say they did a 20 floodgate, not that we've seen it, but let's say they all, they match because Firmware and Comtevo both have a 19 in top, but Comtevo will have to overcome that 1 minute differential somewhere, whether it's in Motherload or Flood. But I do think that Floods. I think they're gonna I think they're gonna finish this 18, and then maybe they'll try for a 19 here before going to Motherload. Like I'm gonna guess that.
Okay.
Because
I don't think that because I think 20 motherload's much easier than a 19 floodgate, and that's 2 points. It's like what you're talking about, like going from 18 19 floodgate, that's 1 point. Going from 18 to 20 motherload, that's 2 points.
Yeah, but they have an hour.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
So.
But they can't tie it up unless they go motherload first, like if the disaster happens.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But I get what you're saying though, like for that playing the hour, like playing the timer of the 5 hours, like to start the last key. I get what you're saying though.
Yeah.
I feel like that's like that is a risk, but like maybe that is how they have to play it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sorry, I just made it back. So they have like an actual hour left.
Mm-hmm. Hour until like last key they can start.
Okay.
Oh no.
I mean, there's been a 19 on live timed for Flood.
Oh. Okay. My bad. Maybe I'm thinking Priory.
I just looked.
Oh, okay, I'm thinking about Priory. Yeah. Okay, yeah, maybe they will go straight to 19 after this then.
I just feel like they just had like scuffed they like everybody had like a scuff skip today for bubbles,
On this server though, do they have the 3% thing?
3%.
The what?
The Galagio
Well, it's only in raid.
Oh my god.
Oh
This
yeah.
is stupid. Delete bot.
No,
I don't know why.
My brain does stuff like that all the time. All
They're
the
all
time.
goblins.
Yeah, it's active.
That all goblin zone stuff. So funny. I did like the change to this boss. Like I'm glad we don't have to do the dispel anymore on this boss.
True. I was thinking about that.
Yeah.
Because there would
There used
sometimes
to
be like 2 at once. You had to alternate immunities and stuff. Like it was crazy.
Yeah, that's why like warriors were so strong, is because they would always go on the closest target, and like tanks would obviously just like spell reflect like every other one. So it was like, thank God.
Yeah, also the big visual update on this one too, with the before the puddles were very
Oh yeah.
like opacity, whatever the word is.
Yeah, you had to like flip around your camera to look at which of the pipes was gonna spew. in order to know where to dodge and stuff too. Like,
Oh yeah.
and like the same thing on the last boss, like whipping your camera around to see like the ads in the air flying around. Like that stuff was so annoying.
Yeah. You want to tank your paladin? I'm watching this MDI right now, but I might be doing keys later, Garrett, and you're more than welcome to volunteer when that time happens. But thank you. Right now I'm watching the MDI with some friends in Discord. And you guys. Do you love a good paladin though? Yeah, it looks like yesterday one of the teams also timed a 19 floodgate. I'm still like way down this rabbit hole. I'm sorry. I'm gonna keep talking.
Oh no, you're
about
good.
So yeah,
like
it looks
it.
like one team,
eating my meal.
and it looks like on average they were about like 30. Like they were pretty good on the 18 timer. Today people are clearing the 18 floodgate faster than the teams yesterday.
Oh, nice.
And I think that firmware could do a 19 because they're technically the fastest so far out of all the 8 teams that have cleared it over the last 2 days. So what does Com2Vu's like comp stuff? What's that, what's the deal? Like they haven't changed their comp like at all. So are they in trouble with their comp, or what's this elimination stuff like?
Yeah, like if they qualify today, then they're in trouble tomorrow because they can't play this exact comp. They have to like give up like 2 of the specs or something like that. I can't remember the exact numbers, but yeah, they're playing just to qualify essentially. And it kind of feels like Firma has kind of been doing the same thing. Like 07 is playing like they're kind of like a little bit off meta comp because they are like confident that they will qualify for tomorrow, and so they know they can play off meta stuff, still qualify, and then play the best comp tomorrow.
So do you guys like also like the comp thing? Because I think from a spectator point of view, it's fun to watch the different classes, like forcing some class diversity, but at the same time, maybe that's just like a test of multi-classing, and it's like maybe defeats the spirit of ultimate key pushing. So because I was curious what you guys thought.
I think it introduces some interesting strategy, like with what Button was asking. Like, so are they like going to be screwed tomorrow, or are they screwing themselves by playing the best comp to qualify, but then like shoot themselves in the foot for tomorrow? I think it's kind of interesting that they have to like think about that. Like as a player, I think it probably sucks. Like if I was playing this and this was a rule, I would be really annoyed. But as like a for the viewer experience, trying to figure out like their strategy with stuff, I think it's pretty good. It definitely like adds some spice.
I think I like it just because of the added like class diversity that you see. Because otherwise, like, well, I guess technically we're seeing a lot of similar things with their off classes, but still.
They're TPing. They're out of here.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna restart this 20.
Right. This is what Comdiva needed though to like make that comeback. Remember I said like they're a whole dungeon behind. This is exactly what they needed.
Yeah. This is literally this is the entire dungeon. They just wasted the 27 minutes. That's so brutal.
It's great for us. Now we have something to watch. You know, great viewer experience.
Yeah. Is DH meta? Yes. It's so funny. Oh, hate to see it.
Yeah, a little bit of love hate.
Okay, let's see.
Just with like how fast these guys push keys, I feel like I'm watching some random streams like weekly 10s.
A little bit, yeah. I was just like, there's no danger. Kind of coasting through here.
Let's see. Oh, this is accurate. This is accurate. Royven on a Resto Shaman.
Yep.
Throwing
It should
lava
swing for the meta
blasts.
thing. Love Resto Shaman.
Yeah.
Same.
You just got
Yeah,
back.
like,
What are we
I don't know.
doing? Yo, what's
I was
up?
wondering if
Welcome
you guys
back.
had the same thing where I swear every healer
Hey,
they could
comfies.
pick, they go Resto Shaman. Like in our guild, we have like a queue. It's like 4 of the 5 healers are like, if Resto Shaman opens up, they want it. I don't know if you have the same thing.
What?
Ours is like, that's not art. My guild is like, a lot of them like playing priest. So that's usually how it goes.
But
But
in line to play priest,
they, like my guild, like they like playing priest.
like disc and holy, or
Whoa.
is it like one of
Yeah.
them?
No, well, one of them. They each like
That's
different things. But yeah,
crazy.
yeah. I'm just like,
Girl.
cause I always ulted a priest, and now I'm like, I don't need to ult my priest anymore. They all want to play priest. I can retire my priest.
Oh my god. Okay, now I know where the
It's so
disc
free.
shortage went to. They're just all in
Yeah.
your guild.
Yeah.
Like the 2 that want to play are in your guild.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. They also like playing. I think they both like playing holy better, but they'll play disc.
Yeah, no one wants to play disc. Theun will play disc if he has to, and it's just like he is just always perma like down.
Which tank do you feel is easiest to
Yeah,
heal?
just like this is horrendous.
A communicative
Yeah.
one. And then there's automatic jack. It's like that's it.
I remember
Gotta
way
love
back
the priest love.
olden days, he was like a holy priest, like I don't want to say one trick, but a holy priest super fan.
But it was not good for a while. Yeah, because it was pretty bad for like 3 expansions.
Yeah,
It was not good until that Shadowlands tier. Before then, it was pretty bad.
Oh, for Boone or whatever.
Yeah, like for
The Kyrian
The-
thing or
the tier in Shadowlands, the 11 bosses, whichever one that was, Sepulture. It suddenly
Oh,
just
yeah.
like shot to the top.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
when
yeah.
the Sepulchre
Yeah,
came around, I was
Kyrian.
like you're seeing they were so good. That's when I actually my first
Automatic Jack is a
priest
tanky,
tier
I'm guessing? No,
debuted
he's
was
a-
because of how
he's a
powerful
whole-
they
he-
were, so I
he's a
played priest
healer.
for that tier.
I'm talking in Discord.
That was my
But
HPAL debut.
Comfy, I like
So-
feeling a confident
Yeah, that
tank.
was
It doesn't
my-
matter what you
my
play.
one
I
Holy
just like a
Priest tier.
confident and communicative tank.
Have you ever for like a main raid class played something other than Holy Paladin Button? Because I think I've only seen you play Holy Paladin.
Yeah, just Paladin since Kata. I was a main warlock. I did warlock things, vanilla
Ooh.
through Kata. I like got to tank bosses and stuff, so I got to tank my guilds like first kill on Illidan and Leo and Eridar twins and all that. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I love tanking on my warlock.
Who forced you on the HPAL?
Oh, my abusive long relationship with the guild, because I was with the same guild. I was with the same guild from vanilla all the way through. Well, I don't even know the year. I mean, it must have been. I'm trying to remember even the expansion. Whatever was before MOP.
Cataclysm.
Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the defining point, because I went into like I played like Farmville through MOP. I literally, that's it. I had a really bad guild, like a really long-term relationship with this guild, and then they imploded. I played Farmville in MOP, literally guarding it up, pulling out hella weeds, and then I started to play my Holy Valley because I went into, Warlords of Draenor to raid, and I went back and got Archimonde. So
Yeah, I think I truly still believe that most healers, we ultimately ended up in this position because we're too agreeable.
Yeah, that's kind of what happens. It's like
Should've.
here's like a yes person.
Yeah,
Like it's like interesting. I think one of the biggest dichotomies I've noticed between NA and EU is like the healers here, like in NA, are just like all very agreeable. not very outspoken. But when you listen to the ones in EU, they're like, "You motherfucker, you better press your defensive," and like you're shit, and like they're so like almost dominant. And it's like the exact opposite of the
They're
way
like,
he
where's my
behave
heal?
in
And
NA.
it's like, you have a defensive.
Yeah.
I'm DPSing. Yeah.
No, I'm
You're an
seriously
EU
confident that's what
sleeper?
it is. Like, I don't know
Nice.
many people that saw the role and they're like, I actually like want to go play
That's
this.
just
And I'm
EU
not
in
saying
general. Lols.
that means there are no people that exist that like the role. I'm just saying for anyone like ultimately getting into it, I feel like it was all by like request. Or like, hey, you play this? Can you play this? And we're like, oh,
So
okay.
funny.
You know, not knowing what we're getting into, and then it's like playing Tetris in the middle of your screen while doing the same thing that everyone else is doing. Ugh, it's tough.
Do people ever come into your stream and are like, oh, I hate your UI?
Yeah, all the time.
All the time. I've learned to be like, oh, are you a DPS? It's like, of course they don't care. They don't care about like anybody else's health. It's like, oh, where the damage meters are so small I can't see it. And it's like, dude.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I think my hate is semi-warranted because nothing is like centered. I just very much eyeball dragged everything where it is. And on top of that, this is controversial. I have the black raid frames and missing health is gray. Yeah, and I'm like, dude, the black raid frames, but the class colored names, it's so much easier to see everything. But I have a lot of people say they hate that. But I see a few race role first raiders do it. Like my UI ultimately, or my raid frames, I should say, were initially copied from Mavie, who had the black frames. Like when I first saw that, I was like, whoa, like I need those. So I think they're kind of like growing in popularity, but people especially hate the black raid frames that I have. And I'm like, I just think they're great for seeing things while still having class colors enabled in a different way.
I had like mine like up until I got Cell. I used to have like the bright green ones because like I just when I came back to the game I was like, oh, Healbot's not a thing anymore, but I want this to look like Healbot. Yeah. And I used to get like a lot of hate for that. And then when I switched over to Cell, I was like, okay, I'll try these black raid frames that everybody else is using, and I'm like, okay, I mean I kind of get it, but I like the bright green colors. I'm a very I like bright colored person. Makes me happy. And the black blade frames are just depressing.
Remember like old school with the frames that we had, they also had like the texture. They tried to make them look all 3D, but now it's like, okay, yeah, that's very 2010. Everything was all 3D and like the font on people's frames.
Yeah.
Like, in hindsight, I'm like, okay, these were so ugly. Like, why did we ever do this?
Because we were making posters and stuff, and we wanted to make them like 3D. Like we were print out posters, you know.
But yeah, people call my UI ugly, but it's kind of like
use Pearl, use Healbot, nice.
I'm like, yeah, it's fair. I don't
my UI's so good.
I'll play
Thanks.
with my ugly UI. It's a UI only I could love.
Oh, for sure. Mine is like my eyes are so bad. My UI is like so big. Like my right frames is like the bottom half of my screen.
Yeah, I remember I finally got a bigger monitor, like my first monitor upgrade, and went up to 24, and then I realized how big everything looked, but it's only because I was on like the box monitor living room computer.
Yeah.
But yeah, now with a 24, I'm permanently a 24-inch monitor type of gal. I don't like the 27 inches, but it's good size now.
Nice. Yeah, I want my UI to be so big I can hear people's hair growing. Like I need it like right there. It's so bad. It's like I don't want to have a monitor that's so big I gotta hurt my neck, you know? We're not trying to work out here.
At first I thought like the 27-inch monitor was cool, but then it's like when you get a second monitor next to it, you have to turn so much. And I'm like, wait. Like if I had a single monitor, 27's fine. But when I have double, I like the 24.
That's funny. So you have 2 monitors right now? So that's what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I'm a double monitor girly.
Nice.
I could maybe do 3, but I don't have a big. I don't know. I don't care to.
I got 3, but I have like an arm for one, and it's like above. So I have 2 monitors like for my desk, but then I have one on top of another one. So I don't want to. I have 2 horizontals that are like right on top of each other.
Yeah, that's where I'd put one if I had a third. It would be like a pyramid.
Mm-hmm.
But I just feel like I don't. Well, it's kind of like I have other things I want to spend my money on first. If I really looked at my account and I'm like, I can just buy something for myself and I really don't care at all, then I think once I'm at that level, I think I get a third one. For now, I need to stop being addicted to online clothes shopping and trying to think what else I waste my money. I'm actually not too wasteful with my money.
You just gotta live life. You're out there living it.
Yeah, I am.
You're just living. That's just living, collecting memories.
Exactly.
That's what I think. I'm like, where did all this stuff go? And it's like, oh yeah, I went to a festival and spent $20 on a drink. Like an idiot.
Yeah.
But it was worth it. I was thirsty and it was hot. It's perfect.
Yeah, it's all about the experiences at this age. No one cares
Yeah.
about your internet points when you're outside. No, I was actually me and Darkmech while we were at like the race, we were having like deep conversations. Like one thing he said to me,
What a homie.
really, yeah, one thing really stuck out to me that he said, because we were both talking about this thing where it's like we had been like streaming and doing like content creation stuff for so long, and we weren't that big. But then it's like giving it up. It's like, oh, but so many people like wish they could get at least even 20 viewers or whatever. And he said he had a really humbling experience because like one day like a really big person followed him. Like I can't remember who, but equal to like Max. And he said that he like ran to the kitchen to tell his wife, and he's like, oh my God, this person just followed me. And then she's like, who's that? And he said, like, I know it's a small thing, but he pointed out how he's like, that was really humbling, where it's like, you know what? We really are in a bubble and like none of this matters really. And then I forgot why I was telling the story.
Internet points in real life don't matter.
Yeah. Exactly.
You could be excited for a thing, you know? Be excited for the thing. You know, don't give it up. You got your work. If it brings you joy, do it.
Exactly. But
and your value's not internet things.
Exactly. And then it came down to like, you know what? If it makes you happy, like go ahead.
Nothing else matters.
Me right now, yeah, that festival $20 drink, 10 of those make me more happy than a third monitor. So
yeah. Yeah, totally. I agree.
You know how we talked about how it's like a dungeon and you have to pay attention really closely for 30 minutes? I just, as seeing them cast the town portal the second the boss goes down, is like, it's almost like they have like a 4-hour thing where they have to be locked in. Like, yeah, these keys are easy, but they're trying to get through them really fast.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could be locked in at this level for like 5 hours. I think I'd kind of go crazy.
Yeah, I don't think so.
That'd be very difficult. It's very difficult. I feel like it's almost like you're just like, the nerves are so bad.
Like you can't sprint for 4 hours, 5 hours. Like you can't. You can't. I wonder how many teams have a 6th man.
Oh, like a subready.
Oh no, like a shot caller.
Yeah, like a coach type thing.
Yeah, because it's like maybe that's that person's job is to say like, okay, town portal, like next we're doing this key. You're gonna get it ready. Oh, there it goes. 40 minutes left.
I'm not even like up to date with how many people have shot callers or if that's like popular still.
I think it is. I think it is. I think it's shot callers are. I think they are.
Yeah, I don't know how many of these teams have them, but I think it definitely gives you like a leg up.
Thought it was mostly
if like every like you don't have to have it like someone
first. They do it in MDI
But their
too.
like
They
focus
do.
split between like calling kicks and playing and stuff like that. Because like even when you're good
I
at it, it
definitely
still
think
like
it's
definitely makes you play a little bit worse.
Isn't this like a WoW unique thing? Because if you look at like a Counter Strike term, for example, I don't think they allow them. Is this like a unique to WoW thing?
I mean, like League has coaches and stuff, right? Are they in comms and stuff?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. During like the actual tournament match, I'm wondering if this is like a WoW exclusive thing, and I can't remember.
before the floodgate.
I always assumed that the like league coaches could speak to them.
Velocity still has.
I don't actually know. I could just be totally making stuff up.
Velocity has a 16. Wait, what? Velocity floodgate.
I just only like noticed the name now. Rudy Toots on the DK. That is such a good name.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a good name.
Oh, someone said they don't have an outside leader in MDI. I was like, I thought they couldn't, but I don't actually know.
No, like I mean they can. Like Echo was doing it with Mirrors, right? I think LeMike is doing it for 07.
Oh, right.
I'm
Okay.
speculating for LeMike, and I do know that Mears is doing it for Echo here soon, because, like, yeah.
Okay.
Because I saw the post on Twitter about it, I thought. Velocity did an 18 at 31, and then they did a 19 at 31. Okay. 6, 5, 5, 2. Okay. Woo!
They're falling apart. Oh no.
Yeah, I was just looking out of curiosity, a 2016 article for Counter-Strike saying Valve introduced new rules saying that coaches can't communicate with their team while they're playing. I'm trying to see, because I'm curious what other games like have external shot callers, because that's why I was wondering if this was a WoW unique thing.
Yeah. I have no clue.
Yeah, I'm wondering why they don't add it to, like, the roster. Like, the play. Like, they're like, here's the players. And it's like, okay, well. I guess it's like a little behind the scenes stuff. I mean, if you won first place in both your group and your final, you would get paid $25,000. But if you got your number one group, but only second in the finals, that's $13,000 if you have 5 people. So hiring one extra person to help you as a team get $7,000 more additional dollars, but it only would cost you $2,000. You're gambling to gain like
I think
much
it's
more
like,
money. It's almost double. Like if
I
you
feel like
have
it's
even if
only
you have a 6
double.
person.
It's only like double, like going from like second to first, so like the lower ranks, it's not as much, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So like if you're not confident, you're not going for one, or you're confident you can't get 1 or 2, it is really, I think it's worth the investment. It would only cost you like $2,000, or you'd be losing out on $7,000. Because that's the difference between getting 1 and 2 if you're dividing it 6 ways or 1 way. Or sorry, 6 ways or 5 ways. Said another way, only like individual people, each person would only lose out like to $2,000 to $3,000 if they were to have a shot caller.
Yeah, I mean, like to what Sebi said, like realistically, you're not banning Wonder Bar mandatory, but like, yeah, maybe not right now they aren't, but maybe like getting a 6-man is the difference that allows them to get close to or being able to beat them. Maybe that's like what that team needs, is like 'cause that's what they're missing. They're not missing like good players; they're just missing like the leadership or the ability to focus on their gameplay. So that would like open that door for them, which is possible.
Who's
What you
who's
just
who's
described-
on Wonder Bar?
Off the top of my head, I can't remember.
Is that like the Echo-ish team?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I saw Clicks. Their Rogue on their raid roster. I'm suddenly drawing a blank.
That's Echo's team? Oh, okay, Sibby. Thank you.
Yeah, Whippy. I saw them healing. What the frick is their Rogue's? I know the name. I'm like drawing a blank. I see his name all the time. Oh, now it's tanking. That's why I'm saying Echo-ish, because I know it's not like an Echo team. It's now Clicks, that Rogue, Whippy, and then someone else.
Shinji, right?
I'm gonna search it because it's bothering me so much.
Yeah, I mean, like we'll see him tomorrow, right? So, Kush, yeah.
Yeah, Kush. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I was like,
'cause,
I
like-
know his name.
Yeah, because like Whippy is also not in Echo, so now and Whippy both aren't in Echo. That makes sense. They'd be a
Yeah.
different name.
I'm here. Welcome in, Garrett. Hey, Voltar. Nice to see you.
It's crazy though. Those guys have been playing together since like I don't know how long. I feel like that's one of the longest running like consistent same teams we've seen. Well, I know it's
Probably
technically
longer than
different with,
Tobo's
like, a
been
nuclear,
alive.
but yeah.
I'm so funny. Okay, they got a 19 top.
So what is it that the mage does there? Like runs all the way just to like aggro that mine? Oh, and also to get that. Okay. I thought it was just, never mind, I figured it
255s.
out. Writing it down for when I compete.
Yeah. In case they need a sub UN.
When they do these bombs, it's always
exactly.
like so scary to watch. Like it's not actually like scary because they're so like slowed and controlled, but it's like terrifying to watch so many bombs fixating all of them every time.
It's like Muggsy Prague.
Yeah. Thankfully, there's only one set of eyes on you. You know, I'm glad the eyes don't like stack because it would be like, how many beams are at me? Oh no. So there's red circles on the ground that we just saw from that big mob. It made me think of when it never happened in this dungeon, but it did happen in other dungeons like Siege of Borealis, where it's like those area effects would like do damage to mobs.
Mm-hmm.
It also happened in Freehold. This expansion was unhinged when it came to that not friendly fire, but whatever they call it, like the area, like.
I think it is like technically it's like friendly fire for the enemies. I know what you're saying though.
Yeah. This place would be so much better if it just took a page out of other dungeons from this expansion, and it like if that like red like drop down bomb killed all the bombs and stuff, that would be sweet.
That
we'd
would
be
be cool,
pulling
yeah.
those guys all over this dungeon. It'd be like Plaguefall 2.0, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So they like took that away in like Siege as well, and they took it away in like Workshop this time. I think they're like really not liking that theme.
Oh yeah, with the squirrels. Yeah, Workshop. The mechanical squirrels.
Yeah, I remember like the spotter bolster. The worst thing about that too is like if you died, you lose the bolstered like spotter.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Very
You think
punishing.
now?
I hated
did you
that.
even
I
play
hated
since
that
Mop?
dungeon so
Dude.
much. It's like,
No, I
oh,
did too.
the threat reset again, and I got meleeed to death by the spotter. God damn it.
Sometimes
That's
I'm
like
pretty sure-
embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean,
Because the
what happened
spotter
all the
was like-
time in BFA? Like,
it's
I
like
just
dying
run by
to-
it and just.
Oh my god. That's
Just
like dying
one-shots
to a
you.
melee from a hunter, like before survival was legit.
I swear, sometimes wasn't it like bugged though, and it would just turn around and hit someone?
Yeah, I don't think it was threat. It was just like you couldn't get near it, but like
Yeah.
sometimes it would like run up next to you and just like side slash you and just kill you all the time if you weren't careful. But yeah, like back in when that dungeon was like its first iteration in BFA, I really didn't like it. But the new iteration they did was actually pretty decent. Like the first week was not good, but after they made changes after the first week, it was pretty decent.
Yeah, I did not have the luxury of starting in the horde like entrance. So I almost had to like relearn that like the top like mezzanine or whatever, wherever you spawn for Alliance. I was used to coming up out of the sewers because I was a horde player. So it was fun.
I think I had to do both because I was like Alliance for BFA, but then I was Horde when they brought it back, and I'm like, I don't understand what people do here.
Yeah, I think I was like Horde for BFA, and that was like, but then we had to learn Alliance because I did MDI that expansion, like for all of our practice because you had to play Night Elf for everything, and that was not the best. I'm glad they went away with like the Horde Alliance split. Like that was such a weird concept for Mythic Plus. Have like a different starting zone.
I mean, technically, I think Jaina had that as well. There was like a faction advantage, I think, for Horde or something, because like the RP time was different, and I think there was something with like a racial. It's been so long, I don't remember. But making any faction difference, I think, is just not a good idea.
Oh yeah, of course, racials as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys remember there was like that one tier where like during Heroic Week, Liquid went Alliance because there was like a war. You go war mode and they would get like a rep bonus when they were like grinding their rep. There's a lot of weird stuff like that back then.
Yeah, they go human for the first 2 weeks to get the rep buff.
I mean,
That's not.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when everyone shifted to Goblin for Kil'jaeden in, I don't know, is it Tomb of Sargeras? Sargeras?
For what?
So everyone flipped to Goblin for the Goblin jump in Tomb, I think it was Tomb of Sargeras.
I'm trying to remember. I was Alliance
For
then,
Kil'jaeden. Because he had this like intermission phase where he would like run. I don't remember the particulars, but he basically would do like an intermission phase, and he would put the whole platform would then become like you couldn't see anything, right? It was like a smoke bomb, and you had to run around and find Illidan, but you had to also kill all these mobs, and there were these orbs that were like dropping on the four corners of the platform, and it would just like knock you back. So you had to basically like navigate a knockback in the middle of this like smoke zone where you can't see anyone, you can't heal anybody. It was like crazy.
Right. I never
And then
experienced this because I was playing Alliance.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and then the goblin jump would like counter the knockback. Like if you ever got caught, it was like before like DHs and evokers and
Yeah.
all that stuff were really around. Oh no, we're restarting here. The 19 flood.
This should be fine. Oh, that means they're not going to get another dungeon though if they were planning on getting one. I mean, like they definitely
Yeah.
qualify, but like they definitely want to go in tomorrow with feeling good. I don't know. Is there any kind of transfer? Is it just qualifying? That's all that matters today, and nothing else matters.
That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I think they're in a good position because they had a lot of class diversity. And obviously their times are fine, but unfortunately this will be the last key
That's
for
true.
them today because there's only 20 minutes left and none of the keys are being done in 22 minutes. So,
Yes, then this will be these guys' last key then too, right?
I mean, Firma one's gonna get another. Comteva. I don't think they'll get another, but it's possible. Maybe like down the wire. Maybe Comteva gets another one.
yeah. It's going to be
Firma one, is
pretty...
Firma one zoning out? Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tight. And from what I saw, like the Comtiva is also like they're 2 minutes behind. Like their score is like, they're like 2 minutes behind.
Yeah.
So it's like they'll still have to finish this key and then also pick up that like 2 minute differential somewhere. That delta is pretty big in at this key level, you know.
There we go. Oh, I see. They put the time there in case it was a tiebreaker. That's cool.
Oh yeah, that my number was when Comtivo and Firma Wand were tied, but Firma Wand has two best dungeons for today for both Flood and Top. They already have the best dungeon today for Firma Wand, and they're still going back into Floodgate for that. I can't tell if it's like a 19 or 20. I think it's a 19.
Yeah, it's a 19.
Okay. Maybe they're confident they can do the 20, but they're not going to be able to do this keep in 21 minutes.
Yeah, I think they're just jockeying for first place with 07, and then just making sure Comteva can't. If he's really difficult, I think, for Comteva to overtake.
I mean, they could. They could. I mean, if they timed this and then.
Yeah, if they time this and then go 19 Floodgate like the other two teams, and
Yeah.
either have a better time when these other teams messes up, it's possible. It's just like
I mean, yeah, it's possible, but they'll have to do it very, very fast compared to the other team. Like Comtivo needs to make up the 2 minute, like assuming that all the key levels are the same. They have to, like, let's say they finish this 20 and then they go into a 19 flood, which they do have because they timed an 18 earlier today. They would still need to find 2 minutes to compete with Firma wand. Oh, so they are doing the 19. Flair. Flair was nice during KJ. Dude, KJ was crazy. KJ was crazy. What do you guys think the keys will be tomorrow?
Feeling Cinder Brew.
Priory.
Yeah, Cinder Brew, Priory. Ooh.
I guess it could be
And,
Cinder Brew, Pyre, Rook. That would be the next three.
Yeah.
They just did
Yeah.
Floodgate every day today. Both teams got Floodgate.
I think Cinder Brew is fun to watch. Priory is fun to watch. I don't know if Rookery is that fun to watch, but I think I'd be happy with those two and then some other third.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'd hope so because I think they are like more fun to watch. I'm kind of sick of Motherload. I think just because it's 2 expansions, I've already seen it. Priory is just fun to look at. I don't know.
True. Pyre is really pretty.
And
Maybe we'll
Cinderbrew
see more
also has a big
paladins.
pull.
More Pally priests because of the buff.
True.
Yeah, such a good done. I think so too. Hey, Dutchie. Who made that? It's beautiful. These blood wrappers are so painful. Look at how chunky this... Just getting whiplash watching these raid frames. Who came up with Girly Pop? I did. I said it. Me. Radio hasn't updated yet. This pack is so dangerous. I know.
That
Okay.
damage is insane.
It's crazy.
Yep. That pack is so scary.
Yeah, like the incoming. And then also I just like look and DK's at like 13 mil, like peaking at 13, 14 million. That's crazy.
Whoa, where are they flying? Have you guys pulled this back before? After the boss and stuff?
We usually pull it before because our route is not the most optimized. Like this route is really good because they go straight to Big Mama and they lost that immediately.
Mm-hmm.
But this isn't like a super uncommon pull, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd say this poll's pretty common, but I just have never seen it scheduled after the boss. Ooh, J down.
Yeah, I think this is like people started doing this route like a couple weeks ago, like some Chinese group, like a really good time doing this route or something, and then everybody copied it.
I've now realized I'm like 20 seconds behind you guys. I know it's like adding more cost, but I wish they would do like these single day short notice tournaments where it's like we're having a tournament for like the literal least played classes for each spec or each role, and then have them do like a 1 or 2 day gray push.
Oh
That'd
yeah,
be pretty fun.
like a
'Cause what's, like-
TGP break the meta.
Yeah, exactly. Except it's like the least played, so it has to be like the bottom 5 spread out across like the roles, obviously.
That'd be interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I would love that. Yeah, we would talk about homework content. Like we would just see all sorts of fun combinations, and with different tanks, like different routings are inevitable. You know, like there's just some pulls
Yeah.
that DHs can only do, and then there's some pulls only paladins can do, so on and so forth.
I don't even know what the least played. Actually, wait, I'll pull up for 16 plus. This is super generic, but it would be Augmentation Evoker, Survival Hunter, Preservation Evoker, an Affliction Warlock, a Shadow Priest, and then
Oh my
for the most
God.
popular tank.
That would
Looks
be
like a-
painful.
It looks like a Blood Death Knight is the least played tank. So it'd be like Blood plus Holy Priest, and then, or sorry, Blood plus a Pres Evoker, and then Aug Survival Affliction.
That'd be
I'm
pretty rough.
I'm okay with deleting Aug though, because they're just like weird for keys, and just moving it up to like the next one to be Shadow Priest.
Yeah, I agree.
I'd watch that. You know, another random idea I had is what if there was like a tournament, but it was 4-man dungeons.
Ooh,
That'd be interesting too. Yeah.
I wonder if anybody would like opt out to not having a heal, like not like a just to have 4
Probably.
DPS.
But on the key level, probably.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't imagine like there going be no healer on a floodgate. Like I can't imagine floodgate being one of those things because the third boss is like so critical, and then of course
Yeah.
like the dispels for the second boss. Like I feel like it would be tough. Definitely a for tank comp.
Ooh, yeah.
Definitely.
So
That's a
lot
win.
of damage.
Oh, I remember
Like,
when
I'll
they were
heal.
doing like all tank push metas in like Sanguine Depths.
Yeah.
Boost me? Oh, same. I need a boost. Every dungeon needs a healer, don't they? Maybe now.
I think there's definitely been seasons in the past where everybody was like, "Oh yeah, there's no way you could do these dungeons without a healer," and then people are like at the end of the season doing stuff without a healer. I think now that they've like nerfed quite a few of the off healing things, though.
Oh yeah, like Nature's Vigil
The main-
and
Yeah, the main problem was like the amount of
Astral
off healing.
Guidance. Yeah.
Maybe now it wouldn't happen, but before it definitely would. Even when like there was a dungeon with a lot of damage,
Oh yeah.
people would find a
Real.
way.
Like there'd be a pole, like if there's a big enough pole and your shaman just pushes
Dragonfly
AG,
off
it's
healing
like,
was crazy.
you don't
Yeah,
do
yeah, yeah.
anything.
Yeah.
WoG was back in the day. WoG was so juiced. Yeah, we have a mirrored comps here now.
Yeah, AG deleted for what is this, the second time? Yeah, deleted
Yeah.
like after Legion, and then they brought it back for one expansion. Like, never mind, gonna delete that one again.
I still don't know when the best time for me as a resto shaman to like do AG. Like all I know is like I'm supposed to pop it and then do damage. That's like that's what I think I know.
Oh, I mean, like when they brought it back, it's just like you just macro with your ascendants, but
Oh, yeah?
there's no more AG anymore, so don't have to think about it ever again until they bring it back for a third time.
Oh. Oh, then what icon am I thinking of? I thought it was like a blue icon or something.
Yeah, I mean, like, well, they just got rid of it this season.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know if you played. Yeah, like
I
they had
have
it last
not.
season.
Oh,
But I
okay.
think like
Okay.
back in Legion, it was like a thing you press and you did damage, so it converted your damage to healing. But then like in this expansion, it's because like now you play Ascendants, you just would pair with Ascendants because it just make your Ascendants super powerful.
Ooh. You did up a Kara with no healer? That's what's up. Gave people like 20% leech. That's nice.
Oh.
Uh-oh. BR's out for sure. It's so
I don't
tough
remember
going in.
Zebi.
Yeah, it's tough going into this fight. I was just about to say, I hope they go to this mother load. They're on the last boss. This
Yeah.
will put them in a really good spot. They're going to be this plus 20 will give them a plus 2. I actually wonder. Hold on, I'm going to do my math.
Oh.
$31 minutes. Can they? How long does this boss usually take?
I think like 3.5 minutes. But
Okay.
I don't know what this level is a thing. Is it 20? So I'm just like, I don't know. I'm not doing this at 20. I don't know.
Yeah, they're doing pretty fast time. If they can get it before 32 minutes, they're sitting pretty actually,
Yeah.
because the other two teams got 32. I mean, I think they're going to kill it in they just have like intermission and stuff, so it could be 30. If they did it in 30, that would shave off almost a whole minute of their time, which puts them in a really good spot. If they can kill it at 30.
Yeah, I think it's possible. I can't see like their lust or anything. Sometimes it's hard to see this stuff when it's so small. Oh, look, they already lusted. Okay, yeah, no, they're not gonna get lust. Yeah, I guess like 30-30 is when they kill it.
Yeah, that would be good because the timers for the other 220s for Firmawand and 07 are just over 32 minutes, and then like 4 seconds over 32 minutes and 2 seconds under 32 minutes. So if they were at 30-30, that would give them almost a minute and a half back out of that 2-minute deficit that they're missing right now. That means that if they were to complete a top, they would just have to do it 30 seconds faster. They would just have to do it faster, like 30 seconds faster than Thermoware.
Numbers check out over here.
Yeah.
I don't think they're gonna do 30-30 looking at this now, but I forgot how long this intermission takes.
Yeah, they gotta like stomple.
Yeah.
This pack in Floodgate right before this boss is actually scary.
Yeah, like it's so many stops and stuff.
Yeah. That like jettison kelp or whatever it's called is so, like, I don't know, just prickly. Yeah, 30% in 30 seconds, probably not the thing without lust. Hey, Gnome. Welcome in. That kelp is scary. I know, right? This is 30, maybe 45. I don't know, 15. Three minutes to start a key. 3 minutes to start a key.
That's enough for sure.
Yeah, plenty. Oh, that sucked. He blinked right into it. 31-19.
Oh wow. That'd actually be crazy if they didn't make it after today, because they were doing so well all day.
Oh, 07.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is tight.
Okay, they're both in a floodgate.
I think they might. I don't know if they have time to time this key. Oh wow. Yeah, I mean the offense I think definitely matters. Like, it probably contributes to like their slower times than the other keys, which is why their times are so slow, is because they were playing like they had it in the bag, and their teams are playing full meta, which then like shoots themselves if they should. Are they wiping on purpose now? Oh, they're town portaling. Oh wow.
Yeah, they better hurry. It's like right now. Do you
Yeah.
think they can make it?
Yeah. I think they can.
They don't have time. Oh man.
They don't. I mean, the admins are usually honestly they're pretty lenient on like that last like 30 seconds about letting them start a key because they'd rather have it be exciting, you know.
Yeah.
And also you have to remember we're watching this on a delay.
Yeah,
So,
that is true. That is true.
Like it just turned 5 o'clock on my thing, but we're on like a 2-minute delay.
That is true.
Man, when it gets close, I wish they would have that timer up.
Mm-hmm.
That you see sometimes.
Yeah, I think they purposely time it. I mean, hide it because they're pretty lenient on it in that last like minute on letting people start. But yeah, this team, their timer's looking nice. Ish. It's not looking that much better, honestly. But This is. Oh, the bubble skip. Oh, they're just all night elves. Yeah, I mean it's a little bit faster. I'll have meld because like they're all playing classes that can be night elf, right? I feel like it's much better to do that versus just being like, oh, I get a little bit because like the only person who gains damage, I think, is the DK, and then like the priest could get dwarf, but I don't think there's a lot to dwarf in this dungeon because like on tournament realm you those have specific characters for specific dungeons with your loadout and the race you want and stuff. So I think it makes a lot of sense for them to all just be night elf and just make it safe. Because like a lot of people do fail that skip.
Because like how many times I always like to think of it this way. It's like how many times have you wiped because you didn't have that like mini racial CD versus a skip was failed.
Yeah, like the like because like yeah the DH can pull it back, but it takes longer for the DH to pull back and do the skip. Also allowed to freely well you don't need to freely change your race. You just make a new character. You just make infinite characters on the tournament realm, and you just have
different characters.
You just go buy your gear on that new character, and then you just use my slot, the add-on, and it reassigns all your keybinds. But you don't ever actually change the race of your character. You just have Floodgate Priest, and then you have Motherlode Priest, and then you have Theater of Pain Priest, and then it used to be like, oh, this is the priest I have for Bursting Theater of Pain, this is the priest I have for Inspiring whatever Theater of Pain, like stuff like that. That was annoying. But now thankfully it's just like you have like one for each dungeon and have it ready to go with like the exact loadout and like race you want and stuff.
Yeah, massive. Full night elves.
I honestly have
They're not going to run a lot.
that do like super high end content like that, and in my opinion, you just like let out this crazy lore drop. Like I like semi paid attention to MDI back in the day, and I still had no idea that they're like, here's 28 tunes that are ready on the tournament realm. Like,
yeah,
that's just crazy to me. It's like I also like when lore was randomly dropped for like Race World First, for example, how they're like, oh yeah, we would park a character here to have them think that we're practicing here, and we'd go into the garrison and pretend to practice boss movements in here, and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, like, cause like the thing is that on the tournament realms, you just go in there and you just start /whoing to see like, oh, Echo's spending a lot of time practicing this dungeon, blah blah blah, doing a lot of time practicing this dungeon, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, all that stuff. So much spying going on.
Can you lock it? I don't know, man. I can't say I've been running keys with locks. Don't know. Don't know. I don't think you can though. Normally you'll get in combat with stuff you lock gate through directly. Well, I mean, I know
Okay.
locks. I'm just not cute with them, you know.
If they like time these, sorry if I'm dumb. If they time these, does this mean that Firmawand would actually be like if everyone times their current key?
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that Firmawand would actually be the number one in this?
If they all time the key with the same amount of time left on the timer, then yes. If they all time the key right now with the same amount of time left on the timer, then
Right, okay.
I'm pretty well,
Yes. Yes.
well, I'm not exactly sure because the difference between '07 and Comdiva's 18 is a minute 10.
Their total dungeon time is like two minutes difference.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then their mother loads only like 30 seconds apart.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, if they all time this key with the same amount of time left, then the standings are what they are right now. But I think it's unlikely that all three of them, or I should say both '07 and Comdiva, I'm pretty sure Firma 1 has this in the bag. Nice little dub.
This one feels actually really close.
Yeah. This is
It's like a
surprising.
fun one, yeah.
It actually feels like '07 like might not qualify, and it's because they didn't play full meta, and so that's why their timers are bad. Which is actually crazy. If that's how that actually ends up shaking out.
Yeah, like that's what we talked about before, where it's just like they, like generally speaking, are like very experienced, so they just want to save their like best comp for later, like as much as they can. But if they don't qualify,
As it feels bad, yeah. Like this is like the first weekend with that, so like they're kind of all setting the like example for the other teams to follow. And they're gonna set the example of, oh, if you try and save your best comp for the last day, you might not even qualify.
yeah.
Which is like for most of those teams, it's kind of worth it because it's like, who even cares if I qualify if I have no chance on the Sunday? You know, like most teams care about having the chance on the Sunday.
Yeah.
I read this really beautiful like quote many years ago, and it's like, this is like, you can plan and plan. Like the quote basically is, no plan survives its collision with reality. And it's like, this is like they planned their absolute daylights out. Like they planned really well for the whole competition with their setup here. But they are so close to being knocked out of this event because they were saving all their juice for like down the road. And it's like, you can't win you can't win the war without winning a few battles in the beginning to help you get to the finish line, you know?
Yeah.
Might have saved the Vantis rune for too long.
Yeah. Yeah, you might just rip
God.
it. Like, you pop the Ventus rune now, get through this boss, and just try it and just get to next week. Like, just, you got to get the easy win to make sure you progress. I don't know, maybe they're really confident in this one. Maybe they're, thinking they could do better time. I think they had to do like this boss with only 4 people too.
Wait, who?
Their first time too? '07. Didn't they have like an untimely death on this first boss?
Oh, not in this run. Maybe
Not
in the
this run.
last
Oh,
run.
yeah,
Yeah.
in the last run. So they got to the second boss and it was like kind of getting weird and time was coming up and fresh start. Yeah, so it looks like they're 2 minutes behind. So they're 3 minutes behind. So 07 is 3 minutes 20 seconds behind Firmawand, but they're 2:20 behind Comtiva.
Yeah, so they basically need Comtiva to not time this key. I think that's the only way they win is if
Yeah.
Comtiva doesn't win.
Yeah, if they default, then
'Cause I don't think they can
07
time this.
was able.
I don't think they can time this with like even time this with 2:20 on the timer would be impressive. But then like that would mean like Comtiva would need to barely time it. So like I feel like that's just not realistic. Like they actually just need Comtiva to fail
Yeah.
in order for them to win.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sebi, it does seem like that's what's going to happen. But I mean, like, I don't think that's so bad because here's the thing, like, realistically, none of these teams have a chance of beating Wonder Bar, and they all know it. So it's like they're all just compete with each other anyways for second place, no matter what, right? So it's still as entertaining, I think, as it would be otherwise, if not more entertaining, because we have to see what off-meta comps they come up with. But I don't think it's that different from what the reality would have been, even if everybody could play full meta.
Yeah, there's still I like how it's kind of set up that way because then there is still like strategy and like, okay, what place do we think we can aim for X amount of money? Like you even hear on the main cast, like they talk about that a lot too. So
Yeah.
it feels like, I don't know, there's a little more dynamic to it.
I won't even know where to watch tomorrow if they're all playing non-meta comps.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Like, I'm going to be like, hoping they change the screen more.
Oh, the meta comps we see on the screen right now, it's the Vengeance DH, Disc Priest, Mage, Boomkin, Unholy DK.
Yeah, it's this right now. That was a cute little kitty pounce out and then jump in. It's so interesting that they went to Domination Duo first.
Yeah, I think so. This is like the older route, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I just like wanted to stick with what they know, or maybe they just like this better for some reason.
They got less for Mama. That's fair. That's fair.
It's kind of nice to do this because like you can lust the very first pull of the dungeon, and then
Do we have
you
3
lust
cups
here,
or
whereas the other one
2?
it's like you have to wait until like 2 minutes to press your first lust. So maybe they just like, oh shit,
Oh no.
how do these
VR tap.
pull? How do these pull?
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't know if they meant to pull those or
no.
not.
They did pull it really far out.
I couldn't tell if that's intentional or not because I wasn't paying enough attention to see if the other ones did it. It's gonna be three cups Hastiff, and then China is the fourth. And there's 2 teams from each, and then there's gonna be finals. So there's technically gonna be 5.
Dude.
Was this the thing that 07 needed?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is if it was 7 times this, they get to go to tomorrow. But if they don't time this, then they don't get to go tomorrow. So now Comdova just they're hate watching. Hate watch time.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean they put up Comtiva put up some really good times. They were only like they were half a minute behind top, so they were doing really well even with what they had.
You never count your chickens before they lay eggs, as they say.
Yes, my mother says that all the time.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully they can. Because obviously they're quite powerful.
All right, what are
and-
we rooting for, guys? Who you guys are you rooting for 07 to deplete or to win?
Win.
Yeah, I want to see
on there.
Roybin. I
can't-
want to see
got-
Roybin.
Yeah,
Let's
I have to be
go.
Roybin.
Raven and Shelly. Shelly's cool too.
Yeah.
He's here. Just kidding. He's great. I just like can't compare my love for girl gamers to just anybody, you know?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I'm like, I want to see everybody win, but it's pretty nice. I really enjoyed watching that triple bomb action right there. That was pretty sweet. Girl power, exactly.
Dr. J aren't the same. True.
Well, he's got to win today and tomorrow then. He wants to do that.
Yeah.
Dude.
Or he's
Someone
get second
else-
tomorrow.
He's with someone else that's been around for a super long time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's an OG for sure.
Yeah.
yeah. He always like has the best music and the most like DPS brained like ideas of like how to do more damage. Like I just I like watching his stream. I think it's a lot of fun.
It's like Oceanic, America, and EU are like all the same now, and it's just China is separate. So that's why China has like their own weekend, and it'll be 2 Chinese teams. And
That's the
then 6
loudest
from the
techno.
combination of
Like 10s
Oceania
and 2 a.m.s. Yeah.
and UNA. And
Yeah, Sevi.
I don't think there's any like Latin America teams and stuff, but there might be. I don't know about.
There was a write-up saying that the regions competing in the event is China, EU, Korea, Taiwan, and America. I don't know if that's like all of them that competed in the qualifiers, or if that's just in the dungeon timers, or if that's actually like participating in the groups over the next couple weekends.
It'll be 8 teams. So 2 teams from every weekend go to the grand final. So 4 weekends, 2 teams each weekend.
Before tomorrow, I'm 100% going to study up on this, like, the rules on the class. Like,
Okay, good.
the
You could be
classing.
our expert.
Yeah,
You
I'm
could be
gonna
our
like,
expert.
I'm gonna try to figure it out because it is still like something I cannot get my arms around it.
I kind of get it now. It's like 1 healer, the most used healer, the most used tank, and 1 of the DPS. I don't know why just 1 of the DPS, whereas the healer and tank both have to play it. Whenever you use the day before to qualify, whichever one you use the most of, you cannot use on Sunday.
Yeah, I saw the little like X's from last weekend, but I didn't like grab a screenshot. So maybe I'll save that for next time we chat. Well, tomorrow. I'll get it all prepped for
Tomorrow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll have
tomorrow.
have it ready.
Tomorrow will be exciting.
Yeah.
I'm glad it wasn't just me, because I messaged Tove before and I'm like, I know you're really busy right now. I'm sorry. I don't mean to bother you right now. But I was like, how does this class swap thing work? I don't understand. He gave me like he just said like, well, generally you wanna, blah, 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 but it wasn't like specific. But I wanted to see what the exact numbers were. I think it's like if you, whatever the majority was used for gets blocked out, so you can kind of use, but yeah, I don't know like specific.
Oh, got some crocodillas over here.
Ooh?
Ooh. Getting all chomped up.
I
on
don't
a
even know what these
Saturday?
crocodiles do. I have no clue what these guys do.
Okay. I mean, I don't know why they're doing fancy stuff when they just need to time it.
Well, I think it's the timer's a little bit tight, you know?
Oh, okay.
I think they need to kill this boss before 24 minutes to be fine, which I think they should be able to.
This is 4-minute boss.
They have lust in like 1 minute and 10 seconds, I think. They'll probably get a lust like halfway through this boss. Actually, I don't know if they get another Lusto if they press it.
Looks like a bleed, maybe?
Wait, what? Oh, the
The
crocodiles.
crocodiles do like a bleed thing?
Oh, Toldugor crocodiles. Oh, okay. Yeah, those don't do that much.
Ugh. Could be the play. Could get pretty nasty in there.
It's a nice funnel. I mean, as long as Drogo can live, seems fine. It's only him
Yeah,
in
he
danger.
seems-
It's free funnel.
I mean, he seems like he's got meta and lots of stuff up. Hopefully he drops like a darkness here to help.
Oh man. Poor Royman as well. Like all that movement and the like out like that's one of the highest output numbers that I've seen with healers, by the way. Because every time a lot of damage goes out, I like to look. Like she's almost sustaining during that like 4 mil and has to dodge those like.
The impressive part about it is like when you see like the 4 mil is like you normally see high numbers when the whole group is taking damage, but you have to keep in mind she's not taking any damage. She's just doing that much just to those 4. So it's like even more impressive when you think about it that way, because if she was taking damage, and since like the way pre-sealing works, she'd just be doing like another like 800k on top of it, right?
Yeah.
So it's actually even more than it looks like.
Yeah. I've never played range, but I did notice like she's like out away from the group. Like she's not chained to them.
She's
The frontal's not gonna
baiting.
go on her. She's baiting?
Yeah, because like the frontal chooses one person, right? And so when these people are chained together, they all have the rule like they go left or something, but if she sends on the opposite side and it chooses her, then nobody has to move.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, because like healers don't get chained on this boss
Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah, I did notice that, but it's also nice that she's able to move like for safety, like away from the group. She's not having to stand like in that melee and dance, you know, because sometimes the waves like happen like right there. Can get
Yeah,
scary.
it sucks.
Okay, it looks like they're maintaining. They only have a few more. Oh, there was the bait. You were right. Big damn. Hi, Maximus. Nice to see you. What's the meta for MDI? It's Vengeance, Demon Hunter, Discipline Priest, Boomkin Druid, Unholy DK, and a Mage. Right now we're watching an Arcane Mage. Welcome in. Happy Saturday. Little bombies.
Yeah, these things are. Oh, okay. They didn't kill them until after the boss side. That's good.
Because, yeah, I thought they did like AoE.
Yeah.
Ooh. Spooky scary.
Holy moly.
Right, full night elf group again.
Roar. There's all the night elves. He is so cute. He's flapping back.
He's so scary when he runs in with his mouth agape like that. Like he's just gonna come up and fucking swallow you whole. I don't know.
I never noticed how far down the bridge he was. Like he took like 2 extra steps that I wasn't prepared for. So I definitely got a little scared there. That was manga. I
When he was
know.
running back, I was like, I can't tell if it's fixated on a player or targeting a
Yeah.
player.
Yeah. I've never
Right,
skipped that mob before. So that was like a
Yeah, me
very uncomfortable POV for sure.
Raymond the whole time, you can tell she's just like watching, being like, I don't know if this is coming at us or not.
That like look over your shoulder, you know?
Yeah, just like
Yeah, for oh my god. Are they the only guys running right now? I think they might be.
yeah, yeah, they
Yep.
are.
Yeah, because I have that last minute key. These big boys are the dark fuse jump starters are really scary too.
Mm-hmm. I think they're pretty safe from here on out. Like their timer is good. They had to have something disastrous happen to not get this, but that's okay because Kamdava, they're sitting there, they're hate watching right now. They're cheering.
Aw.
They're cheering on. They're bringing on their downfall.
Are there more female participants? It's just Roy Ben right now. I mean, they do have 3 BRs, so they're doing good on that front. Even if things started to get a little unstable, they have a way to balance. You know, they have a way to recover a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So. Like instant die? Yeah, I don't think they're all.
Yeah, I don't think there's I haven't done this dungeon too much. I don't think on the next area they have anything that's like if one person dies, it kind of kills the rest of the group, right?
No, it's just like they just have this pack,
Yeah.
and then they just have the last boss, and last boss is pretty hard to mess up.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I've had is not to do caster jinx or whatever is like a spark kind of can bug out, and that can stun people. And if a spark stuns anybody, then it's like pretty scary.
Yeah.
That would be the only thing, but as long as people are like pre-spreading and just like really cautious with that timer and making sure they don't kite it into a pool, like they don't have their heart set on a pool that's like, you know, right in front of them. They position themselves properly. Because the sparks don't get diffused unless they go into a pool that is like a water pool, not like a sparkly pool, like an already charged pool. Yeah, I thought firmware was in a. Oh no, they scuffed it, didn't they? Firmware.
What do you mean?
Wasn't we were watching Comme de Vœux for sure, and they wiped on Big Mama, but what about? I thought firmware was in a key 2.
No, they timed their 19 floodgate. I think it was like 5 minutes after the time ended or something, right?
Okay.
Because they were like they started much earlier. So yeah, they finished the 19 floodgate. They're like solidly in first place. Uh-oh.
Okay, thanks. I'll update my clocks. Huge bear. There's so many like tiny wiggles, like there's so many small like movements. You gotta just like dance around here. I wonder if Jay's gonna dwarf because that dot gets super nasty. Nope.
I don't know if you can dwarf that dot. It's not dispellable.
Oh. It's a good pre-spread. Boss dying slow.
Yeah, the boss is slow, but they have so much time. They have Lust coming up.
In 2 minutes. Less than 2.
Shelly plays like so fucking like last minute moving. It makes
I know
me so nervous.
He greeds that cast, man. He's like
like he knows he can greet it, but like it's just so hard to watch sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That like actually looked like it hit him.
It's so bad.
I think I slightly have a delay again, but
We can't refresh now. The boss is at 39%.
know.
Oh, I just saw your screen. Yeah. He's
Dude,
yeah.
I don't know. I refreshed earlier, and I don't know if it helped.
Yeah.
It's okay. I'll get like
It's okay.
20 seconds delayed. Don't spoil the ending for me.
Okay.
Okay. I'll try not
Okay.
to.
Oh my god, that blink was so juiced. Oh my gosh. 1 minute left. 2% left. Lust is still... Lust burnt. Time to dance. Ugh. They did it. 32:07. Can you believe it?
All right, surely she's caught up now.
Surely.
Oh my god.
Dude.
Very good.
Oh, grats.
Woo! You're gonna see Royman again tomorrow. They'll be. I think they're gonna kind of own tomorrow though, cause like they're the only other team that can play meta tomorrow, like the meta comp. So tomorrow might not be that exciting if it's just two teams playing meta comp and two teams struggling with their off meta.
Yeah. I mean, in a way though, it'd still be like the race for first and then race for third, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Unless, what if we get another one of those situations where team number 2 like throws a key?
That's
and
true.
then- yeah. Because they're trying so
Very
hard
true.
to fight for number 1.
They can still throw. It's still possible.
Okay. 32:04. Holy. That was awesome. Yeah, I'm really glad they were able to pull it together and figure it out. I mean, it sucks to be com devote like hate watching or whatever, rage watching.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I feel so bad for them.
Please wipe.
Yeah,
Please
I feel
wipe.
so bad. They're absolutely. That was actually really close.
Yeah. It was a good ending. I wasn't sure if it was gonna be a good ending because of like how it started. But then like in the last like 45 minutes, I was like, oh, actually, this is actually kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like 07 can't do a druid. Oh yeah, there we go. Firm award can't use a priest. That's not bad, I guess, right? Or they can't use a.
I'm not okay. I thought I understood the rules, and then someone in chat said something different, and then now I'm like, okay, maybe I don't understand the rules. So I don't actually know. It's confusing to me as well.
Okay. Hey, Kibizzle, welcome in. You got
I can't believe
Spot
they got
Rocket?
Wrestle Shaman banned. They
Huge
really
congrats.
hamstring themselves.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we might as well not even show up tomorrow. Oh, man. It'll be fun. I do love Firm Awards. Firm Ward's logo. That's like it's like a junkyard. It's like the undermined car, but it's all smashed up from like going into a building.
I can't actually see the image from here.
Oh, they might show it. They might show it. I was when they were doing the introductions earlier today. It was so funny. Cause that's how I drive my car. It's like all like messed up in the front. Like I'm not afraid to hit anything.
Yeah, so I guess Drive is gonna struggle with the no disc bench.
Girly pop. Yep, Garrett.
It's an interesting format. Yeah, I think this is pretty cool though, just because it prevents it from being like a one horse race. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I agree. I'm a fan. So far, like I do not envy the players that have to strategize around it, but like from a complete viewer, POV, very good.
Yeah, definitely. Wow.
Okay, well this was fun. I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Excited to see
It
how it
was a lot of
goes.
fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Same time tomorrow.
Same time tomorrow. I'll be here.
Perfect.
You guys will be here. Girly Pop MDI watch party comes again.
Yes. All right. Thanks, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good night.
That's fun. Leave this call. Yes. Thank you. Let's see. This is so much fun. Okay, let's see if I could do all the things. How do I do this? Okay, let's reload all the things. Okay, that's mine. That's this. Okay, getting my things ready. I'm going to refresh this. Oh, it hasn't updated yet. Yo, Krista. Thanks, lady. Thanks for the raid. I had so much fun with you today. That was so much fun. I cannot wait to hang out again tomorrow. Welcome, raiders. I noticed we were wearing the same shirt. We both had the same idea. The Krista raid Pogs. She's so much fun. I had so much fun. Definitely need a little snack. Gonna keep watching. I'm gonna keep getting my my spreadsheet up to date. It is, and then I'm going to work on getting the lockout here of like which ones are not able to, like what are we not going to be able to watch tomorrow. Okay, these two, this dude's out. This dude's out. But it does look like these two. Wait, this got, I'm going to put these into their ranking now. Like, so, wait, Velocity got, last place. Right? And then these two are tied for 56. But I think Prepare to Kite got 7. Right? And then 7. I think it's Keyline Pie after that. And then I think Comte-Vous is 5. Right? And then these 4 firmware are going tomorrow. So I'm going to do the math of how much their money was. They got last place in the final. 8. They got last place in the final. Then they got 7th place. Make this like this, and here, and here, and here. Right? And then they got 4th place. They got 5th place. They got 5th place, and then they got 6th place. Okay. Okay. They got 7th. They got 8th. And then these two people got 2K. Okay, so each person today either got $200 or $400. So that's how much money they made today. As a 300,000 pot. And then tomorrow, we'll see if somebody makes the difference between 100 or sorry, 1,800 or 1,200, 1,800. Okay. And that's what we'll find out tomorrow. And then whoever the top 2 teams are will progress into the finals. And then they have a chance to win extra money. What you're creating, what is this spreadsheet for? It's for the MDI. And I'm watching. Okay, let's just make sure I got my times right. So this is from yesterday. These 2 people are progressing. We think it will be a Cinderbrew, Pyrie, and Rook tomorrow. And then, what team am I supporting? I like 07. I think 07. I think I'm rooting for 07. I'm sure all the teams will be great. I'm very confident that they'll be great, but let's go 07. Thanks, Renz. Thank you. Okay. And I'm going to study up on the rules of the elimination round because I don't know. I don't know what this number is for. Oh, this is probably the max one I've seen here. And then this one is 20. This has been a 19. This is a max 20. And then this is a 19. Oops, I almost... And then... Okay, let's see. Okay, firmware. This is for flood. It was at 30. Flood at 19. They did a motherload at 20 at 3204, and then their top is 19. Okay, so they are good. Velocity did a 16 at 27, 29, 31, and then 31. Okay, and then this is not updated yet. Com de Vote is 18 at 28, 20. They did a best in show 3119 mother load. They did a 19 top in 3239, and then 07 did, that's still outdated. That's okay. I'm confident I got the mother load, I'm confident I got the floodgate in time. Okay. And then the mother load is 3125, and then the top is 33 10 19. Oh, they did. Was it a 19? I think it was a 19. There we go. It was a 19 flood. And then we did, okay. And so basically this one, this is the best timer so far. Hold on. They did a 19 at 29 minutes. This is still the best time. Oops, let's not do that. Let's do, what about a green color like this? Oops, you guys can't see that very well, but maybe that. Can you see that color? This is also the best time. And then at a 19, this is also the best time. Okay. And then here we did a 20. This is the best time. But they're out, so maybe I don't even include them. And then out of these two, this is the best time. Okay, out of people who are actively still in the event, I'm going to just say 07 has the second to best time. But what we're looking at here, I'm going to put them in like a, I'm going to make them like a tan, like a grayed out. Okay, and then my eyes will naturally go to these guys, because this was group 1, this is group 2, and we want okay. Harish, hey, welcome in. We just got done watching our competition here. I need to know what the blockouts are. So I need to find where this screen is for each of our players. So that's what I'm looking for now. Okay. And day 3 would be Wonder, Dive, 07, and Firmware. And then I'm going to look at the rules again. Okay. Okay, I just asked ChatGPT to tell me what these rules mean. As if I was 6 years old. And it says, okay, you and your team play the game for 3 days. Each day you pick 5 of your best toys to race with. Basically like your fastest truck, your speedy dinosaur, or rocket, etc. But after the first day, someone checks which 3 toys on your team was used the most. Those 3 toys now have to sit out for the rest of the weekend. You can't use them again on day 2 or day 3. Only the races you finish help you win with points. Win points will count when you pick your toy gets put away. Each team has their own list of toys they cannot reuse. What your team loses does not affect your friends' teams. If 2 toys have been used the same amount and it's a tie, then they decide which gets locked away in the order of the toy that protects, the toy that helps others, and the toy that does damage. So basically it goes in the order of tank, healer, DPS. If 2 toys are used at the same amount, then you decide which one gets locked away based off of the tank, the healer, DPS. This rule is just for the weekend, not for warm-ups or for the big final tournament. It's like a game that makes you try a new toy each day so it doesn't get boring and everyone gets creative. That's what MDI, that's what it says. Okay. Let's look for MDI coverage. Okay. I got my time trials done. Okay. And then Wonder Bar. This is the other lockout. Okay. Why do some groups have 2 of them knocked out and they only have 1, even though they've used all of theirs at the same amount? Like, why is it tank and DPS? Like, why did they get tank and healer knocked out, tank and healer knocked out, tank and healer knocked out? Like, they're not even, or this got healer and DPS, and this didn't get a healer and DPS. I think it's a tie they have to pick. Yeah, but it goes in the order of tank, healer, then DPS. But like, why did some people have 2 stuff crossed off and other teams only have 1? Like, wouldn't everyone else have 2 knocked off? Yeah, there's a dinosaur. ChatGPT said it was a dinosaur rocket, so I'm down. I'm down to clown. Okay, I think I got it. Okay. Okay. Let's see. They got the best time in... Okay. So we think tomorrow is going to be Pyre. Yeah, tomorrow we think it's going to be a Pyre. Oops. And we think it's going to be a rook. That's what we think it's going to be tomorrow. That's what we think it's going to be tomorrow. So people tomorrow could walk away with $800 up to $1,800. We're talking about $1,000 difference based off of where you land today, with the chance of getting up to $13,000. Oh my God. Dude, Night Owl, I didn't even see the 10 bomb. I'm so sorry. I was locked in. I didn't even have my notifications up. Night Owl, yo, thank you so much for the 10 bomb 10 minutes ago. I'm so sorry I missed it. I hope you're still here and I hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm so sorry. I was focusing. Oh, okay. You snuck it in. Woo. Well, thank you. Always appreciated. I was locked in. I was like doing my homework for the watch party. And I was like looking at how much money each person was going to get. And these are just scenarios of like if teams got first place now, second place later. Like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. But tomorrow I think it's going to be, well, I think, and so does Cora May and Krista, they think that it's going to be the Cinder, Pyrie, and Rook. That would be a cool way to land for the day. Do you get free DoorDash for wearing it on your stream? No, this is my old jersey for when I was signed with an org. It's got my name on it. See? No, I did have a DoorDash code though when I was signed. Not anymore. They sunset this program a while ago. Last year, 2 years ago. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. Then I got to cast for Race for World first. It was this was a good time in my life. Very, very good time in my life. Did you have to be there live to cast? No, I've never done an in-person event. It was remote. It was remote. Hey, Ice Monkey. Happy Saturday. Hope you're having a good day. Yes. Okay. Let's see. Okay, they just logged off. Okay, it looks like this weekend they did time trials. May's here. Today's May 3rd, so it's Group A. Next week is May 4th. Group C. I'll miss Group C because I'll be in Mexico and California, but I'll be back for Group A, the finales, the finals. Hey, Bunton. You could again? Yeah, I definitely would be open to casting again if I got invited. We'll see. Hey, Jeff. Happy Saturday. Hope you're having a good day. Are you streaming for the next 5 hours? I'm gonna to a party and leave my dog home alone with stream. I'll keep your. I'll let your dog. I'll be here. I'm not planning on going anywhere for the next 5 hours. Maybe I'll do classic stuff. Yeah, I'll watch your dog. I got you. You're welcome. Have a great time at the party. Bring us back some treats. I'm such a good boy. Even the girl dogs are good boy dogs. I'll make the rules. I don't know why it's called Season 1 Dragonflight. Hold on, what's it? It's just called Season 1 Dragonflight. Loves. She's a good boy. Her name is Is it Freya? Is that Freya? Freyja? It's a good looking spreadsheet I made. Thank you. It's Freya? Yeah. Oh, I got it right the first time? I knew a girl named Katya, and she had a J at her name. And so I'm like, oh, is that like the same? Perfect. Let's see. Yeah, I think I got everything I wanted for tomorrow's like elimination. What are they calling it? They're playing it like they're calling, what's the rules for this? What's the proper word for this? I don't even know what the word is. This new rule is they call it specialization variety. They call it specialization variety. Specialization variety rule. Okay. Okay, I can close some of this stuff now, I think. Okay. I think I am ready to close this out and close this out and get back in game. And then I will check on my eggs, I think. Did I leave that Discord call? I did. Okay. Here I come to save the day. Hey, DJ. What do you go by? Buns, Bunton, Teeny, Boonton? I just go, Bunton's fine. I'll reply to all those things, but Bunton's fine. Can't say I've ever been called Teeny. I got big pun energy. Yeah. Oh, I can get this. Wait, I can get this finally. Whoa. Oh, man. Okay, I can get this finally. Oh my gosh, we should do Comp Stomp later. Wait, I can stream tomorrow? Wait, I can stream tomorrow? Hold on. Overview. Let's see how much I've streamed so far besides yesterday. I only did 205, 56 as of yesterday. Hey, Jay, thank you so much for the lurk. $324 yesterday. I only did $324 yesterday. I've done 200 hours in 20 days. Oh wait, I did this here. And then this here. There we go. Today's Saturday. Yeah. You gotta make sure you refill those pickle jars. Dude, I went food shopping for the first time in a very, very long time. And I realized I couldn't fit any food in my fridge because I had so many pickle jars. And some of them aren't even open. I'm not even gonna get through all 9 of these. But I did have a disrespectful amount of pickle jars. I had like 1 or 2 pickles left in it. So I'm actively eating those pickles, which is fine. The first one was like a garlic one. I had a dill one, and then I had a spicy one so far. So we're going to go and look at my fridge and see what's happening there. And it's possible that I just have like 5 jars that are brand new, and then you guys will just have to hear me complaining about it. Yeah. Okay. I see you're having your personal favorite. Thanks, DJ. Yeah, I feel like this is a really fun mog. I'm definitely getting this mog. And then I'm adding it to my list. It's official. I got the tea mog. I haven't done Comp Stomp yet. Hopefully Grandma, do you think I could get Comp Stomp going? Arden Wheeled T-Mog. Ensemble Conservators War Bark. Bye. Nice. Did Karma quit WoW already? She's playing Diablo right now. Oh, man. Okay, I have 2 days on that one left. 23 hours. 2 days. 23 hours. This one's free. Wait, is that all I got? I just got like juicers. Okay. 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 Okay, now we're cooking. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, I should have deposited. I have all this stuff. I have all this stuff. Whoa, I had 3K in my bags. That's pretty good. Oh man, is that a chip? I love chips. I love chips. Yes. Nope. Yes. Oh, this is. Oh. Ooh. Oh my god, finally, dude. I literally have the crappiest weapon ever. I literally have a 5 or 687 Storm Rider's Fury. Finally. Oh, I don't even need to do that. I can just go into this equipped and put this on. And then I save you. Then I go back and I delete this beautiful, thank you for all you've done for me. You've been so helpful. I've appreciated you along this journey. And I'm so thankful to be vendoring you. Holy. Holy. Did I lose? I don't need these pants. I got them. I got plenty of pants. I'm just loading everything up. I'm sure there's a way to do this, like min-maxing it to where I'm just doing what I need to do, but I'm not doing that. Do we want to go look for rares and try to get my rares up, or do we hate ourselves and do more? We continue our Torghast grind. I gotta rescue souls, so I gotta do Torghast. Torghast, rares. Okay, rares or Torghast. Let's go. Boost me. Torghast. Okay. Torghast. Torghast. Maybe just go to Orbos and jump in the hole. More souls in Torghast than the Maw? Yeah. I mean, well, I gotta climb it to 16 anyways, so we'll do that. Okay. To Torghast. More water than Torghast. Okay. Hallo. Irish Nick. Got my water, took my vitamins, stood up, walked around, and now I'm ready to cry and torghast. I am so refreshed. Hey, See Me Freeze. Hey. Hope you're having a good day. Hello. I totally ate a pickle. I finished my pickle. It was like it was from it was like Famous Dave's, or I don't know. It was like the brand was called Famous Dave's, I think. And then it was like a sweet and spicy pickle. I did. I ate I defeated my pickle jar. Wait right there. And it was delicious. It's a barbecue place? Dude, it was really good. Dude, those are your wife's favorite pickles? They are so good. I don't know. I obviously ate the jar in an entire day, and then I shoved it in the back of my fridge because I'm like, I need to save this for another day because this brings me so much joy. And yeah, they're literally so good. I've never been there. I think I just ordered, I don't know if I just bought it at a chain or if I bought it online or what, but Daozy, your wife, tell her, you need to go buy your wife pickles. This is your sign. Buy your girlfriend pickles. Or else. But I buy her a jar. A week. Oh, that's cute. Am I farming mobs? I'm crying. I was farming transmogs. I just got these sets. I got this set today. Last week I farmed out this set for the rep. And then I realized that I had a quest for Torghast, and then we did that for a little bit. And I got a ton of transmog from Torghast. So now we're going to go cry in Torghast. Campese. Yeah, Famous Dave's is pretty good. It's the 17th barbecue place in Kansas City. Really? Yeah, I don't know when I got that or where I got it or what, but it's really good. I'm not joking that I have tons of pickles in my fridge. I even have like pickled jalapenos. The thing is like you can get pickled jalapenos that are called like tamed. They don't have to be hot. There's like you can get non-spicy pickled jalapenos now. So if you're not a spice person, that's okay. You can still get weird. So we're down. We have officially defeated 4 pickle jars. We did MDI math. Candied pickled jalapenos. Maybe that's what they're called, and they're really good. Like I like them with popcorn. I know it's weird, but I love me some good kettle corn and a jalapeno. A jalapeno. I don't know. And a glass of chocolate milk. That's what I like. Molasses or syrup? Ooh. Dude, molasses is so good. Okay, I think we're just going to keep doing this Scaldus Halls because I need... Was it Skull? The Scaldus? I don't have the 16, but I have the 12, I think. I think I have all... Okay, I just need 16 flawlesses then. Defeat the boss without ever killing or interrupting anything. Moss Swarm. They're really good for tacos. Okay, we climb to 16 and then we do a flawless 16. Holy Power gain Blessing or Dawn or Hammies? Hammy? Holy Power Spenders? Wait. I don't even have Hammer of Wrath. So I guess I just do this. Right? Okay, I guess I got Dusk and Dawn. I don't need Flawless until 16, right? During Flicker, rare elites spawn one orb, heal you maximum health. Okay, I guess I'm gonna be a puppy. Okay. Even a harvester of pride does not deserve to anguish here. Save the Venthyr from this fate. What are these orbs? Grants you an absorb shield. Crit, strike, chance increase, but your fire... I think my Reckoning's fire, isn't it? Is my Reckoning fire damage? I guess I'll do the absorb shield because I don't want my reckoning or anything to be deleted. I think they'll give me T-Mog at the end. Methinks. Methinks. What is this? I just got PTSD flashbacks from seeing Torghast. Yeah, this is it. This is Torghast. We are unwell. Why don't people like Torghast? It was awkward back in the day. It was tough. Soul bonds. We're covered in swarms. I'd rather have crit. You're forced to play it? I guess it was easy as DK? Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it was fine as Prot. Like, it was really strong as Prot. Second combat was something, I think. Okay. Can I do it for the currency of the legendaries? Yeah, I think every player had their reasons. don't know what this combination is. I went through my whole little rotation. Did I get my ZG boost in Classic? I did. They're still doing boost right now, but I'm not doing it. Okay, I'm not gonna guess this one. I'm done guessing that one. What level am I now? I'm not sure. 50... 55 or something. I'll play again tonight and figure it out. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow after the TGP watch party. Yeah, I'm not sure. Oops. Close enough to get my attunements soon. I hope. Okay. This way I can just like chain judge everything. That would be nice. Yeah. If I get to max level, then I might be able to do ZG soon. More like level 60 things, which will be really fun. Whoops. Dip my toes in that. I mean, that's the whole point of getting to 60, so I can do level 60 stuff. You'll level me after this dungeon? No, I'm good. I already got levels and stuff in Classic. Whoops. Thank you, though. Everything is negotiable. I don't have this. Until our next transaction. Let's see, our T-Mog. Oh, right here. This is Ashen Sworn Halberd. Ebon Mossworn Crossbow. I'll level with you after this dungeon? Retail? Oh, I'm not leveling in retail. I apologize if that was confusing. I'm not leveling in retail. This is, I was talking about in Classic. A T-Rex reminds me of a pet I wanted. Oh, an Undermine? That's so cool. Dude, I love a good T-Rex. I love a good T-Rex. Oh, this cloud's so good. Okay. I don't have any anima to like buy anything. I need like at least 9K, I think, in order to get. Oh, summer. Oh. I got 77 haze. Nice. Okay, let's go. I might be able to buy with 9K, 900. Zoom in.
For you, I offer only the finest.
Ooh. And a gold one? Why is it locked? I have enough coins. Why is it locked? Why is it locked? Collection tool gas vendor added in the patch. I have enough money.
Your patronage is always appreciated. May I tempt you with my wares?
Am I able to use it? Yeah, it's a two-handed sword. I should be able to use two-handed swords. Unless it's a bug. Select bold in time each dungeon. Bold in time? Trying to see if there's a reason why it's locked. I was looking at your stream a few minutes back. What'd you find, DJ? Why is... I can't buy T-Mog. It says it's locked. It's a bug. The locked item meant to be invisible. The broker doesn't always have all available items. But with Dragonflight War Within, now all the items are now visible, but it's locked, meaning they aren't meant to be. TLDR, it's RNG because it's not locked. It's working as intended, just bugged, still visible. Trader took my currency and didn't give me... Okay. So we're not supposed to be able to see that, but apparently he sells this at another time. I send you some pictures. Oh, did the hair's done? The hair's done? Aww. Looks so good. It's so cute. Aw. Thanks for sending me some photos. Are you excited? Is she on the way? Old Hollywood side part with some curls. I love a good side part. She's out. You survived. Oh, I'm excited. What a fun time. Thanks for sending me the photos. They're so cute. They're so cute. I about died, though, with the old side part comment. Wait, what's floor 6? I don't have summers anymore. Okay, well. Of course, same. Oh, is it because I did flawless? Aw, I'm excited. It's gonna be a fun night. Back to the T-Mod grind. Yeah, I'm getting some achievements too. Like I've never done, I only did 12 flawless. I never did the 16 flawless. Obtain the following anima powers. Okay, apparently I need these anima powers. I've never chosen them, so we're gonna try it. Could be the move. Oh. Mavrat harness. Oh no, I need a hound harness and prisoner concord. Oh, it's stolen power. Am I supposed to walk over that stuff and get a DR? Okay. Guess here's my transmog. Finally. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Does this save my souls? Yeah. See? What? That was easy. Oh. Ooh. I hope it's that dog that looks like this. Oh, it is. It looks like that when dogs do this. Ah. I thought it was going to be it's the big boy. That's okay. I'm fine with all this. Dang, I need 3 more souls. Do you think these will give me enough and then I can turn in and get Ardenweald stuff? Okay, I go to Ardenweald and then I fly back. Wow, and I got 16 of these. That's so much. It's actually a lot of anima. Okay, we go back and we turn in and then we go to Ardenweald, we turn in and we get another set of like souls because then this way I can upgrade my order hall wherever I want. Wait, who's the trooper? Oh no, that's the bird. I don't need it. Piggy, I'm a little piggy and I'm going to the market. That's what form I take. Interesting. I'm a piggy. I go bing bonk. Bing bonk, bing bonk. Look at this. Bing bonk, 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 bing bonk. Bing bonk, bing bonk, bing bonk, bing bonk. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. I don't even can't whistle. I gotta whistle just so I can sing that song. I get the corgi soul shape. No, I talked to that puppers. I'm supposed to pet him. Barks excitedly at me. It says you might not get it right away, but you're definitely going to get it. You know? I pet him. You think it just becomes an option? Check chufa. Chufa. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I do have it. Hey. Corgi soul shape. Okay. 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 Oh, I'm stuck. The best. I mean, this is pretty sweet. That's pretty sweet. Oh, I thought, oh. Okay. How many of these are from... Okay, so it looks like I have a good amount of the Torghast ones. I am missing, it says 12 or higher. I'm missing the baby, the hatchling, and then I'm missing the... So I could get 2 soul shapes from these. How do you get the chunky cat? Dude, okay, you got to get the normal cat one. It's a soul shape on the top of the highest tree. Here somewhere. And then you got to soothe it. And then after you get the normal cat one, then you got to get the spectral feed. And then feed it. Feed this cat shape something. I can definitely try to do that soon. I want to be chunky. I want to be buntin' well fed. I mean, I want to be painted like one of those Roman ladies. Do you have the chunky cat called Jennifer? Jennifer? I don't. Oh, I don't. This pet is not traded. Cat is known for her lies. Ignore her sweet meows. I don't have that quest. You never got Jennifer either? Yeah. We'll see. Chunky boys. Parkour. Is it easy? I don't know. I'm going to have to look it up. Anybody know if Jennifer is easy? It's like getting the secret motorcycle. Oh, I can do that. I got the motorcycle. Like solves riddles and puzzles. I could do that. To be honest, I have seen so many 80s in this zone, like I don't even know what the plan is here. Okay, I think the goal is, are you okay? Okay. Okay, so I gotta do a 15, and then I can do the flawless. Okay, so I need to do this one, and then the next one will be flawless for the achievement. And I'm on the hunt for two powers. I'm looking for a Dreadsoul Hound Harness, and then the Prisoner's Concord. Is this a dead end? Definitely crit. Whoops. I need to look to see if any of these are active. Okay, stolen power. I steal your power. I bust the windows out your car. Do you think the stolen power stacks? Oh my gosh, it does. I'm supposed to be taking this stuff. Oh, this is a click it. Do I have a harness? Do I have a concord? No. Okay. Blessing? Or harness? Concord? No. Oh, they can evade? What? Apparently they can evade. I'm real. The Endless Hall of Venthyr, Warrior Fury. The execute trait? The execute trait? Yeah. Warriors are crazy strong in here. You play Paladin now? Heck yeah. I play Paladin too. Do I have a harness or a Concord? No. More plasma. Because at the end, I want to be able to buy everything I want. $200 on the first floor is not bad, considering I like to have about 6 by the 3rd floor. Do I have harness or Concord? No. Harness or Concord? Harness or Concord? Hand of a doll, what a gamer. Thank you. Oh, then you'd like this. Ta-da. Old school. Ooh. Gamer confirmed. Now, follow you now if you have a plagued proto-drake. Well, gosh, I don't know. It's here. It's here somewhere. Well, shucks. Thanks for your follow. Easy follow. Thank you. Hope you're having a good day. Welcome in. Thank you for saying nice things about my Hand of a Doll title. I am constantly defending the fact that I've never changed it since... when did I get it? $2008. I've never used a different. I even have Herald of the Titans, which is a cool title, but I've just never changed it. But you can no longer jump. That's fine. Oh. Can't wait to see your housing setup in the future. I sold your original account. Oh, dang. You lost a lot of good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, selling accounts was really popular back then. That's crazy. Well, glad you came back to WoW. I mean, you could play Classic Fresh. I mean, it's technically not like the original retail, whatever, but Classic Fresh is giving everybody an option. Everyone sees this dude, right? Oh gosh, he's bouncing behind me. Woo. Is very anti-couch. Okay. Okay, Nukem. Transfer titles and mounts from classic to retail? You cannot. But you can play through. I mean, ZG just opened in the Classic Fresh. So you could go and get like a tiger or whatever you wanted. And then when TBC comes out, you could then roll it forward and get Hand of a Doll. You can get the Proto Drakes when Wrath comes out. So, I mean, you could start with like the new wave. I mean, everyone's very like min-maxy now, but you could at least rebuild your character from scratch and get all tier 3 if you wanted. I'm glad. I hope. Oh, Ice Monkey's throwing the first stone here. Next expectation. I hope Bunton's house has a couch in it since she doesn't have one IRL. Look, I do not have a couch, and I'm not ashamed to say that I spend all my day with you guys, and I don't like. What am I gonna do there? Drink in my living room alone? That sounds lame. I'd rather drink here and embarrass myself with you guys. I don't even have a TV out there. What am I going to do? Just sit and read like my business books? Like what am I going to do? I have a chair. I'm sitting in it right now. Why do I need multiple seats? I don't need this. I don't need this in my life. You couch enjoyers. So where do people sit when they're over? I don't know anybody in Arizona. I left all my friends in California. And then I lived in Seattle for 15 years. I know one person, and they don't like to leave the house, so I always go over to her house. And even when I'm at her house, I sit on the floor. I don't even sit on her couch. I literally always sit on the floor now that I think about it. I can sit on their couch. I just like a nice crisscross applesauce, you know? Why did I move to Arizona over California? Well, I'm born and raised Californian, and then I got a job in Seattle, and so I moved there. And then I was in Seattle for 15 years, which was lovely. I was, during that time, for 10 years, the last 10 years, I've worked for a company in Seattle. And then I took a promotion and I was relocated from Seattle to Arizona in August. 8 months ago, I was relocated. But then I was laid off last week, essentially, 2 weeks ago. 2 days ago, I got laid off from my job. that relocated me from Seattle to Arizona after working with them for 11 years. So I'm on the job hunt now. Do I stay in Arizona? I don't know. I'm applying for jobs all over, preferably remote, so I don't have to like move again. But yeah, if I get a job that moves me back to California, like the Blizzard job I was applying for, then great. But yeah, I mean, it would be nice to move back to California and be with my family. But we'll see. Were you in the service? No. My brother's military. And he was stationed out in Hawaii for a long time, but he just got his retirement papers, so he's now stateside. Why don't you take the job in Blizzard? Take the Blizzard job in California? Well, I applied, but I got rejected. So I was not accepted for the job. I would take it if I was accepted. But you know, you don't always get what you want. So I'm going to keep applying for the Blizzard jobs. You didn't get rejected. You just didn't get approved yet. Okay, thank you. I did not get approved yet. You'll accept me? You work at Blizzard? Nice. Guys, I got a job now. I got a job now. I got a jorb. I got a noise jorb. I got a real noise jorb. Is this a harness or a Concord? No. I did it, you guys. We're it. I'm working. Yeah, so I'm gonna keep applying for Blizzard, and then if they move me to California, great. If I get moved to somewhere else, I'll figure it out. I'm just like really passionate about having healthcare in America, so that's why I am working on this grind. When I start working, yeah, we'll be back to weekend only streams. That's correct. That's correct. When I start to work again, I'll go back to my regular stream schedule. I won't bother you guys anymore with my shenanigans. How was the first week of the new job? You like it? I haven't gotten a job yet, Frost. I got declined. Can I make this jump? Oh my god, I didn't even lift. I had absolutely zero lift. I didn't get a new job. I've just been applying for new jobs. And I'm happy to move when I get approved for a job. You guys have been really helpful to me during this time. So you guys are showing up and I'm working and figuring it out. I did do so I've been streaming. I've been jobless for 22 days, but I did 200 days. I did 20 hours in 200 days. I only streamed for 3 hours yesterday, so I did 202 hours literally in 20 days. So you guys are probably sick of me very soon. And but I'll keep showing up. No, bother me. I'm trying. Talisman. Do I need beads? No, I need harness and Concord. Harness and Concord. Harness and Concord. Harness and Concord. Problem solved. Full-time streamer. I'm very flattered. You guys think I could do this all the time. I'm very flattered. I love that you guys are here. What kind of work do I do? I'm an accountant. Like I do operational managerial style accounting. So I'm willing to do any like FP&As, P&Ls, balance sheets. I'll do ARAP. I'll do payroll. I'm even like applying to like tax jobs, even though that's like not my favorite, but I'm really passionate about food. Food is my favorite, and food is my favorite. Yeah, unfortunately, you're a CPA? Wonderful. I need you here because sometimes I go off on these like TED Talks and I just bore everyone to death, and the only people who are watching are the only viewers are like the animals because the owners have all fallen asleep with boredom. So I'll like go off on like how I'm like I had oh my gosh, like I won't get into it, but I did have a long discussion about Cobra because I recently got laid off and now I'm in this like transition phase when my my budget is set, but I had a little bit of severance and so I'm working my way onto the unemployment and I'm applying for jobs like crazy. But during the time I need to pay for Cobra and I'm just like absolutely like levitating out of my body with how expensive it is. So I had like a whole discussion because people are like, well, why don't you just not have health insurance? Because they're all like not American. And I was like, let me get this straight. I have to pay for something. I have to pay for taxes. My employers also pay for it. And then it's like a whole private system, and then I still have to pay out of pocket. It's crazy. You're relatively new to the industry. You're a 4-year senior at Big Four. Heck yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I just got a notification that Deloitte's opening up a big old office down here. They're opening up a big space, but when the article said that they're opening up a really large building in New York too. Not true, Bunton. I remember the time you broke down how many days to work to 1 million was. Oh my gosh. I was like, if you save, how many days would it take for you to save? And then you guys did the math of like, oh, if you got $1 a day and it doubled, you'd be a millionaire in no time. I was like, yeah, but that's not how any of it works. I was trying to do the math. It wasn't a great system, but I was trying. Good old Uncle D. I've never worked for a Big Four. I've always been private. So okay. I am not a CPA. I don't think I told you that yet. I am not a CPA. I've just been in the industry for a long time. I'm basically, so you would call me like a glorified bookkeeper. But I do have my accounting degree and I've been in the industry for over a decade. I do want to take my CPA. It's just, I just haven't. Maybe I take this time and do that. Like maybe that's my new skill for the year is I go finally hammer it down and become a CPA. That would be finding jobs or consulting work like really, that would make it significantly easier. So you can enjoy, you're going to go private in 2 years or so. That's right. Wait, did I not get enough? Oh yeah, I did. I did get enough. I did get enough souls. Ooh, what's this back? Who's this? Omajarin. I don't know who that is. Oh. Wait, is that you, Classy? Is that you? How long would a CPA take, though? A while. Is that you, Classy? So it would take, I think it would take a while, like, because most people, so it's like a 4-stage test, and I guess King Woozy can chime in here, but it's essentially like there's 4 different like chapters of like 4 different types of tests, and you have to pass all 4 of the different tests within a calendar year, or like 12 months. So you take one test, let's say you pass it in January, you have to pass the other 3 within the next like trailing 12 months. And then after those 4 tests, then you're able to become like a CPA, but it's not like a federal test in the sense of like if you pass, you get all 50 states to practice being a certified public accountant. It's like a bingo card, and your first wave is like, okay, you passed X amount of, like, you can become a CPA in these states, but then you have to get good and if you want to be a certified public accountant for another state, you have to like do a test. You just have one 8-hour exam. You just got done with an 8-hour exam for PE, and then a 2 8-hour exam for PE for SE, which is engineering, structural engineering. Oh, that's cool. They changed it to 18 months a couple months ago. Oh, that's good. So you have a little bit of time. Reciprocity is great. Wait, how are you using the word reciprocity? Got a license in another state without having to take it again? Is reciprocity is like, what does that mean how you're using it in business? It's like a discount, promotion in exchange for repeat business, positive review. Okay. That's what I thought it was called. Okay. It does look like there's a business definition for reciprocity. Reciprocity is one of my favorite social experiments because we all have experienced it in real time and in real life, but we've never, but it's a very unpopular word. And basically what it is in like a social dynamic, like a socioeconomic umbrella, is that most people, like, oh, if you're nice to me, I'm nice to you. They match whatever energy, they match like professional courtesies. Like if somebody, you go out with a friend and last time they paid for you, you pay for them that time. Like everyone is like in a perception of like balance, right? Like, oh, you're nice to me, then I'll be nice to you. But very few people are like just always nice to every single buddy. Like they're just like, they give and give. Like sometimes you just have givers, right? They'll give the clothes off your back. They give nothing. They take nothing for themselves, and they just like, just give, right? They're not matchers. They're going to just like give everything and be nice to everybody no matter what. And then there's people who are takers, who just like literally are social vampires. And no matter what you give to them, it's never going to be enough. So it's like reciprocity is this huge scale, right? And obviously most people are in the middle, like every other, social measurements, but there's like givers and takers, and reciprocity is that like, is how humans like interact with it from a, like an anthropology perspective, basically. It's like how people move through the world. Why are they choosing? People run away from takers. People are drawn to givers and stuff like that. Yeah. It's kind of like that. I got a speed run. They're waiting on me. I've never heard that before. There's a really lovely book about reciprocity, and I think it's literally called Give and Take. Just give and take. That's the name of the book. I'm like 90% confident that that's the book I read. And it's a really wonderful read because I feel like I learned a lot about myself during that read. Like, I don't think I'm a giver. I think I'm a matcher. But I've learned to identify like areas in my life to where I'm like, I'm really happy and I'm peaceful and I feel better about giving to people. Like I'm definitely like an easy compliment. Like I try to give people compliments because it's healthier for my brain if I'm nice to people. You're a giver? Nice. Wait, why does it say exit? Oh, did I go backwards? Oh my god, I went backwards. Where do you think the exit is? Do you think it's here? Oh, it's this guy. Dude. Getting hooked. Is it harness or Concord? Neither. That's fine. Is this your box, dude? Little businessman? Oh, it's an angry cheese grater. If someone compliments my hair, it makes my whole day. Same. But they mean the world to some. Yeah, it's true. Okay, I think I've been done. I needed 2 more dudes. Okay. I think I go up here. Okay, here we go. You've been lurking all day? I've been lurking all day, just sat down for dinner. This 20 seconds convo heard remind me of a thought during the watch party. You smile all the time. Other occasions I found myself just here. Just staying here because I guess I need more smiles in my day. You came to a right place then. Easy. Easy smiles. Yeah, and I got to hang out with like some real life friends, so it was good. I do smile a lot. Well, I'm glad you have fun. I'm glad you guys are here and hanging out and okay, let's go. Oh, I got shoulders too. Ooh. Nice. Nice. Positive. Nearly 4 years ago. Yeah, I guess I have been streaming for 4 years. Hey, Kazan. Thanks for the lurk. Makes your day better? Aw, thank you. Okay, I'm going to turn in to... I'm super thankful that you guys are happy too. I mean, I'm able to stay happy because you guys are happy too. Okay, let's turn this in. Do you want me to heal? Oh, let me join this Discord. Can you help collect them from the treetops? I gotta mute Discord. Hey there. Guess I can heal? Yeah, I can. I got a new weapon. I finally don't have a champion weapon. Yeah, I'm not gonna, I have it. I mean, I'm not gonna wear it. For funsies, I'm gonna heal in red. Yeah, you guys totally got this. Okay. Okay, and then I turn in my... Do I got the tall strider? Tall strider? Oh, I did add it. Okay, T-Mog. Then I got 2 T-Mogs. I got 1 here. I got Burnished Soul Restraint. And this one's a Gilded Shoulder Shield. Shields. Shields. Nice. And then I put in cage. And then I set my own. Oh, I changed spec then? I'm helping. Apparently my role set's not working and they have all these healers queuing up and they're all messed up and now they're having to delete them, decline them. So I will be healing. Keep smiling. Nice. Thank you. I will. You guys are really nice to me. It's hard not to smile. You be able to hold your conversation with ease with my viewers? Do you have any tips for someone difficulty talking to an empty room? I would say I'm just talking about stuff that I find interesting. So I'm talking about stuff that I like in the first place. So I'm just doing stuff that I like. I mean, honestly, you guys were super patient with me earlier today when I was going through that whole spreadsheet, and I'm literally just talking about math and building a spreadsheet for a workshop, like an event, like a tournament event that happened earlier today. So I guess my first advice, not that I'm the best person but just start by talking about stuff you like. What bag-on do I use? You like it? Okay, it's called Baginator. It's called Baginator, and it will automatically download this other one. It's called Syndicator, and those two together are really good. Yeah, but it's Baginator. Akira. Who won MDI? No one won MDI, but we have nobody won MDI. The group A will continue tomorrow. So group A will be defined tomorrow. Addy Bags has fallen behind with updates. Yeah, I used to have Addy Bags and I really liked them, but they were too resource heavy for my Queen Ansarak, like Mythic Queen Ansarak prog. So I totally re-gutted all my add-ons, and this was the recommended download. So I tried it. Where am I going? Who are you? You look like Zoe. Smiles and positivity. Yo, thank you so much, Ice Monkey, for the 1,000 bits. Thank you. I'll keep trying. Thank you. Okay, we gotta go to Motherload. Where is Motherload? Rookery, Pain. I can't port. Okay, we go to Motherload. This month Trading Post is better. Last month was horrendous. I thought it was cute. You don't want to get you're not down to clown with all like Darkmoon Fair stuff. No, I'm here. Darkmoon Fair starts tomorrow. Nice. First Sunday. It's always the first whole week of the month. Yeah, it's always the first Sunday of the month. Who is that guy? Yeah, first Sunday of the month. Aura missing. Hi, buddy. Where do I get dungeon teleports you just used? You can do keys at level 10. I've played a lot of expansions, so I've had the ability to like travel, like create portals to dungeons all over the place. Wait, what is this spec? Why do I have this? Oh no, I'm in a old spec. I'm not even in the right spec. My stuff didn't save. Oh no. No sound? Oh, sorry.
Pay to win.
Can't believe I'm in the wrong spec.
Defensive. Throw coins. Bombs. Bomb launcher. Summer. Blazing as right. Blazing as right. Blazing as right.
Blazing as right. Blazing as right.
Summer.
Retail's so messy. Thank you. Did I play an MDI today? I did not.
Summer. Rock Lance. Rock Lance. Defensive. Summer. Rock Lance. Rock Lance. Rock Lance. Rock Lance. Rock Lance. Final blast. Defensive. Extraction. Bag of bombs. Autumn.
A gift of power.
Rock Lance. Rock Lance. Final blast. Bag of bombs. Final blast. Bag of bombs.
Incoming one button
Winter.
rotation.
Rock Lance. Defensive. Extraction. Rock Lance. Rock Lance. Final blast. Bag of bombs. Defensive. Extraction. Spring. Tectonic barrier. Furious tectonic barrier. Rock lance. Massive slam. Summer. Rock lance. Rock lance. Final blast. Massive slam.
Like, I don't even know if my lay went on him. Like, I don't even know if my lay worked. You trespass into my domain.
Autumn. Swap. Tectonic smash. Tectonic smash. Defensive. Call Earth Rager.
Call Earth Rager.
Swap. Infusion. Winter. Tectonic smash.
My power is transcendent.
Tectonic smash. Defensive. Call Earth Rager. Swap. Infusion. Tectonic smash. Spring. Tectonic smash. Defensive.
No, you haven't played since VFA, and you're like, why is there a VFA dungeon? Yeah, they bring back like some returning Mythic Plus. They like highlight returning dungeons, and it's like, you're not gonna believe it. It's actually, there was Freehold last season. They brought back Waycrest already, and active right now in this dungeon pool for this season, there's also Workshop. Like, so there's two BFA dungeons now. It's Workshop and Workshop and this Motherlode. We've had Underrock come back. I'm just so thankful they didn't bring back Tool to Gore.
Transmute. Enemy to goo. Echo Blade. Echo Blade.
Good sneezing.
Transmute. Enemy to goo. Echo Blade. Feet. Brainstorm.
Ah!
Echo Blade.
I'm getting spit on. Please help.
Transmute. Enemy to goo. Feet. Echo Blade. Brainstorm.
My power is
Transmute. Enemy.
Transmute enemy to goop.
Feet. Brain
It's time you need to. This is the time on Saturdays you realize you need to cook. Lols.
Summer. Transmute. Enemy to group. Transmute. Enemy to group. Transmute. Enemy to group. Echo play. Feet. Brain transmute. Brain enemy to group.
Transmute enemy to goop.
Feet. Brainstorm. Brainstorm.
What kind of rocks? Like by the ocean or like volcanic rocks? Like what kind of rocks? I like rocks. Wait. No. Focus the ad. Oh, he watched MDI today. This guy watched MDI today. He can't.
Summer. Charged shot. Deploy crawler mine.
This is actually super dangerous.
Flushing catalyst. Fixated. Destroy. Charged shot. Defensive. Catalyst.
I'm like too scared. I can't even res.
Propellant blast. Charged shot. Defensive. Summer. Deploy crawler mine. Propellant blast. Rushing catalyst. Azrite catalyst. Autumn. Propellant blast. Propellant blast. Propellant blast. Gushing catalyst. Winter. Azrite catalyst. Azrite catalyst.
Parkour.
Artillery barrage. Artillery barrage. Spring. Artillery barrage. Artillery barrage. Artillery barrage. Artillery barrage. Charged shot. Defensive. Fixated. Deployed crawler mine. Artillery barrage. Charged shot. Defensive.
Is MDI same time tomorrow? Yeah.
Artillery barrage.
Same time tomorrow. You're doing girly pop collab tomorrow? Yeah. Yeah.
Artillery barrage.
Same time tomorrow.
Artillery barrage. Charged shot. Defensive. Artillery barrage. Charged shot. Defensive. Deploy crawler mine. Charged shot.
Yeah, same time tomorrow.
Defensive. Charged shot. Defensive. Charged shot. Defensive.
You guys don't need me, right?
Summer.
You guys got this. Oh my god, what are you doing with a war machine?
Shot. Summer.
Yeah! 7 bombs.
Deploy crawler mine. Fixated. Destroy.
Only the strongest survive.
Charged shot.
I'm leaving. Kick your front. I'm hurting out of here. I don't even need this place. This place stinks. This place stinks. I don't mean to use my barn voice, but I'm riled up. You're in this electric mood tonight. Oh no, it's just this group. They're silly. You gotta talk real snappy.
Gatling gun.
Do you bombs realize how much property damage you've done?
Homing missile. Micro missiles.
I'm depressing. Look at me, I'm swinging my sword like this.
Homing missile.
What am I paying you fools for? Get out
Summer.
there and fix this. That's doing good drops.
Drill smash. Targeted. Targeted. Homing missile. Summer. Micro missiles. Gatling gun. Homing missile. Gatling gun. Micro missiles. Homing missile.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm telling myself great heels. This is the best part. This is my favorite part. I only do mother load just so I could ride this roller coaster. My favorite part. Okay.
It's too far away.
No problem. Go forth to victory. Greetings.
Can you do this? Look, can I do this alone on heroic? Bar chess. Good night. We'll see you tomorrow. See you bright and early. Sleep well. Oh, can I just go here now? Can I just like go here? Still in the maw? No, this is like Dark Shore or something. I can solo this now? Let's kill a tree. Oh, I can't swim.
A new threat emerges. Give no quarter. Thus will be the fate of all enemies of the Horde.
What's this Dark Shore stuff? The zone flips weekly, I think. One Horde's controlled and the other one's Alliance controlled. Ooh, I got a cloak. It's like the tiniest cloak I've ever seen. Still counts. Can I get summon? Am I lazy? Okay, I heard it in a second. I saw a chest down here. Oh, do I? There's mounts. You farm rares and mounts. Okay. You can fly there? Oh, I didn't even try.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummles, like you.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. Step closer and don't mumble. I was done talking to you anyway.
Oh, is this my... Wait, is this my key?
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thank the Titans you are here. The Stormkirk has been breached, and the Storm Riders corrupted.
I'm out of range.
Summer. Frontal.
Bounding void.
Entropy shield. Frontal.
Bounding void.
Turkey shield. Frontal.
I will distract them here. We can link up later.
Yeah, I didn't know you can fly in Darkshore. That's good to know. Next time I go there, I'll be sure to fly.
Autumn. Lightning surge. Wild lightning. Defensive. Storm. Wild lightning. Defensive. Storm. Wild lightning. Winter. Wild lightning. Lightning surge.
Only
I
the
was
strong
Defensive. Storm.
survive.
I'm not there. Use a defensive. I got absolutely. I'm lusted on this Storm Rook. I'm gonna fly real fast.
Defensive. Storm. Defensive. Spring.
Oh my god.
Wild lightning. Lightning surge. Summer. Wild lightning. Defensive. Storm. Defensive. Summer.
I'm just gonna bubble. Like,
Wild lightning. Defensive. Storm.
My power is transcendent.
Wild lightning.
and he's gone.
Defensive. Storm. Autumn.
Did I have the Dragonflight meta mount? I don't think so.
Lightning surge. Lightning surge. Lightning surge. Lightning surge.
I don't know. I don't know if I have the meta achievements. Is it for like raid?
Winter.
World content? What's the name of the mount? World Awoken?
Lightning Surge.
Taven? Oh, no, I don't have Taven.
Lightning Surge. Spring.
I definitely don't have Taven.
Crashing Thunder. Wild Lightning. Lightning Torrent. Lightning Dash. Crashing Thunder. Wild Lightning. Crashing Thunder. Wild Lightning.
Having the GCD of every player
Lightning Torrent.
is wild. Yeah, I don't really watch. I don't watch it. I mean, I have it for you guys. I mean, I don't really look there.
Autumn. Lightning Dash. Crashing Thunder. Wild Lightning.
The affix.
Crashing Thunder. Wild Lightning. Lightning Torrent.
For BFA meta achievement? Is that, wait, what's the amount for the
Winter.
BFA meta achievement? Oh, the World Awaken? No, it's different. The situational evidence, he's gone like right this whole time.
Lightning Dash.
This boss is taking forever. Yeah.
Crashing Thunder. Wild Lightning. Crashing Thunder. Wild Lightning. Spring. Lightning Torrent.
I thought I'd have to fight Goran on my own.
Summer.
So one that turns you into a raptor? Oh, the Trash Master?
Attracting shadows. Summer. Corruption. Void crush.
Gift of power.
Seeping corruption. Arcing void. Attracting shadows. Seeping corruption.
Yeah, the trash guy. That is pretty cool. I think I have that on my list of things I wanted to do. Or I at least like looked I looked at the achievement recently.
Attracting shadows. Arcing void. Void crush.
Oh, I tried to Devo save him.
Void crush.
Island Expeditions. I liked Island Expeditions.
Attracting shadows. Arcing crush.
A gift of power.
Trading post. Adding a shopping cart.
Void crush. Seeping summer. Corruption. Seeping corruption.
Yeah.
Void crush. Attracting shadows.
Of power.
Arcing void. Attracting shadows. Autumn. Arcing void. Attracting shadows. Attracting shadows. Arcing void.
Arcing Void.
Winter.
I think they're gonna just like spread the herpes to each other. Watch, they're gonna die.
Crush reality.
My power.
Dark gravity. Crush reality. Spring. Chaotic corruption. Chaotic corruption.
Oh,
Crush reality. Chaotic corruption. Dark gravity.
Just hope it doesn't reset the boss.
My power is transcendent. Share in
Away from you. I'm not gonna get. I don't want the herps. I don't think so.
Dark gravity.
I'm not gonna fall for that again.
Chaotic corruption. Crush reality. Chaotic corruption. Chaotic corruption. Autumn. Crush reality.
Is that the fight where you can't have more than 1 stack of the debuff? Yeah. Well, you can, but you die. If you get 2 stacks, you die.
Void crush. Void crush. Feasting void.
my power is transcendent.
Dodge.
Share in it.
Winter. Void crush.
That's why I called it herpes. I don't know why so much is trouble understanding that fight. There's just a lot going on. There's a lot of like visual stimulation, a lot of area denial. You know, there's a lot of there's a lot of unsure mechanics, like getting moved and stuff is never fun for the average player.
Spring. Instability.
That one's the worst for you for sure. Yeah, I think just knowing, like, trying to keep yourself safe and understanding, like, when pull-ins are going to happen, when the boss is going to jump, and then making sure that you're, not getting 2 stacks and putting yourself in position, because it's always the closest target.
Instability.
It's always the... I did.
Void extraction. Defensive. Void crush.
Just spread out and hide in the corner forever. Well, it still will jump to you. Like, no matter how, even if you're in the corner and you think you're far from other people, it's still like whoever the next closest player is.
Instability. Dodge. Instability.
A gift of power.
Void crush. Dodge. Void crush. Instability. Feasting void. Dodge. Wave. Void extraction. crush.
Oh.
Instability. 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 Void extraction. Void crush. Autumn. Void extraction. Defensive. Darkness. Void extraction. Instability. Winter. Feasting void. Dodge. Rainbow wave. Void extraction.
My power is transcendent.
Feasting void. Void extraction. Defensive. Unleash darkness. Spring.
No!
Void shell.
Hey! Oh my gosh, give me up! Help! I can't swim! I've never gotten knocked off either. Now we're not gonna time it.
Void shell.
Dude!
Oblivion wave. Summer. Dot. Stable corruption. Defensive. Break crystals.
Hmm.
Dot. Oblivion wave. Dot. Oblivion wave.
Why do I keep... Did I change it?
Defensive. Break crystals. Phased.
Did I make it to where the healer always gets a dot now?
Void shell. Cursed. Seeping corruption. Oblivion wave. Dot. Oblivion wave. Defensive. Break crystals. Dot. Summer. Phased. Cursed. Void shell. Oblivion wave.
Trying for 16s these days? No. I'm not trying for anything. I'm trying to get my vault down.
Phased. Cursed. Autumn. Void Shell. Oblivion Wave. Defensive. Break crystals. Dot. Cursed. Wave. Seeping corruption. Dot. Phased.
You should not be timing that key.
Winter.
Hang with Leech. Palliser sinkers confirmed. I know, right? It was pretty bad. Not really great. We did it. It was so bad. Your Pallies are super OP this season. They're not super OP, but they're doing all right. I mean, they had to get buffed a bunch, but I don't think they're meta. Are you not Mythic rating anymore? No, I took this season off. No, I got Cutting Edge and last season. It was really exhausting. It was just really exhausting rating. Like, we rated 2 expansions back to back to back. Like, we've gotten Cutting Edge, like, in the past, right? Like, and then for some reason, for a Mirdrasil, we didn't get Cutting Edge, even though we tried. So we rated the entire expansion up to pre-patch, didn't get Cutting Edge. And then this last season, we also rated all the way through the season, like every single week up to pre-patch, and we barely got Cutting Edge for Queen Anseract. And if you are someone who raids and you get no break and there's no, like, reclear and nobody gets a mount, and it's just, like, so exhausting. I could step out. So yeah, it was really rough, like, having to raid, like, basically the entire duration of the expansion, multiple seasons in a row. And then my guild ended up merging with my previous guild, and they then were, like, upping the standards, and they wanted all this extra stuff, and I was getting burnt out with my job and all that. Like, it was too much. So I ended up not Mythic rating. I'm no longer writing for Raider.io, and then I got laid off from my job a couple weeks ago. So I've been on the job hunt. So I'm not writing the weekly routes anymore, which is fine because they're, like, automated now. So you guys, I created the automation for it, so you guys are in great hands. Mythic rating was something I wasn't prepared to invest in, and then I got laid off. So the things I was doing all last season that kept me so busy and started to burn me out, I'm totally free of any of those obligations, which is pretty interesting. To if you want to think about it. I can DPS. I mean, yeah. I totally can be rough. Yeah. Hey, Zaphis. Excited for BlizzCon? You already got your hotel? That's impossible. Zaphis, that's impossible. Hotels only go out a year in advance. It's not. I has it. Okay, grats. Widley booked? Is Widley the name of the hotel? Is Widley the name of the hotel? Literally, but ignore me. Yeah, I checked like the 2 hotels I normally stay at, and they don't book a year in advance. They only book a year in advance, so you can't book them right now. But I'm glad you got it. That's cool. Congrats, you're locked in. I bet that's pretty exciting for you. The one across the street is booking right now. This looks miserable. Yeah, we have no tank. Queens Inn. That is very far from the convention center. It's too far. That's very far. That's too far. Expedia. Oh, if you are going through a third party, they're letting you reserve out in advance. I keep selecting the days, but it's like... Yeah, if you use a third party, you can reserve for sure. Okay, that's cool. Grats. Yeah, I usually don't go third party because I've always booked in advance before the dates were announced. So maybe that's a play. I don't know. I've always booked direct. So that makes sense if you're reserving through a third party. That's awesome. I'm not going to book through party because I'd rather have more control over my reservation. But if you're like committed and you're definitely going to be there, then heck yeah. That sounds like it's a good deal. It's a good price. It's a very good price. I'm excited to meet up. That will be fun. All Pally group? Yeah, apparently this is what we're doing. I hope I win the Pally war. The last boss is going to be really annoying because it's just going to, the rockets just going to be on us. Pop off. Light red. We're all the light red color. We're salmon colored. You're still debating if you should go to BlizzCon? Absolutely. Everyone should go to BlizzCon. Yo, Cardinark, thank you so much for the 21 months. Thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. If you can't do direct, you shouldn't book third party. You can't book direct, you shouldn't be able to book third party. I just looked and you can reserve through Expedia third party. I prefer booking direct.
5, 4, 3.
But yeah, if you're locked into a great deal, you're booking far enough in advance, it's real nice. It's real nice. Healer should Devo. Noise.
Ice Spritzer. Toxic Blades. Ice Spritzer. Band of Nuts. Ice Spritzer. Ice Spritzer. Band of Nuts. Ice Spritzer. Uppercut. Toxic Blades. Ice Spritzer. Tear gas. Uppercut. Uppercut. Tear gas.
My power is transcendent.
Uppercut. Charged shield. Tear gas.
This group's need more paladins. Pally pals.
Toxic legs. Tear gas. Fan of knives. Charged shield. Ice spritzer.
My power
Tear gas. Toxic flames. Ice spritzer. Fan of knives. Ice spritzer. Charged shield. Tear gas. Toxic flame. Ice spritzer. Tear gas. Charged shield. Tear gas.
Your survival.
I was
wasn't
trying to
necessary.
greed on the affix. Yeah. Or torrent. Thanks. We can go.
Defensive. Throw coins. Bombs. Bomb launcher. Blazing Azrite. Blazing Azrite. Blazing Azrite. Blazing Azrite. Blazing Azrite. Shocking claw. Blazing Azrite. Pay to win. Defensive. Throw coins.
You played Paladin for 20 years? Heck yeah.
Bombs. Bomb launcher. Blazing Azrite. Blazing Azrite. Blazing Azrite. Blazing Azrite. Blazing Azrite. Shocking claw. Blazing Azrite. Pay to win. Defensive. Throw coins. Bombs. Bomb launcher. Blazing Azrite. Blazing Azrite. Blazing Azrite. Blazing Azrite. Shocking claw. Blazing Azrite. Blazing Azrite. Defensive. Throw coins. Bombs. Bomb launcher.
Ooh.
lance. Defensive. Distraction. Rock lance. Rock lance. Rock lance. Rock lance. Defensive. Distraction. Final blast. Rock lance. Bag of bomb. Defensive. Distraction. Rock lance.
My power is red.
Rock lance. Rock lance. Rock lance. Defensive. Distraction. Rock lance. Defensive. Distraction. Final blast. Bag of bombs. Final blast. Bag of
Oh my
bombs.
gosh. Like, never near this extractor.
Defensive. Distraction.
What's happening here? All pally motherload.
Defensive. Distraction.
Of power.
Tectonic barrier. Furious quake. Tectonic barrier. Tectonic barrier. Furious quake. Rock lance. Tectonic barrier. Rock lance.